Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
No, but. Are you going to say but?
What,
No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games continue to be won?
We're never comfortable as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable? As a coach, we're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly.
If you want to feel like the Broncos aren't legitimized, they're the number one seed in the AFC right now this morning. So if the season ended today, which it doesn't, the road to the Super Bowl would go through Denver, Colorado. So, that's about as legitimate as it gets. They're in a great spot right now, and we'll see how it plays out from here.
All right, so that first clip, that was from a week ago, correct? That was after the Raiders game. I asked the question to Adam Schefter earlier. Legitimized is a weird word that can be taken in a whole bunch of different directions. What I meant by that is, are they believed to be a real championship contender? And here's where I still think that the Chiefs game really helped in that, at least from a national standpoint, but still isn't something to where it's totally there.
Are you winning a championship?
9-2, leading the AFC. I think if you get the version of Bo Nix that you got on Sunday, then you're golden. If you get that version, then you have to be considered one of, if not the favorite, to win this entire thing. There is a formula to this when we go back to 2015, and I think that's absolutely true, that there are a lot of really big similarities. It's also, I think you get kind of lucky in a year like that, where the offense they have so much inconsistency, and you're able to overcome that. Now, do you believe that this defense is like an all-timer? If you do, then they still got a legitimate shot. But when I talk about legitimizing them after a win against Kansas City, here's what I mean. You have the best record in the NFL. You're the number one overall seed in the NFL. And there are 8 teams ahead of you that are considered bigger favorites, including 2 teams who are 500. Here's all the teams, this on FanDuel, that are ahead or tied with you with Super Bowl championship or Super Bowl odds. So the Broncos sitting all the way down here, tied for 9th with Green Bay. Then you have the Ravens ahead of you, the Seahawks, the Lions, the Chiefs, the Colts, the Bills, the Rams, and the Eagles. All ahead. And not ahead by like a small number, a big number. So just for example, even with the Colts, they're at plus 1,000. You're at plus 1,500. Now the question is that solely because offense is the thing that people care about more when making a bet like who's going to win the Super Bowl? Because all of those teams, with the exception of Philly, have good offenses that you can trust. No, Green Bay, who was tied with you at plus 1,500. I wonder why. They have a great defense. Their offense can't be trusted right now. Philly's the only one that's kind of in that category, but Philly, we just saw them do that last year, so it's much easier to believe that they can find a different gear. Everybody else, Rams are a good offense. Bills can put up points. Colts can. Chiefs can this year. Detroit can sometimes. Seattle can, obviously. Baltimore with Lamar Jackson can. And here's what's funny. it is much easier to sustain good defensive football than good offensive football. What translates almost every time, once you get to the postseason, is a good defense. Offenses can be up and down. Good games, bad games, a couple of turnovers, and you might be screwed. But defense is always something that you can take with you. And it's why for the rest of the regular season, when you talk about who can sustain this more over the final 6-7 weeks of the year, depending on how many games you played, I think the Broncos can do that because they're going to be in every single football game. It's the beauty of having a defense as good as the one that you have right now. The separator is going to be quarterback. Because much like the offense, when it gets to the postseason, you're not allowed to have a bad game, essentially. I mean, that's the translation here. You can't do it. If the defense has, this is the sort of, what do they call those guys that walk on the wires? Wire walkers? What do they call them?
Tightrope walkers?
Tightrope walkers, sure. The tightrope of all of this is, if you give right now, in most of these games, if the Broncos give up a big play or two, it could result in a loss. And at some point, you're just going to get burned with a big play. It just happens. Somebody's out of position. Somebody falls down. Two guys run into each other. Like something like that is going to happen where you give up a big play. And it looks a lot like the Indy game, where they put up 470-some yards of offense. You need to have a backup to it. And I would say that the biggest concern that you have right now is, it's really two things, but it's all tied into one. Because I think if you get one of the two, you're probably going to win. The absence of J.K. Dobbins is, I think, going to hurt a lot more than it looked against Kansas City. And here's why. Bo Nix played really well against Kansas City, especially like if we're grading on a curve for him. Mentioned this the last couple of days. It's not the stat sheet, box score, stuffing performance. He's had those against Dallas. He had that against Cincinnati. Those are bad defenses. So let's judge this against a good one. All right, so Kansas City's the good defense that he played. With that comes a running game that was pretty absent. And in the previous wins that you've had, games in which Bo Nix has not played well, you've gotten at least a steady and reliable running game from J.K. Dobbins. Not always 100 yards, but just when you need to pick up some yards, he gets them. Can R.J. Harvey fit that role yet? I don't know. But what are your other options? Your other options are Jaleel McLaughlin and Tyler Bidet. Can you run the ball in between the tackles right now? I know Jaleel scored a touchdown doing that near the goal line, but it did kind of give me vibes of tush push. Like, tiny guy gets in the middle of a pile, and then they just kind of lift him up. I still think we should have a play that, Mike Leach suggested, where you sign a little person on your team and you just heave him into the end zone above everybody. I think that could work. But do you have the in-between the tackles presence that is required and necessary out of an offense that doesn't have elite quarterback play at the moment? So that's the stuff I'm kind of looking at. You have some obvious flaws, so does everybody else in the league right now. It's what's making this NFL season so much fun. There are probably, God, man, how many teams could you say on either side of the ledger, AFC, NFC. Teams believe they have a chance at a Super Bowl right now. Because I think you could say probably 7 teams in the NFC think that if they get hot, they can make a run. And I think that number in the AFC is probably a similar number. But I don't think those teams would be quite as forceful in saying they could make it. Like right now, the Steelers are the 4 seed. Do Steelers fans think they're winning the Super Bowl? Nah. Especially now, Aaron Rodgers is going to miss, some amount of weeks with the left wrist injury, the broken fracture, whatever it is. Like it's a matter of a couple of weeks, it feels like, before the Ravens take control of that division. It's why they're so heavily favored still in all these, winning the AFC North, the AFC overall, the Super Bowl odds, all that different stuff. They've rattled off 4 straight. They're playing the Jets, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, and Cincinnati again the next 4 weeks. That's their next month. So a month from now, we could be looking at Baltimore, and they're 9-5, and just as feared as they've always been. But if you start to see consistent levels of Bo Nix looking comfortable like that in the pocket, and if R.J. Harvey can give you a little bit more, he's got to be more of a J.K. Dobbins in this. Just when a hole opens up, like J.K. Dobbins is patient in the backfield. Like he's got super, super long processing where he's like, I know I have time to evaluate which hole is going to be open and when to hit it. But the second he sees it, it's bam. He's right through it. R.J. Harvey feels like he's trying to tiptoe his way through the hole first and then provide a burst. That's stuff that's got to change. He has to be your power guy because I don't know who else it's going to be. Tyler Bidet is not going to play enough to fit that role. And Jaleel McLaughlin is just, he doesn't have the size for it. We've known that forever. But Harvey, he might be shorter, but he's over 200 pounds. He's not a small human being. I remember when Bryce Young came out for the draft, I said Bryce Young is small. And people thought I meant short. I don't mean short. I mean slight. And for a quarterback, that feels like you can get yourself into some really big injury problems with the amount of hits that you're going to take. Baker Mayfield is short, but he is not small. He is sturdy. Even Kyler Murray, who is really short, is sturdy if you look at him. I think R.J. Harvey fits that. He could be your in-between-the-tackles guy. He's just got to be more committed that the second he sees the hole, he gives it a burst. So 303-504-0925, the Avs invite talent. They're teaming up in the month of November because it is Hockey Fights Cancer Month. And if you go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info, you can schedule your blood donation today. And in doing so, 25% of all blood donations go to people directly in the fight against cancer. So you're helping a whole bunch of people in the ultimate fight that we have now. You can also win a signed Avs jersey. So get yourself signed up at vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. So, speaking of, I was the guy that was screaming to calm down yesterday. That the Nuggets suffered a terrible loss. It was awful. We all saw it. We know it. But we can't live in this whirlwind of every night is the greatest team ever or the worst team that's ever existed. I'll explain more next. There are going to be moments throughout this year in which the Nuggets and the Avalanche have a stretch of bad play. The Avs already had one. And when you are at a level that the Avs and Nuggets are, your expectations are so high that if they don't live up to them, it's going to hit a lot worse than if the team's just not good enough. And I think the example of the Bulls game the other night is perfect. Did the Nuggets play up to standard? Not even close. Are the Nuggets going to be okay? 100%. Like, it's just what I tried to remind people still. It was a bad loss against Chicago. It's one that shouldn't happen. And it kind of happened out of effort. And those ones always suck. They're on pace to win 60. It would be a franchise record. And we can't wildly fly off the handle each time this team has one clunker.
They are who we thought they were.
The same with the Avs. You know, a lot of people were getting mad at me because they were going the Sean Payton route about the Broncos. And I always try and keep perspective. I always tell you this, no matter what, just know I'm being honest with you. You can think my opinion is stupid. That's totally fair. But it's truly what I think. And when I was talking about the Broncos in sort of a negative tone while they're in the middle of a 7-game win streak, it's because I was watching the offense and I was like, I don't think this is sustainable. And when you have that much pressure going on one side of the football, it goes directly to what we were just talking about of you can't mess up a play defensively. One play can lose you a football game, and having to be that perfect is tough. So it's all about, to me, if you want to graduate to the level of we are competing for a championship, you're held to a different standard. Now, if the team looks as if they are in championship contention and has a bad game, then I'm willing to just brush that one off. If the opposite happens, where I think you played a while without looking like that and still are capable of winning, I'm in the category of that's great, but this needs to be fixed. So I'll tell you this much. If the Nuggets go out against the Pelicans tonight and look the exact same and drop that game, now it's 2 in a row. It's a different kind of discussion. Like, I'm just willing to give them a little bit of leeway on the we had a bad night thing, but we'll figure it out the next game. It's like, all right, great. By the way, the West looks to be loaded this year. Obviously, the Nuggets and OKC are, I think, the class of the Western Conference. But the Rockets, who were good last year and have now just added Kevin Durant, they've won 9 of their last 10. The Lakers, who have not had LeBron up until last night, have won 8 of their last 10. The Spurs are 10-4 and largely lost recently because Wembanyama's dealing with an injury. When he comes back, they're going to be fine. I mean, Minnesota is Minnesota. They're always going to give teams fits. Like, there's a lot of teams being competitive here. So the Nuggets need to keep up this level of play. But here's the other thing. If I ask you honestly right now, do you think the Nuggets are winning the 1 seed? I think you'd be crazy to assume that. OKC is going to be a team that they've toyed with people. The amount of times their starters haven't played in the fourth quarter this year is unbelievable. And I know everybody wants home court advantage and win at home and have home games in Game 7 and blah, blah, blah. I just don't think you're going to be able to do it. Like, Oklahoma City is just too good of a regular season team. Their depth that they have on that roster, that's what separates them, especially in the regular season. You're capable of going like 12 guys deep and not really skip a beat. You can deal with injuries a lot better than most teams. You can do a lot of things. Like, I know that every team is hurt and all that, and the Nuggets are much better in the depth category this year than they have been in years past. I still think the Christian Braun injury hurts them a lot more than you'd assume because it pushes guys like Hardaway or Peyton Watson into bigger roles. It pushes Spencer Jones into a bigger role that I don't think he's quite suited for. Peyton Watson being in the starting lineup, like, I love the ascension of what P. Watt's game looks like this year. But if you're asking him to play 35 minutes a night, his role is best suited for I come off the bench and I play with my hair on fire and do that for about 20 minutes a night and then sit back down. You just aren't at the level of what Oklahoma City's at. So I don't care if they get the 1 seed or not. I don't think it's even possible. It's about not getting yourself out of like a top 3 seed, I would say. And as long as you do that, we're cool. But overall, what are the Nuggets right now, statistically? As a team, they're in the tops of all the categories you want to be in. They're second in the league in points scored per game. They're fifth in points allowed. They're the number 2 team in scoring efficiency. They're second in the league in field goal percentage. They shoot over 50 from the floor. They're 6th in the league in field goal percentage allowed. All of the numbers that you want to see is right there. So I'm going to allow a clunker. Now, to the Avs side of things, it's sort of the same story. Like, the Avs have been so good that they've only lost 1 game in regulation. They've been able to take points in 18 of 19 games that they played this year. There's going to be a stretch in which they lose a few. And it's just about keeping perspective. Because if that happens, if they lose a couple in a row, and then the discussion then becomes about, well, is this team good enough? I'm just like, guys, take the body of research that's put in front of you and remember it for moments like that. We have been so unbelievably spoiled for the last month. So just remember, you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So, going back to the NFL, there is, I think, a real sort of turning point that could happen. And I am still incredibly obsessed. Like, it's equal to the Broncos winning as much as the Chiefs losing. And here's what's hilarious to me. All these teams in the AFC, your traditional contenders that are fighting to be one of the top seeds in the AFC to get home field in a playoff game. In order to do that, you need teams above you to lose. And here's what I'm talking about. The Bills, the Steelers, the Chargers, all these different teams that are in the playoffs right now, if the season were to end today, you want the teams above you to lose because it has you jump up into a higher seed with a better chance against a worse opponent and all that, and home field and blah, blah, blah. And for 2 weeks consecutively, I guarantee you, everybody who is a fan, player, or coach, or front office member, or whatever, affiliated with teams in the AFC have been begging for the Denver Broncos and now this week the Indianapolis Colts to win their games. Two teams, along with the Patriots, but the Broncos and Colts, who are like lapping the field record-wise of you can't get to my level unless we have some sort of epic collapse. All of them are looking at the Broncos last week and the Colts this week and saying, win. Just to keep the Chiefs where they're at. They're begging for it. Because reality is, if I gave you a playoff scenario, whoever your team is, pretend you're not a fan of the Broncos, you're a fan of somebody else for the moment. Would you rather face the Kansas City Chiefs or the Denver Broncos in a playoff game? Would you rather face the Chiefs or the Colts in a playoff game? Everybody's answer is going to be the Chiefs. I think with the way the Broncos play defense, be careful what you wish for. If you're those teams I just mentioned, if you're a Ravens who's trying to climb their way back up the ranks right now, if you're a Pittsburgh, if you're a Buffalo, if you're a Chargers, if you're a whoever, and you say, man, I'd much rather face them than I would the Chiefs. Just remember how much hell your offense is going to be under. Like, there is a really fun detail to having a really good defense, which is I can drag you in the mud with me, and you're going to look at your situation and say, why is it so impossible to move the football? And it's like, you asked for this. I still think the thing that we should be doing in sports, no matter what the sport is, if you have the number one overall seed in your conference heading into the postseason, I think you have to pick your opponent. It feels like the greatest idea ever. Think about the drama and the headlines that would be there. You already have the built-in advantage. You have home field, home ice, home court, home whatever, in whatever sport we're talking about, for the entirety of the playoffs, as long as you continue to win. Your one penance that you have to do, because you get the bye week. Well, the bye in the NFL would screw things up, wouldn't it? But in the other sports, in hockey and the NBA, picking your opponent in the first round, it would be the NBA is trying to do all this different stuff like NBA Cups, and they're doing play-in games, and the play-in games are cool. The NBA Cup is not. If they added that one, I would love to see it.
And by the way, I was editing something back here, so I'm going to be perfectly honest. I wasn't fully listening. So if I'm about to pull a Vic Lombardi and say something that you just said,
you're busy.
I apologize, and I own that. But did you see what I sent to our group chat yesterday? That conversation they were having on like WEEI or out there in Boston.
Yeah.
So they were talking about if you could pick first round for the Patriots, would you rather host the Chiefs at Arrowhead or have to go on the road and play the Broncos in Denver? And every single one of those hosts said, give me the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And they were all
you want to know why?
Well, because they said it's the first time in the Mahomes era that they seem gettable. By the way, that just went straight McAfee for a second. I said Mahomes. That's a Pittsburgh accent. Boston's tough, man. But that's awesome that they would pick that they're scared of Mile High and this defense, and that's what they're scared of.
I'll tell you why. And in fact, Nelly, if you have it, we can play it for a little bit. Like we can throw that out there. And I'll tell you why they think that specifically after you guys hear this. But I think a lot of people would look at that situation, and the tide is turning on this. But there is a fear whenever you get into a game with Patrick Mahomes that he's going to get you. The difference with the Broncos, though, is we'll get to it in a second. Let me know when you have the audio. So listen to this first from WEEI.
Would you rather play Kansas City at home or have to go to Denver?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Kansas City at home. This is the first time ever of the Patrick Mahomes era that I can say I don't know about the Chiefs right now. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
We all know Patriots fans want to crap all over the Chiefs. So on the one hand, you want to say, ha, Kansas City sucks, 5-5. They're going to miss the playoffs. I respect Kansas City. I'd rather play them in Foxborough than Denver and Denver.
Oh, yes, totally.
I'm not coming at this from the Chiefs completely stink. Mahomes is done.
I'd rather face Denver and Foxborough than Kansas City and Foxborough.
Our whole lives, that stadium in Denver is a house of horrors, and even during the Brady heyday. So I don't want any part of that place. And that defense is ridiculous, and I want no part of it.
Think about what's best for the Patriots.
Right.
What's the best outcome?
Then the outcome yesterday was not good.
The reason why they think that, and again, this kind of dives into that same sort of mentality that if we go back to the Nuggets championship year, it's what they said sort of in the middle, that Denver has been a house of horrors for them. It's a tough place to play, especially if you have a defense like that, especially. You want to go to Denver and play against this Vance Joseph unit? Good luck getting out of there alive, because it's really, really difficult. Now, at the same time, they're saying this now. Or I'm sorry, that was the 98.5, the Sports Hub, who's talking about that in Boston. They're saying that now, if the Chiefs make the playoffs, here's going to be the difference. Chiefs making the playoffs, they need to go down the stretch here, being a 5-5 football team, 7 games left. I don't know if 5-2 gets them in. They'll be borderline if they go 5-2. They kind of got to go like 6-1. If the Chiefs go 6-1 with the Colts, Cowboys, Texans, Chargers, Titans, Broncos, Raiders schedule, and they make the playoffs at 11-1, going 6-1 to close out the year, nobody's going to be saying this. No one. The perspective on them will totally change. And I guarantee you we'll be right back in the conversation of maybe the Chiefs are the best team in the league again. But again, it's why what the Broncos did was so important. They went out and really gave the Chiefs something they've never been confronted with under Patrick Mahomes, which is doubt. Never had it. And now, after facing a little bit of doubt, they got a game against another team that's considered one of the best in the AFC in the Indianapolis Colts. Can they do that? Because if they lose to the Colts, they virtually got to go unbeaten to make the playoffs. But it's the Broncos that put them in this position. So 303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. We are broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. NFL stock up, stock down. Next. Do it every week following the NFL weekend. It is NFL Stock Up, Stock Down. We always start with the quarterbacks. Nelly, stock up. I know this team isn't winning. They aren't. But I'd be lying if I said I was not impressed with Jacoby Brissett. He's played really well in place of Kyler Murray. Obviously, he got the job for the rest of the year in Arizona. Arizona is not winning football games, but it is not through the fault of Jacoby Brissett. He just last week had a game against San Fran where he was 47 of 57 throwing the football. That is completing 82.5% of passes on 57 passing attempts. He threw for 452 yards and 2 touchdowns, and they lost by 19 points. He's doing a damn good job getting points on the board for them. But in the last 2 weeks, Arizona's defense has given up 85 combined points. Like, Brissett is somebody who's never been ultra special, but always had that ability, like, kind of to take over or be a bridge quarterback or something like that, be a really good backup. You know, he spent, did you know this, Nelly? In 2020, he was with Indianapolis. In 2021, he was with Miami. In 2022, he was with Cleveland. 2023, he was with Washington. 2024, he was with New England again. And then 2025, he's now in Arizona. That is 6 teams in the last 6 years.
Oh, okay.
And he plays pretty well for all of them. If you need somebody to come in and do spot duty, like, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better backup in the league. But I've been impressed for them. So despite the losing, Jacoby Brissett, stock up. Let's go quarterback, stock down. After having a wonderful season, it was just a miserable game in one that you needed most. And I've seen this out of Sam Darnold before. He had this sort of thing in Minnesota where he has this great year, and when you really need a dub, he just can't quite get there. They lose to the Rams last week, 21-19. I can't believe it was only a 2-point game with a chance to win late, considering he had no touchdowns and 4 interceptions in that game. That takes his touchdown-to-interception ratio to 17-10 now. He's still having a fantastic season, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's football, man. And he's our quarterback. We got his back, and you got anything to say, quite frankly, you.
That's what his linebacker thinks, Ernest Jones. But he's having a great year. I think he's a good quarterback. But in the games that really matter, can he step up and play well? I still haven't quite seen that from him yet. Their losses this year are to San Fran, to Tampa Bay, and to the Rams. The best win he's got on the season is like Pittsburgh, Houston, Jacksonville. Like, the 3 teams that he played that are all really big contenders, especially in the NFC, they've lost all 3. Now, not always been through a fault of his own. They lost to Tampa Bay 38-35. But can you get over the hump? And for him, I haven't seen it quite yet. He gets a stock down. Non-quarterback stock up. When you draft somebody really high, you want to see immediate production. You want to see the immediate, like, the investment I have made in you is going to pay off. And despite this team maybe not being believed in as a real contender, Carolina is 6-5 this year. And they have a legitimate weapon on the outside that we've seen up close through his college days, and it's Tet McMillan. He's got 54 catches, 748 yards, and 4 touchdowns on the year, and that is with some really, really rocky quarterback play. And that win over Atlanta last week, the overtime winner, 8 catches, 130 yards, and 2 touchdowns. This guy's a weapon. 6'5", can run, huge catch radius, good hands, good route running, all the stuff that you want to see out of a young wideout that you've invested in. He has given you that in spades. And I've always said this about wideouts. It's not that you're going to have the best season in the league if you don't have the best quarterback, but you should be able to produce. Because if you get open and you have a professional quarterback on your team, he's going to get you the football. And Tet McMillan, I think, is one of those guys that's proving that right now. And it's a hell of a pick from Carolina. I was the one that was saying I thought Tet McMillan was one of the best weapons in the draft just because I watched him play against CU multiple times and said, what the hell is that thing? That isn't fair. But he's having a phenomenal start to his year, and Carolina's winning football games. So Tet McMillan gets a stock up. Let's go non-quarterback stock down. You know, he's dealt with issues on and off throughout his entire career, but he's a very, very talented player. This season, Jordan Addison just isn't having a good one. He's dropping a lot more balls, had a couple of drops in that Chicago loss last week. He did have a touchdown, but it was 2 catches for 20 yards. On the year, and he's played in 7 games, he's got 28 catches for 412 yards and 3 touchdowns. That's 4 catches a game. Not ideal. It's tied for 88th in the league. He, if he can keep his head on straight, is a super talented guy and should be getting a ton of one-on-one targets opposite of Justin Jefferson, and it just hasn't translated this year for whatever reason. I do think he's a really talented wide receiver, and he's very, very good. It's just a matter of, can you produce to the level that a guy opposite of that freak of nature, Justin Jefferson, should be producing as a talented number 2 wideout? Hasn't quite happened yet. He gets a stock down. NFL team stock up. So we were looking at the Baltimore situation earlier in the year. Lamar Jackson goes down with an injury. They start the year 1-5. And you go, oh boy, Baltimore might be dead. And ever since then, they've won 4 straight. And you might look at the opponents that they've beaten and said, yeah, but it's these guys. It's the Bears. It's the Dolphins. It's the Vikings. It's the Browns. Doesn't matter, because their next month is Jets, Bengals, Steelers, Bengals. They might win 8 straight. Like, they're winning the AFC North. They're going to, especially with Rodgers down with an injury right now. The question for them is a very simple one. Once they get there in the postseason, can they do anything with it? And I don't think they're that type of team. They're the best of what has turned out to be, shockingly, a very crappy division. But once they get to the postseason, can they compete with the likes of a Broncos or a Patriots or a Colts or a Bills? I don't think they can. But they're going to go on a run, and we're all going to be talking about the Baltimore Ravens a little bit differently a month from now. So they get the stock up. NFL team stock down. I know they're decimated with injuries, but it felt like they were just going to hang on and continue to win because their quarterback was going to will them to victories. Hasn't quite happened for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. They are currently in the lead in the NFC South, but it's a half-game lead on Carolina right now. Their point differential is only a +2. They have lost 3 of their last 4 games. Now, they are facing a number 1 schedule, and so the losses that they've ran into is Lions, Patriots, and Bills in 3 of the last 4 weeks. But now, this weekend, they got the Rams on Sunday Night Football. Don't think that's going to go well for them. They need to find a way to stack wins in a hurry and keep pace. Now, the healthier they get, the better they're going to get, but that's kind of the starting point for them. We got to go quick. MVP stock up. I don't care about the quarterbacks this year. It's about my skill position guys. Jonathan Taylor is obviously somebody who's mentioning this all the time. Jackson Smith in Jigba must be, because he might set an all-time record for receiving yards as he had another 105-yard game. Yes, Nugujuba. He's got to be in that conversation. MVP stock down. Goff. He was 14 of 37 for 255 yards, a 37% completion percentage. He was awful against Philly. Bad stain on the resume. Best game of the week.
College football. Fox Sports.
Buffalo and Tampa Bay. Back and forth. Lead changes like crazy. It was beautiful to watch. Worst game of the week.
Oh, my God.
What the hell was that, L.A.? The Chargers had 135 yards of offense and 8 first downs. The hell off my TV screen. There you go. That's NFL stock up, stock down. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Sean, again, as you've said, your record says who you are.
Exactly right.
But,
Are you going to say but? No. What's your question?
Are you comfortable with the script of just kind of how these games continue to be won?
We're never comfortable as coaches, but there's no buts. So you're asking, am I comfortable as a coach? We're never satisfied. If my answer were to you, I'm comfortable, that'd be silly.
If you want to feel like the Broncos aren't legitimized, they're the number one seed in the AFC right now this morning. So if the season ended today, which it doesn't, the road to the Super Bowl would go through Denver, Colorado. So, that's about as legitimate as it gets. They're in a great spot right now, and we'll see how it plays out from here.
I know that was from last week, but that was Luka Evans again, wasn't it?
Evan.
That was him, right?
Yeah, it was.
My name's Luka.
Okay, perfect.
You know what? Can I talk to all my people in Denver media? And can I say, can we just allow Luke Evans to conduct all interviews with Sean Payton from now on? Can we just see how that goes? Like, have him be the only guy in the room.
Brett, let's get Luka on this show.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to.
Because I want to ask him where he finds, because he's really good. He
Yes.
doesn't care. He's young and brave and doesn't care. He's just trying to do his job.
My name's Luka.
Okay, perfect.
Nelly, track him down, please.
I think that's my favorite thing. It's going to be my favorite thing of the year. Evan. My name's Luka. Okay, perfect. Here. This is where I wanted to start this morning. You head into a bye week, the number one seed in the NFL. Forget the AFC, the NFL. You're number one. You just had a game in which you beat the Kansas City Chiefs. And I saw this clip going around from Boston. This clip from Boston about these guys on 98.5, the Sports Hub. They asked the question, would you rather play the Denver Broncos in Denver or Kansas City at Foxborough? Here's their answer.
Would you rather play Kansas City at home or have to go to Denver?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Kansas City at home. This is the first time ever of the Patrick Mahomes era that I can say I don't know about the Chiefs right now. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
We all know Patriots fans want to crap all over the Chiefs. So on the one hand, you want to say, Kansas City sucks 5-5. They're going to miss the playoffs. I respect Kansas City. I'd rather play them in Foxborough than Denver and Denver.
Oh, yes, totally.
I'm not coming at this from the Chiefs completely stink. Mahomes is done.
I'd rather face Denver and Foxborough than Kansas City and Foxborough.
Our whole lives, that stadium in Denver is a house of horrors, and even during the Brady heyday. So I don't want any part of that place. And that defense is ridiculous.
So that was their answer. But what do the Chiefs need to do to make the postseason from here? They're 5-5. Because I don't know if 5-2 the rest of the way gets them in. I think they got to go 6-1 because they have lost tiebreakers to a whole bunch of teams in front of them right now.
That question to me sounded like, do you want to fight one horse-sized chicken or 100 chicken-sized horses? Yeah, that's what that sounded like to me. That's what was going through my head when I heard those guys from 98, what? The what?
98.5, the Sports Hub.
The Hub. Listen, they are correct, though, yes.
Well, yes, they are right now. But if the Chiefs make the postseason, and if I'm correct in this, that they need to go 6-1 to get there, I don't think they're singing the same tune just because of Mahomes.
But they are correct in this regard. The New England Patriots, even in the Tom Brady dynasty era, have had problems in Denver, Colorado. Yeah. Vic, we've seen it up close and personal. The Broncos maul them, mash them, hurt them, make them sad. All of those things are true. Scarred them.
Yeah.
So I can see the residual nature of their discussion.
It sounds a lot like Nuggets fans a few years ago when they played the Lakers in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I've seen this movie before.
Is your point in playing that our excitement for the Broncos is not just localized? There are people around the country who have taken notice.
Well, I've wondered, I actually was wondering how many teams felt that way. Like, do other teams feel like would they rather play the Chiefs or the Broncos, even given the Chiefs being 5-5 and the Broncos being 9-2? Because I think what people go to in football especially is if a team has a really good offense that scares them and they're scared as much of defenses, and they should be. Like, you should be horrified to play against Denver in a playoff game because you aren't going to be able to do anything right. And you got to hope you get lucky.
Well, you realize that no matter what, you're going to face a defense that's going to make it a slogfest. You're going to face a defense that is going to keep you down. Now, you may solve them a little bit, but you ain't going off for a comfortable 35 in the game. That ain't happening.
Yeah.
So your offense is going to have to grind, and then you've got to see which Bo Nix in the offense shows up that day, which play caller Sean Payton shows up that day.
Like, would you guys, if I just give you Team X, Team X is a team that puts up 32 points per game. Their defense isn't that great, but they put up 32. Or I'll give you Team Y, that defense allows 16 points per game, but their offense ain't very good. Who would you rather play?
Ha ha! Kansas City sucks 5-5.
Because I think most people would be horrified of the team that scores a bunch of points. And it's just traditionally how people think.
Well, yeah, you don't want to get into a shootout.
Because they could put it on you anytime.
Yeah.
Sure.
Now, I would say this. The easier thing, and I think this applies pretty much to most sports. You guys correct me if you think I'm wrong. Vic with you in the NBA and Moser with you in hockey. Defense is the thing that's more capable of just translating week to week to week. That's the thing that if you're good at defense, then you're just good at defense every week. You can have an offense that's hot and cold and hot and cold. So, I mean, the Broncos have the one thing, and this is why top 5 defenses are constantly in the playoffs and always competing for championships.
Well, it's the old edict. Defense travels.
Yeah. Yep.
Defense travels. It travels in the elements. It travels no matter what. No matter what goes on in the game. A defense, a good, strong defense, you can take with you. You can pack it.
It's exactly right.
Offense is inconsistent.
Exactly right, especially this offense. And coming off a game where I thought they were pretty decent. But this offense has shown a remarkable propensity to be inconsistent quarter by quarter, game by game.
Like, the one thing about the Broncos, a new wrinkle to it that is providing a concern. Like, we're concerned about a couple things on the offense. You know, a lot of it stems around Bo Nix and how he plays week to week. But you did have one thing offensively that you got every single week that I don't think you can count on anymore. Like, I'm kind of worried if R.J. Harvey can pick it up. Or is this just who he is? And if that's who he is, then you have a big problem of this. You can't run the ball between the tackles anymore. Because Jaleel ain't doing that. Jaleel's not going to be your between the tackles guy.
Not consistently, no.
And it
You
has
don't
to
have
be
that
Harvey.
patience.
It has to
You don't
be.
have the patience of Dobbins, who goes between the tackles, waits, and then explodes.
Yes. Like, Harvey does the tiptoe thing, but it feels like he even tries to tiptoe through the hole instead of just boom, once he sees it go.
Well, you know, he does have some patience, though. I mean,
I think it's almost too much, is what I'm saying.
Well, maybe. He does have some patience, though, lets things develop and then tries to shoot the hole. But does he have the ability to run through those guys? That's the question, as a rookie.
Because your best option right now for your between the tackles guys is Harvey, who's 5'8", but he is over 200 pounds. Like, he's a sturdy guy. I think he can handle it. But if you don't have at least that, I think that's going to provide a completely separate issue within your offense, which is it's going to be a lot more reliant on Bo Nix than it already is. And I don't know if he's capable of handling that either. Like, to his credit, they did a fantastic job last week, I thought, against Kansas City, and especially Bo. Bo looked like he was calm, he was collected, and he was poised. Like, he had a command of the offense for the first time in a while. And he did that without much of a running game. Does that catch up with you, though?
Well, it might, yeah. It might. This whole Dobbins thing, out for the year. I thought
that's not confirmed, right? That's just like a fear?
I don't know. Everywhere I look, it says out. You're going to have surgery and be out for the season.
Liz Frank. We've been familiar with Liz.
Yeah,
Frank
I don't like her at all. You know what? She's been. She
sucks.
She does suck.
You're
Liz,
done.
Hey, Liz.
Yeah, you're done. You're done. Just, and it's unfortunate for him because he's got a history of injuries, and I'm sure he's the most frustrated of all. He's 26 years old. How many season-ending injuries has already had? It's awful.
Well, you guys remember when he finished the game 2 weeks ago, and then had the MRI the next day.
Correct.
And then screamed in all caps about a hip drop tackle. I go, well, that's not good.
Yeah.
Why are you so mad?
That's why he's so mad.
Yeah. By the way, I think we should all start doing this. We just found a little bit of a cheat code. You can't call your wife a name to her face. That's going to pose a problem. But if you tell her you're being a real Liz Frank right now, she'll have no idea what you're talking about.
No. She'll sniff it out, dude. I don't know about yours, but mine will sniff it out.
Gosh, you
reminded
me a lot of Liz Frank. See what she does.
Mine will take it as a pejorative no matter what. So
why are you Liz Franking it up right now?
Oh, jeez. Yeah.
You know what, babe?
Yeah, you say that. Hey, nice knee. Go Liz Frank it up. Do that.
Babe, you're being such a Liz Frank, and I can't handle this right now. But then the tone of it's going to get.
Quite frankly, you.
Yeah. That'll be the response right there. Hey, Vic, I understand that you have traveled to the Big Easy. Is that correct?
Yeah, I have a report to give on the Big Easy at some point in this show.
Like the city?
No, just a little historical basis. I like to do a little historical digging on each city I go to.
Was that right?
Just to give you a little perspective.
Almost been doing this show for 7 years together. Never heard one historical tidbit of any city that.
Yeah, I know this is a new segment.
You don't look like you today. You look like you, but with a mask on.
It's because it's portrait lighting.
Yeah, it must be that.
It looks terrible.
And it's also, it's like you don't have any hair. It's just something weird going on about you today.
If I take the portrait lighting off, though, let's see what happens. Then it gets too dark in here.
Yeah, that's fine. You look fine.
That's fine?
Yeah.
All right, we'll go
I
with
think you're fine.
You look like a real Liz Frank right now. That's what you look like.
Hey, but in all seriousness, Brett, the Broncos are in a great spot. They're enjoying their bye. I mean, great. I'm talking about inconsistent offense or not. You know, J.K. Dobbins out for the year or not, and I guess we should believe that he is. That defense is going to keep you in everything, and that's what you have to be comforted about. That defense will keep you in all situations throughout the postseason. It's just a matter of can your offense grind enough to get enough points. That's it.
Fellas, I don't know if you guys got a chance. Did you guys watch the interview Woody Page, Ron Zappolo, and Tom Green did on the Gorilla Sports podcast? I can't remember the name of the podcast, but it's really good. And they had John Elway on yesterday.
I saw they had him on. I haven't seen it yet.
When is his movie coming out?
December 22nd. We're going to get him on, by the way. He promised. So we're going to have him on before December 22nd in some capacity. But I don't think we'll ever be able to sit down with him for an hour like those guys did. It was awesome. It was one of the best elongated interviews I've seen with John Elway ever. And he was relaxed. He was reminiscent. He was detailed. He talked about Bo Nix. He talked about a lot of things. But the one tidbit that today's Bronco fan may want to know about is this. Remember that Elway's the one who offered this, so I'm not speaking out of turn here.
Do you want to save this?
You remember that?
Is this a longer story, or do you want to save it for the next segment?
No, it's real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Remember that Giants game where they threw screen after screen after screen after screen? Elway says he's got it on very good authority, and I'm sure that the authority is easy to come by. The reason the Broncos were doing that, they were trying to tire out the defensive front from the Giants. They purposely threw those screens in an effort to tire them out. Now, did they know they were going to have to score 26 points in the quarter?
Yeah. Do you need to score 33 points in the fourth quarter to 33?
Yeah, sometimes that, okay, we're done tiring them out. Let's go ahead and score now.
Sorry, I was so fatigued from being up 24 points all day.
But the point is, maybe there's sometimes rhyme to the reason. There's a reason things are done that we may not know about.
Great. Okay.
Well, yeah, I figured that. Doesn't make it any easier on my eyes when I see them over and over and over again go for negative 2 yards.
I have it on good authority, really good authority. You can guess where it comes from. That the Nuggets a couple nights ago against the Bulls didn't defend the three because they wanted their arms to get tired from shooting the three so much.
See, you're making light of this when
they wanted
the story I gave.
They wanted to tire
the story
them out
I gave
from
was
distance,
truthful.
And hopefully, as we got to the late fourth quarter, they missed those threes that they were making.
You can make light of this, but it's the truth.
No, Vic, I think that's a very, very interesting tidbit of information. I also think what Moser said was hilarious right there.
I know, but
I
just
true.
I think it's a crazy notion
to
try that, to run a play that doesn't work multiple times in an effort to fatigue another team. But yeah,
I let
the Avs power play right now.
I let this guy punch me in the face 20 times just knowing that his arms would get tired.
The old rope-a-dope. Yep. I mean, if it works, it works. How can I?
We'll get back to this in just a second. 303.
So what you're saying is that the Avs are overpassing in their power play purposely.
Oh, they're trying to get the penalty kill of the opposition to run around the zone and tire out. Then by the third period, oh boy. Oh, baby.
See ya.
We'll talk to Coach about that today. At what time? 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
Jared Bednar will join the show at 8 o'clock. Stick around. All right, by the way, Moj, you might like this. Little history lesson for you. Liz Frank comes from Jacques Liz Frank de Saint-Martin, a French surgeon who served in Napoleon's army during the early 1800s.
Did he get whacked in Moscow? What happened?
Of course he was French, right? He had to be French. I mean, there's only one nationality.
The name was first associated with a specific joint in the foot and later with a particular injury that Liz Frank observed in soldiers whose feet were trapped in stirrups after falling from horses.
Wow.
This injury is now known as a Liz Frank injury, and it refers to damage to the tarso-metatarsal joints in the foot.
The damn metatarsals, man.
So when soldiers during war fell off their horse, but their feet got trapped in the stirrups, that's how these injuries happened.
Makes sense.
And they also happen on hip drop tackles.
Absolutely. And by the way, Napoleon, man, he
Tiny
did some
guy.
He did some. Well, I think he was probably for the time probably normal height, but he did some really. If you read about him and his conquests at the end there, dude, he really did some dumb things to get his soldiers killed.
So to your point, Moj,
ego.
He
Pretty
was
power hungry.
Napoleon was 5'2", but adjusting for height inflation, which happens now, I guess.
Yeah, genetics. Yep.
It's equivalent to about 5'6".
Yeah. Well, let me see him next to Wemby.
Yeah.
I was blown away, and this is like manna from heaven for Moser right now, what I'm about to say. Did you guys see what Miko did last night?
Oh.
Nelly,
is Moj gonna blow a gasket? Is Moj gonna get upset?
Vic, it's dirty as hell what he did.
Oh,
and
filthy.
Patrick Waugh was about to jump on the ice and beat the snot out of him.
Tell me what he did.
Well, just look it up.
Nelly, pull up the video behind us. I'll send you a DM.
You remember the guy Romanov the other night when the Islanders were in town and Landeskog was mad at him and went back after him and blah, 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 blah. Okay, the guy plays a tough, hard game. He and Nate had a collision last year that was significant where Nate did kind of a reverse hit. This guy was lining up Nate, and Nate saw it at the last second and blew him up. And so this guy plays a tough game, but Rantanen ran him into the end boards hard last night. Got a game misconduct. Got a 5-minute major.
He's got to be suspended for this.
I was going to say suspension looming.
There's only like 20. How much time was left in the game?
Not too long. I don't know the exact time, but it was. They had an empty net situation. Right. They're down one. They're trying to get the game tire, and here's what happened. So Miko chasing the puck to the end boards, and throws a shoulder right in the back of this dude when he's about 5 feet from the boards.
Ooh.
Right?
So watch this shoulder. Boom.
Yeah. Ooh, that's dangerous.
Face first in
now,
the boards.
He got clipped by Mayfield a tiny bit, but that wasn't the reason that the elbow went right into the numbers and the guy went head first into the boards.
Did he break his face?
They don't. No, he did not apparently require off-site treatment. Like he didn't have to go to the hospital, but they don't have any extent of his injury or concussion or whatever.
Did Miko defend his actions afterwards?
I don't know, but Patrick Waugh said, Vic, what he said to him
as
Miko's
off
exiting,
the ice.
He said, he basically said, when we
you're not finishing the game in New York.
When you get to New York, you're not going to finish the game. That's what he said to him.
So might he be a healthy scratch for that game in New York?
I don't know that he will be. That's really look. Waugh himself said after the game, and by the way, we know that Patrick can get a little bit hot and bothered on the bench.
Yeah.
He said, quote, that's not his style. He recognized that Rantanen's not that kind of super dirty player.
Yeah.
He also said, at the same time, it should not be a part of our game when you see the numbers. You just can't do that.
Well, I want to ask you this, Moj, because you've seen a lot of hockey, and we've seen a lot of Rantanen. Does that look like it was intentional, or was it accidental?
I don't know. It's not his game. It's not. I mean, he's not. I think he can be a real horse's tail out there at times. I mean, he's a big guy. He throws his butt around a lot. He can do that. That was dirty. I mean, that's just look.
So you think it was a dirty play, not an accidental play?
The officials did it. They thought it was an intent to injure. That's why they kicked him out.
Well, you can have a dirty play that's also accidental, can't you?
I reckon. I reckon you can.
I think Kareem Jackson might be the biggest offender of dirty play, but I didn't mean to be dirty on the play. You know what I mean? Like,
the more you played that, it looked like he was off balance after his skate hit that other dude's skate.
And that's why
I'm not trying.
And that's why he drove his elbow into Romanov's numbers and drove him head first into the boards.
Well, I mean, one thing can lead to another, Moser. I'm not trying to defend him. I'm just saying there can be an argument made for unintentional. That's all I'm saying.
One thing leads to another, to another, to another.
Here's what I do know. If he did that to
Nathan, let's say he did that to Devon Taves. Okay, let's talk a defenseman.
Okay.
Not even Kale. If he did it to anybody on the Avs, let's say he did it to Malinsky, for crying out loud, we would be losing our brains. Losing. Yeah. Come on, man. So this is the way old-time hockey works. What Waz said, and Waz, obviously from the old school, grew up in the old school. If somebody injured your star player, they paid for it on the ice by getting pummeled. That's why you had enforcers and so on and so forth. You also would have that guy go to their bench and say this. Let's say it happened late in the first period. And let's see you've got. So he would say, I'll let you guys pick who's walking out of here with a limp. I'll be back here in 3 shifts, and you tell me who I'm going to get and who's going to not finish this game. Otherwise, if you don't pick them, I'm going to pick them for you.
Mm-hmm.
And then you give them 3 shifts to throw a guy out there on who they want to try to go. Because if your star player got injured or whatever, or somebody did something like that, there's absolute retribution. Now that's the old game. That doesn't happen anymore. Now guys are pretty and guys skate and score goals and they do Michigans and shoot between their legs and high five and whatever.
Wall was about to go out there.
He was red hot.
Yeah.
Hey, by the way, it was pretty cool when Patrick returned. You know, bygones be bygones. He did not leave Colorado in the best terms. He just sort of bolted. When his name was announced, he got a nice little round of applause from the fans.
Yeah.
He's still beloved here.
Well, this is the 30th anniversary.
Yeah.
Of the team, moving here, and it's the 30th anniversary season. Obviously, the first cup. So they have a big thing coming up with a bunch of players from that first team. It's going to be really, really cool. And they honored him as one of the greatest goalie in the history of the franchise, but one of the greatest goalies in the history of the game. And the fans appreciated that, and he tapped his chest and he said basically thank you. It worked out for everybody because we got Jared Bednar, and he won you a freaking cup. So I think it worked out pretty well for Avalanche fans.
One last thing, I want to get to the Nuggets in a second, but this is from a couple nights ago. We didn't play this yesterday. You remember our boy Rob Ray, right? Who, when he gets hit, he sounds like this. There was a moment where it was Edmonton a couple of nights ago, and
against the Sabres.
The Sabres. And
my wife and I were watching that game, believe it or not.
This is the back and forth on the play-by-play at the end of the game when the game is 5-1.
Yeah, empty net for Edmonton. Yeah, it has been most of the night, so it's a difference.
Pretty good.
That's great.
Would you or Riker ever pull that?
I don't know.
Never.
I don't think
they
I
would never. They would never.
Don't think you would.
They would never. You know, Moser's never going to say anything negative about the team.
No, he was talking about the opposition
for
you
Edmonton.
dork.
Yeah, it has been most of the night, so it's a difference.
The Sabres, Sabres won 5-1. They scored a bunch of goals against the
that was like if they're playing the Sharks, and the Sharks empty the net. Would you say that about the Sharks?
Anybody
Why
been in
not?
the net all night anyway? I don't know.
Like the line.
It's a little disrespectful.
It's totally disrespectful. What do you mean a little bit funny?
What comes around goes around, or vice versa, whatever you want to say.
Hey,
here's
Chris
what people don't
Marlowe
understand.
just the other day dropped Rudy Gobert misses a 2-foot hook shot, and he goes a little bit out of his range.
Yeah, you stick it to him.
It was hilarious. I told Chris on the plane yesterday. I said that was one of the best nondescript lines
Yes.
he's ever delivered. And he snickered. And I said, for all the people who may get upset about that, and you're going to hear those morons say you're unprofessional, you're serving your audience. You're not serving Minnesota's audience. You're not serving the opposing team's audience. You're not serving the national audience. Oh, I watch you on League Pass, or I watch you on this. I don't care. You're serving your audience. And your audience are the fans who watch your team.
Yeah.
Therefore, you cater your words and your delivery to those fans.
But in
that's
today's,
it.
My button, call me a biscuit.
yeah, in today's day and age, though, Vic, with social media the way it is,
Who cares? Who
understood.
cares? Who cares what other people think? You see, you're too sensitive to that. Who cares? Screw them.
I'd like to finish my counselor. I'd like to finish my
All right,
statement.
go ahead and finish.
Thank you.
No.
In today's day of
All right,
social
but listen, Moshe.
Okay, mother.
Go ahead. I'm done. Finish.
You're afraid that something will go viral and it'll look poorly on you.
No.
What? What is it then?
I don't give a rat's ass if Dallas Stars fans rag on me on social media or New York Islanders. I don't care if it doesn't hurt my feelings. They call me all kinds of names anyway. They call Connor all kinds of names. They say we're terrible idiots. whatever it is. But
they don't do anything we don't do to you.
No, but the perception, agreed. But you don't know who these people are. I mean, essentially, sometimes. I mean, most of the time you do. You know where their heart lies with their team. But some people misconstrue it as like, yeah, this guy's the worst and at this and da-da-da. When it's just fans of other teams they pile on you.
Yeah.
A splendid Serbian hooker.
Shot. Right. I don't know the worst thing I've ever said about a guy. I've said, like, when guys have taken repeated penalties, I'm like, God, he loves it in there. It's like his living room. He's probably going to get some chips and salsa and crack a cold. He loves going to that. You needle him like that, but I don't know.
You know who's a jerky announcer?
Shot.
Who have I stuck it to on the opposition?
You've done it with refs. It's the worst call in the history of the league. You've dropped a couple of those on people.
Well, that was accurate. No, but I think if I ever said anything like, I've said this guy's a major malfunction right now. I've talked about that. Like, this guy's malfunction is a human. I've said that.
A little shooty shoot.
Yeah.
Next time they play the Blues, say you think Bennington needs the electric chair.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Jesus.
His choice. Oh, my God.
Why not? They get it. It's just sports hate.
You know what? So the 2524 says Moser still owes us a Leroy Jenkins.
You do owe us one of those.
Now listen, we've had some breakaways. In fact, Arturi Lehkonen had a breakaway last game. And I would say, and it's in my head, I want to say it, but I'm afraid he's not going to score and it's going to be wasted. So it has to be a large breakaway. It has to be like really from the red line in, right? Unopposed.
Yes.
And he basically had one last game, and I just said, he's headed down Broadway or something stupid like that. But I didn't go full Leroy Jenkins because they got a score, and I was afraid he wouldn't, and he didn't. He got stopped.
Well, why don't you do it just afterwards? Like once the goal is scored.
He's got to be still with the puck into the mouth of the,
I'm saying,
in the mouth
but
of
I'm
the
saying,
dragon.
just wait till somebody gets a breakaway and then they score, and then after they score, then yell Leroy Jenkins.
All right.
Not in the middle of it, because, yeah, it's too hard to predict if he's going to score or not. Well, it actually might be funny if they don't. Actually, I like that better.
Leroy, God dang it.
Yeah, exactly.
Put the puck in the net, you dill bag.
Leroy Jenkins is actually, they got murked right afterwards. Like, it didn't go well for him.
I know, but he was running in by himself, okay?
Thumbs up? Let's do this.
No, but he was running in by himself, and that's kind of what the breakaway is.
Yeah. I like it better, Mose. You're right. You're doing it better.
All right. Anyway, so I don't know. It's just, it's Rob Reza. I had a great conversation with him the other night. He's a great dude.
Yeah.
Great. And by the way, he was a tough mother. Oh, my God.
Tune in tonight as the Nuggets look to rebound from their first home loss of the season. Tip-off in New Orleans is just after 6 p.m. tonight. Pre-game, with pregame starting at 5:30. Presented by Ramos Law. It will start right at 5:30 tonight, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. So I do want to get to the Nuggets in a second, Vic. You're down there. We can get your tidbit of big of NOLA information or whatever it is that you had for us. Also, I have a question surrounding the Nuggets and what the goals are overall for this year. And is one of them even possible to reach? We'll get to in a second.
All right, thumbs up. Ready, guys? Let's do this. Leroy Dragons!
Yeah, I know when you roll back the clocks, it gets dark like at 4:45 in the afternoon. You're like, what the heck, right? You don't feel like yourself. Well, maybe it's not the weather, and maybe it's not the clocks. Maybe it's low testosterone for you. You're not feeling like yourself. Maybe you have low T because it'll cause brain fog, decreased energy, unproductive workouts, bad sleep patterns, and much, much more. A lot of guys say, I'm just getting up there and nothing I can do. Well, you can do something. Call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today at 720-440-7900. They're going to work out treatments for you that are going to work like they did for me. I absolutely love it. And you're going to start to feel like yourself again. A lot of guys wait a year or longer. You don't need to do that. Schedule an appointment. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. Includes the medical consult, the T, the PSA test, and so on and so forth. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day, if you need it, well, then your visit's absolutely free. So what do you have to lose? Start feeling like yourself. 5 locations, Fort Collins, all the way down to Colorado Springs, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Can't wait for the full report of New Orleans. Down in the big old easy. Vic doing his thing. Nuggets playing basketball tonight. We're looking for a ring. Yeah.
Shh. Let me hear Big Pun for a second.
You got it. Go, Pun.
All right, Vic. What just happened?
What's he doing?
What just happened?
What is going on?
What am I looking at? What am I
What are you
looking at?
doing? Was that your crotch? What was that?
Yeah, what was that? Was that an unsolicited
Vic pic?
Vic pic.
Oh, my God.
What was I just looking at?
No, there's a button on here that says, I'm like, what is this button? It says, I'm going to tell you what it is. MacBook Air Desk View Camera, and then the MacBook Air Camera. What is the view camera?
I don't know, but don't show it again.
I don't want that view.
I'm going to hit it one more time. Tell me what this is. You ready? What is that?
That's a leg. I know that for a fact.
No, that's his arm. I think it's on the.
Yeah, but okay, but you can see down to your. Turn it around.
Yeah, turn it around.
All right. I just didn't know what it was. Where's that camera come from? Is there a camera in the building here?
I am wondering that too. That's crazy.
Where does it go? How do you get a camera there?
I don't. It just shoots down. Hey, listen, I'm very interested.
What do you mean it shoots down? There's one camera. How's it getting my whole body?
I'm very interested in finding out.
Hang on. Look at my new camera angle. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Let me what are you doing?
What the hell's going on?
Vic, what is it? What are you...
Hold on a second. I'm interested in his report. I'll say this about New Orleans. I've been there multiple times. And the last time my wife and I went there, obviously I had the mortadella sandwich. The Lombardi family was thrilled. Remember I sent you the pictures and all that?
Yeah.
But we stumbled into, this is what was so cool about it. We stumbled into a Zydeco festival that we didn't expect. And I'd never realized.
The kind of guy that walks around and gets involved.
I didn't realize how much I loved Zydeco music. Nelly?
That's neat.
You like some Zyde? Yeah. And we had such a good time.
It's a fantastic thing.
Wait, it's hard not to have a good time in New Orleans. Okay, go ahead.
No, more on your. No, let's just focus on your time in New Orleans.
We went.
Please.
We did it. I couldn't believe I did this, but I did do an alligator tour.
Huh.
You got to get on the bus for like an hour. I got to feed a gator. It was killer. All right, take it away, Vic.
Yeah, I don't do any of that crap. I go to my hotel room. I watch sports.
Just such a freaking nerd. It's just, I got two guys. I got one that goes to all the tourist spots that you can hit, and another one that goes, went to the hotel room. I watch sports. It's what I do. Anyway, go ahead.
That's what I did last night. Watch the NBA. But let me tell you something about New Orleans. As you well know, in 1803, the greatest heist in American history, when we convinced the French, the makers of the Liz Frank, to sell us the Louisiana Territory, and the crown jewel of that territory, of course, the city of New Orleans, the port city of New Orleans, which would open up so much trade opportunity, for the measly price, low price of $15 million. $15 million for this entire territory. Hell, just a gate down here is worth $15 million.
Well, dude, the Louisiana Purchase goes from New Orleans all the way through Montana, all the way to the Canadian border, bro. I mean, you basically bought the whole entire Midwest. It's kind of what you did.
It would have bought you Mikko Rantanen.
Absolutely.
Mikko and the Louisiana Purchase were asking for the same funds.
Yep. And by the way, Brett, you probably didn't know this, but the Louisiana Purchase included what is now Denver, Colorado, right up to the Rocky Mountains on the Front Range all the way up. Not even kidding.
When did this become your story?
Sorry. I'm just trying to help you.
It is perhaps the most idiotic real estate selling I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, pretty stupid. But at that point, I think all of Europe understood that it was a lost cause to own land here because the United States was going to take it over anyway.
We going to take it.
Anyway, fast forward to years later. Pro basketball came to New Orleans, and the NBA expanded from the ABA. And in 1974, New Orleans was handed a basketball team, the New Orleans Jazz, featuring Pistol Pete Maravich, one of the few players who played in the league, not with his last name on the back of his jersey, but with quotation marks, Pistol.
Uh-huh.
He was that good. For those who remember Pistol Pete, one of the greatest of all time. But New Orleans had trouble selling tickets to games for whatever reason. It's a hoops town, too. And in 1979, after 5 short years here in New Orleans, the franchise moved to Utah. And with it, its name. So today, during my New Orleans exploration, I will ask the citizens of the citizens of New Orleans, how insulted they are that not only did Utah steal their team, but their nickname. Why in the hell did the Jazz stick with the Utah name?
Have no
There's
idea.
no Jazz in Utah.
Why did Los Angeles keep the Lakers?
Well, there's at least a couple lakes in L.A. You can
not
make the case there are a couple lakes.
Yeah, not many, bro, because Minnesota, obviously Minneapolis, their slogan is the land of
1,000 lakes.
10,000 lakes.
Whatever.
That's a lot of lakes compared to L.A. where it's got like a reservoir that's empty.
You know what I'd love to do when I'm in L.A.?
What? Go to the lake?
Live that lake life.
I mean, but what sounds better to you? The New Orleans Jazz or the New Orleans Pelicans?
New Orleans Jazz.
Yeah.
It just flows.
Fits.
It's perfect.
It fits.
It's ridiculous. It is outrageous that this city has to borrow some bird's name because Utah stole its name.
Yeah, I agree.
It's jacked up.
By the way, Pelicans, just not a fan of the bird. Don't like the bird. Weird me out. Too big a mouth. Too big all that. I don't like the scooping they do.
I mean, is there a more perfect name than the New Orleans Jazz? It's perfect.
It's
Everything about
pretty good.
By the way, a texture says, is Vic not aware of inflation? Do you know how much $15 million is today? It's $340 million.
That's still a hell of a purchase, bro.
You
Bro,
purchased an entire portion of a huge country.
You could have told me it was $15 trillion for that area. You got the port city of New Orleans. You opened up the Mississippi River for trade. You understand what it did for this country? Buying the Louisiana Territory? It changed everything. It opened up the gateway to the West, my friend.
To the game tonight, I had a question. As some were very up in arms yesterday after the Nuggets suffered a terrible loss to Chicago. And I heard something like this from those people. Well, this is going to hurt them later in the year. Hurt them how? Let me ask you something. Do you think there's any shot the Nuggets are getting the 1 seed? Because I don't. Oklahoma City's not going to give away the 1 seed. They're beating everybody with like 5 people out of the lineup. It doesn't matter for them. They're the regular season kings. We just need to like seed that. You weren't playing for the 1.
Okay, so then it's a little early to think that way because things happen during the course of a season. Injuries happen. You never know. But, okay, I'll concede that thought to you. Well, then your goal is to get whatever seed avoids Oklahoma City in the first or second round. You don't want to do what you did last year.
It's a 2.
You want to play them at least in the conference final.
I said it yesterday. You got to be the 2. Have to be the 2. Have to.
I mean, would any of you guys put down money on the Nuggets being the 1 seed?
No. I wouldn't.
I wouldn't put a cent on it. Like Oklahoma City, how many times have they sat out the fourth quarter in this early portion of the season? They haven't had to play
fourth quarters at all. Yeah, they're just blowing teams out.
This game tonight really scares me. The Pelicans.
I know what you're doing, Moser.
They opened up the season. They lost 6 in a row. And then they squeaked out a couple of dubs. And then they lost 6 in a row again coming into tonight. They're a 2-12 team. But you know what? They can bite you with their Pelican beaks right in the butt. This really frightens me.
Good. So exactly how you should look at the NBA.
I mean, they're dead last.
Just like
they're
you
dead
did.
last in the Southwest.
That's exactly how you should look at every NBA game.
They're already 8 games back.
Did.
They're already 8 games back, but this really, really scares me.
Good. It's about time you, hey, welcome to adulthood.
They have a point guard. You know who their starting point guard is? Jeremiah Fears. Well, I got a great fears of Jeremiah Fears.
What's going on with Zion again? What's going on with him?
He can't shoot.
No.
He
can't
out.
play. He's just not
but
playing.
He can't shoot. He's not going to be a player in this league. He can't shoot. I mean, give me a player, please. Name for me a dominant player who can't shoot. Name one.
Hey, How many?
They got a 6'9" center.
No, I have a question.
Who's scary? Derek Queen. He's just scary, man.
Guess the number. How many threes
So
has
worried.
Zion taken this year?
None. 1.
0.
Yeah, you can't shoot.
He hasn't taken a single three. Yeah, thought all that lost weight might count for something. Now he's not even playing, can't shoot still, all that different stuff. Yeah, New Orleans is
Watch
very
out.
bad.
What? No, they're not.
I
Watch
know
out for
what
them.
you're doing,
They're
Moj,
actually a good.
I get
They're
it.
actually a good young team that has to figure it out. But boy, do they have some talent that can really bite you right in the tail.
Here's the thing: like, you want the recipe for
watch out
New Orleans to get smoked tonight. It's have a miserable game the last time out. I do think this will be different about the Nuggets. I hope anyway that they don't compound things. That the Nuggets are the kind of team where they're going to get pissed off over the last game.
I don't think it matters, dude. This is the NBA. It doesn't matter if you're angry.
I am doing a show with two clowns right now.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
One of them is messing with the Zoom background. The other one is acting like a dill hole.
No. Well, that may be both, Vic. I'm being totally honest here.
We don't have any clowns.
Listen,
here's what happens.
This is
because
scary.
Moser and our listeners, our longtime listeners, understand what's happening. Because he's been wrong so many times at predicting games and his little act, his little bit that he plays about how every game should be easy, it's bitten him in the ass so many times, including the other night against the Chicago Bulls, that now he's rendered himself a clown when it comes to this stuff.
No, I've learned my lesson. 2-12, dude. That's just an aberration.
You know what?
These guys like Jeremiah Fears and Derek Queen, these guys are going to be all-stars one day, and you're going to say, Moj told us. They're studs.
Both of you done? Your silly little
done.
games?
I'm done. I gave you the history of New Orleans, and I was pretty happy with it.
Vic, what do you got on the Gadsden purchase for me? What do you got on that one?
It was good. Good move.
Worked out. What the heck, dude? This is a Wednesday of the Broncos bye week.
No.
Is that the one that netted Florida?
I want that to be taught in schools, by the way. What you got for me on the Gadsden purchase? And your professor just goes, it's good. It's a good move. All right. Jared Bednar coming up next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined, as we are every Wednesday, by the head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. Coach, how we doing this morning?
Doing good. Yeah, doing good. Just getting ready for practice down here after a day off.
Yeah, you guys have been rolling this year. Only one regulation loss, got points in all but one game, and a large part of that is due to goaltending. We've talked to you about it before, but a contract extension for Scott Wedgwood. What you think?
Yeah, well deserved. Yeah, I mean, he's been great for us since joining us last season, and obviously, like, this is probably the time where we've needed him the most, and with the Blackwood injury, and he's come up big for us. He's given us a chance to win every night, and on some nights he's been absolutely outstanding. And yeah, couldn't ask him to do any more than he's been doing for us right now. So I think getting the extension done is great for both parties.
What a great problem to have, Coach, to have two goalies you can lean on like this. Has it been difficult behind the scenes? Have you been able to navigate those waters? Because sometimes they can be choppy when you're dealing with egos.
Yeah, no, it's been easy. Blackwood's coming off an injury that, gave him problems longer than what we would have liked, and he misses most or all of training camp and lingered into the regular season. And now he's healthy and ready to go, and we're starting to get, he's been that way for a couple weeks now, and so he's getting more practice time and working on more things and just kind of knocking the rust off. And he's seeing the way Wedge is playing. He's a great teammate, and he's just like, hey, listen, I'm with you. It's hard to keep Wedgie out of the net right now with the way he's playing, and it's a long season and a lot of games, and there's lots of hockey to be played. So as Blackie's getting back up to full speed here, Wedge is still seeing a lot of action, and he's handling it well, and soon we'll have two guys, hopefully playing at the top of their game.
Coach, I know it's great to have a couple days off, 3 days off. When the schedule gets the way it does, this is a very rare time for a hockey club to be able to just sort of decompress a little bit. But what does it do for your team, getting ready for the Rangers tomorrow night, to get back on the ice again today after a couple days of just chilling out?
Yeah, well, I think, number one, it allows you to, have a great recovery day after the game. Guys were in the rink, got a bunch of guys in the gym working on, recovery, strength training. Some went on the ice, some didn't, kind of personalized programs there. And then a full day off of rest and relaxation. You get to see the families a little bit. So you're, mentally sharp coming back today for practice. And, it also allows us now to have a good practice day and get prepared for what's, soon to be a very busy schedule, right? Rangers tomorrow, it's start of 3 and 4 nights, and then we'll get a day off. We'll have a practice day, and it's 3 and 4 nights again. So it's, the schedule's been hectic for everybody. Not a lot of practice days, but I think these recovery days and a day to be able to sort of teach and have some individual meetings and not stress out about the next game coming so quick is also very beneficial.
Talking to Jared Bednar, all conversations with the coach are brought to you by Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for Colorado's hockey team. You guys have had a whole bunch of games, it feels like, this year where you've scored quick within the first minute. What do you think goes into that?
Yeah, I don't know. Just being prepared to start on time, that's the biggest thing. And it wasn't that way early in the season, but recently here we've done a nice job of being ready to go when the puck drops, and I think it just kind of speaks to the focus of our team and the preparation of our guys, just getting ready to go. You keep it going, and guys are getting ready the right way and doing what they need to do to hit the ground running when the puck drops.
All right, Coach, answer this question for me. This is the best brand of hockey your team has played since when?
Late last season, I really liked their game. I think for a start of a season, it's the best we've been since 2022. So, yeah, I mean, I like what we're doing. Then the biggest area of that, I think, Vic, is it's the defending side of it. we've been better defending out of the gate than we have in years past. Part of it's, health. It's the mindset of our guys, the commitment of our guys. As the seasons have gone on, everything tightens up and you tend to get more committed. And, as the year goes on in preparation for the playoffs, but this year the focus and commitment from our guys are right out of gate to play the right way and to try to keep the puck out of our net. And, understanding that the better we check, usually the more we score because we have the puck more. And it's been, from day one of training camp and through the whole season to this point that I've been really happy with that, and hopefully that continues.
Coach, I've said this many times. It's just hard to win in this league. It's hard to win. And I'm talking about not a single game, but to win it all. It's just so many things have to go right, even for the very best teams. But I think if you've got the focus and you've got the want to, that's half the battle. And your team, again, when people ask me, I said they seem really focused and hungry. And I don't know how else to put it. Is there any other way to put it?
No, I think that's good characteristics of our team right now. We found different ways to win. We've got different guys stepping up on different nights. Our top guys are leading the way on almost every night. It's a lot of aspects of our game that are going well, and that to me, it's simply about the preparation, focus, and commitment of our guys, and it's a long year. You're going to go through ups and downs. There's no question, but that type of commitment can take you a long way, especially if you're coming together as a team and improving as the season goes on, which I think we are to this point.
For years, Coach, you guys have had a veteran D presence, and Eric Johnson's kind of fit that bill over the last few years. Jack Johnson was here. Now you have Brent Burns, who's north of 40, but looks like he's still got great legs, playing well. What do you think of Brent Burns' game so far?
Yeah, I think he's been great for us, both on the ice and in the room. Just another veteran guy with a wealth of experience and talent, and he just impacts the game in so many different ways. I love his size and his ability to take care of the net front on the defending side of it. He can close people out in the D zone and get you going the right way. And as we've seen so far, he's chipping in on offensive side of it. Love his ability to get a shot through in the offensive zone to the net, and guys are getting tips and rebounds and some of those dirty area, secondary chances. And so he's been a real good fit for us. He's a great teammate, and he loves to be at the rink and loves the game and loves his teammates. So it's nothing but positive on that side of it so far.
Coach, what's the update on Val?
Well, he's week to week, and I don't really have a timeline yet. It's one of those injuries where he tweaks something, and now he's going to see how the rehab goes and try to get him up to speed as quick as possible without sort of re-injury, right? So you never really know with some of these things, but so far so good. Things have been going good. It's been a week now. We'll just see how he presents over the next few days and see when we can get him back on the ice and skating with the group.
Yeah, but again, you're talking about guys getting healthy, right? I saw your comments regarding LOC that when you're coming back, other little things as you're trying to rehab, they can start bothering you. But Logan O'Connor, I understand, is getting closer. That's good news, right?
Yeah, we haven't been without injury, right? We've had 3 to 4 guys out the whole season.
Yeah, Kivy too.
OC is obviously one of them. Kivy seems to be getting close. We got G back in and Blackwood back in now, and now Val's hurt. So we're still missing 3 forwards here, and all of them can really impact the game for us. But the good news is we're doing well without them, and I think Kivy and OC are getting closer, and Val's short term, week to week. So looking forward to the time when we can get them all back in, and but they're doing their work. These guys are been on the ice a lot. OC, obviously, it's a long rehab process. Kivy's started skating the other day. I think he's going to join the team this week, and then we'll see about Val. So we're getting close. There's some light at the end of the tunnel here.
Coach, I know it's early in the year, but Nathan McKinnon, who has always been at the top of the league, is on pace for career highs. And there's two guys in town that, both him and Jokic won MVPs in the same season. And it's weird. We say the same thing about him. It's like, even when we think they can't get any better, they seem to get better. Do you think McKinnon is better this year than last year?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. More consistent, I'd say, in this, and I say that cautiously because he's very consistent at what he does. But it just seems to me like really settled in for the start of the season, very comfortable in his line mates, the plan, the execution part of it has been outstanding. And, a lot like our team, he's always a committed guy. So being more committed defensively might not be the right term, but his defensive numbers to this point in the season, his checking game is the underlying metrics would say they're the best of his career. So doing it the right way, he's not cheating for offense. It's, he's been checking better than ever before. And now he's creating as well or better than he has in the past. So it's pretty impressive to see what he's done to this point in the season.
I got a generic hockey question that was presented by my colleague Chris Marlowe, who calls the Nuggets games. And Chris is on the plane asking me yesterday. I said, you know what? I'll ask Coach Bednar. How do you find when you determine ice time for your lines? Is it just a game by game? Do you just look at how a guy's breathing? Do you have science behind it? How do you know when to pull guys?
Yeah, so it's a lot just on you have these guys signed for specific reasons based on their history, and certainly there's still guys that are still developing. So say a guy like Brindley, right? We don't know what his ceiling's going to be. We love the potential in the player and what he's been doing for us. More opportunity, he's been doing even better, and it's not an issue for him. But for most guys, they're signed here and placed on a line with flexibility, obviously, but to do a specific job and a job that they can excel in, right? So, Lehkonen, McKinnon, Netcash, they're top line guys who can play against other teams' top players and not only, shut them down defensively, but still create offensively and win that matchup. And then the next group is the same, and the next group is the same. And the more guys you have excelling in their roles, not just sort of getting by in their roles, the better chance you have of winning. So, the top guys are going to play more because other teams' top guys play more, and that's their job generally or usually to play against those guys and beat them in their matchup. And then it kind of goes down the line, right? So, but there is flexibility there, and when a player's playing really well in a game and another guy's struggling, it's my job as the coach to sort of identify that and try to give the player that's excelling in the game a little bit more opportunity and bounce him around a little bit. And sometimes you do it to wake up the whole group. Sometimes you do it to make sure you got four lines going, and there's multiple different reasons why you do it, why you give a guy a little bit more. But I generally go back to sort of the plan that I have or the tentative plan I have the next game. And if a guy struggled one game, I try to, get him back in his job and especially if he's consistent at that job for a specific length of time.
Coach, I don't have a whole lot left. I guess, number one, we know you grind. I mean, you're already at the rink this morning, and you grind on off days. You're watching film and so on and so forth. But, do you give yourself a chance to take a day off? And what do you do?
Well, I did yesterday.
All right, good.
Because of the break, we had the, to 3 days, and when it's 1 day or 2 days, is not a lot of time to get away, But yeah, yes, with the recovery day the day before, there's a lot of wrap up from the Islander game, making a plan for the rest of the week, and then yesterday I was able to take a day off, and today we start digging into the Rangers and figuring out how we can try and go get 2 points tomorrow night. So it was a nice day off, his first one in a while.
You fire a nice 99.
Yeah, what does the day off look like?
Or did you mow?
I didn't mow, but I did go up to the ranch and do some cleanup work before winter.
Good.
See, that's still work to me, though. That's not a day off for me. You just said I did some work.
And I cleared brush
Yeah, I tore down about 100 yards of old 3-rail fence and got it all put in the burn pile. So that was my day. But it's nice to be outside.
A day off for us is lying on the couch with chips.
With a snifter glass somewhere near me, something like
Yeah,
that.
I was doing leaves and cursing every leaf that I was. And you're like, I'm just lifting these giant logs and. That's fun.
I get one more for Coach, and then we'll let you go. You can be as specific or vague as you want to, but the Islanders and the Stars played the other night. There's a play that happened at the end of the game where Patrick Wall was yelling at that player, "You're not going to finish the game when you come back to New York." What's the maddest you've been at an opposing player from the bench?
Oh, I've been mad. I just keep it to myself, though.
Yeah.
That's just, I think players take care of, talking to players, coaches can deal with coaches. That's the way I just view it. I've been yelled at as a player from an opposing coach. I was like, I don't know what this guy's doing. He's got 20 other guys out there that can take care of that business. So, but that's just me. Everyone kind of has their style, but I see why he was upset. I saw the hit. I saw the play. I understand all of it. It's just not really my style.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar, joins us every single week. Coach, always appreciate it. We'll talk next week.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Head coach of the Avs, Jared Bednar. See, that is, I'm telling you, this is how I'm not built for that life where I have the day off. I'm going to go rip what did he say?
100 yards.
100 yards of fencing out? No, that's not how my day off goes.
What do you like? What's a great day off for you?
I took a heck of a nap yesterday.
See, I'm not a napper, though. I don't
nap. I get stuck in a dream. You ever get stuck in a dream and you just keep napping?
So you just keep...
I had a dream.
Oh, okay, go ahead. I
had a dream last night that I had to write an essay for an exam, and all I had was a pencil, and they said you have to use pen, and no one would let me borrow a pen. I went around the room, and I said, you guys just don't want me to pass this test. I know how this works. And I was stuck with a mechanical
Sounds like a
pencil.
crap dream to me.
No,
Sounds awful.
To Vic's point, I have a recurring dream of always it's my last credits in college, and I need to pass this class to get my diploma, and I fail it. I don't know what that's about.
You know what? I
don't even need a degree for this
job.
It
comes back from time to time where, I go in for the final, and I haven't been in the class all semester.
That one. What is that about?
I don't know what that is.
What is that?
That's a scary. By the way, that's a scary dream, man.
It is scary. Dude, but I'm going around, and I can see vividly right now what I'm saying to people when they won't give me a pen. I'm like, give me a pen right now.
Quite frankly,
and they wouldn't give me a pen. I'm like, what's that?
You see what Ernest Jones said, right?
Yeah. Nobody would give me a damn pen.
So real quick, Nelly, get it. Vic, ask somebody for a pen.
Hey, can I borrow a pen, please?
Quite frankly, you.
Hey, I want to remind everybody, Vitalant and the Avalanche are fighting cancer during the month of November. And you can schedule blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates is entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. So go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information.
I need to figure this out. The dream about showing up for a final and failing often symbolizes anxiety, self-doubt, and performance pressure in your waking life. Well, that doesn't sound like Mark Moser at all.
I was going to say, Moj, you average one a night.
That's great.
Hey, on that note, I asked every single Denver Nugget.
What?
I asked every single Denver Nugget if they've ever had
what the
weird
Gadsden
dreams.
purchase is.
No.
Can you do
and
that
they've
one?
all mentioned how they're all dreaming. They all have nightmares, wake up about being late for the bus or a plane. All of them.
I've done that
and
as
it's
well.
It's a big deal for the pro athlete being late.
Why am I so nervous about failing a final? I'm not a CEO of a company that needs some MBA. Literally.
Because it's a metaphor for something else. Because you don't feel you're good enough to be with us on the show, deep down. And you're always trying to prove yourself. And because you're failing all the time.
I don't think that's the issue, Vic. I don't.
So you fail.
think
You
that's
fail this
the-
final, right?
Yeah.
And this final is sort of like, hey, prove that you're good enough to be on the same level as Moj and Vic. And you keep failing it. And you keep telling yourself, damn it, I'm just not good enough for this show.
I'll remind you, just 2 segments ago, Mark Moser was playing a character of a guy who was scared of a 2-12 Pelicans team. You had the Zoom background of an old television, and Nelly was a cat.
Oh, I'm not a cat.
I don't want to talk about your biscuits. I want to talk about the law. Dan Caplis Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche because Dan Caplis Law wins. They've won for years. They continue to win in record-setting ways. Did you hear about that big case in Glenwood Springs? Google it. Dan Caplis Law, a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need their help, call today, 303-770-5551. 303-770-5551, or hit them up online, dancapleslaw.com.
Oh, no!
Jeff Legwold's going to join us at 9 o'clock. Across the NFL, you know, we played the clip earlier. The dudes over in Boston are talking about that they'd rather face the Chiefs than they would the Broncos, and I think it's probably smart. The question is Kansas City actually dead? I still don't know. If they lose this weekend, I think they're dead. If they lose to Indy.
So you're still not convinced that the Wicked Witch is indeed dead?
No. The Chiefs have never lost 3 in a row with Mahomes. This would be 3 in a row this weekend. You know, it's again, when you talk about them and that guy in particular, I've never seen them with the ability to have like a huge haymaker punch thrown at them where it actually connects. Like the one the Broncos dealt them last week is about as bad as it's gotten for them. You know, outside of, you know, the Super Bowl losses to the Eagles and the Bucs or playoff losses, but those are like one-off games. To put a full season together, and I mentioned this before the season started, or at least at the beginning of the year where they were struggling a bit. If they don't make the playoffs this year, I think there's a decent shot that Andy Reid and Travis Kelce both say, see ya.
Really?
Yeah, I do.
Well, Kelce, I can see.
They contemplated that last year, Moj. Last offseason, after they won the Super Bowl, they were both like, they weren't sure if they were coming back for another year.
Well, you said they lost the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that's when they said, should we come back?
They were both contemplating retirement.
Why did I not know that? Or not?
I mean, you knew who Kelce was,
well,
didn't you?
I know that he's getting a little long in the tooth and blah, 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 but I didn't think he was going to, like, quit.
Look, they've been at this a long time. Travis Kelce had a decent game against Denver. I think you can all kind of see that he's not quite the same guy, that he is aging in front of us, right? Still doesn't mean he's a bad player, but he's not what he used to be. Still effective. You know, it's like those last sort of Jason Witten, Rob Gronkowski years. Like, they were effective, but you could tell they weren't the same. If they don't make the playoffs, do I think they want to grind it out for another season for, like, their whole thought process, you get to the end of your career, do you want to grind for a playoff spot, or would you rather know you're in the playoffs and then grind for the Super Bowl when that comes?
Well, I guess the question is, why are the Chiefs not as good as they once were? Is it personnel? Is it lack of motivation? Is it,
I think it's a little bit all of it.
Yeah, because I said repeatedly that they've played a lot of football games in the last 7 years. I mean, they've played more football than anybody else probably, right? That's a lot of stuff, man, that adds up on you. And how do you keep coming back so motivated year after year after year?
Moj, I think it takes a lunatic fringe type of mentality to maintain that level of greatness. Something like Tom Brady had it, right? That lunatic fringe mentality where you hire your own personal trainer and you do all this stuff on the side. And most people don't have that. Most people just don't possess that trait.
I mean,
you sort of get...
Yeah, but I look at their defense. Their defense is still really good, Vic. Obviously, their kicking game is totally fine. The offense has a bunch of players, including the Witch. They just can't seem to put it all together. And, yeah, Kelce now is 36 years old. He's not the same guy he was when he was 28. I get all of that. It's just that they seem like they should be better than they are. Plus, they always play one of the hardest schedules in the league because they always finish first or second or close to it, first, second, third, or fourth. I mean, they're always right there. So they always get a difficult schedule. Strength of.
Well, there's something else about this, too. They've had kind of 3 things that has held them together as far as players. During this run, they've had, because there's been technically, I think, 3 players that have lasted this reign of them winning the AFC West. Is it 9 years now straight? 9, 10, something like that? And the 3 players that have been there for all of them are Chris Jones, Travis Kelce, and their long snapper, who I don't know what his name is, but the long snapper's been there. Because that first year, Alex Smith was still the starter.
The quarterback, yeah.
Chris Jones and Travis Kelce are getting old. So you're like, if your best assets and what's been your sort of holy trinity of how we win start to age out a little bit and are not as productive as they used to be, I mean, it kind of makes sense unless you're really, really good at just reloading new guys in there. But you tell me, the stars on the Chiefs are who outside of those three guys? Give me a star. You know, they have good players. They have good players.
But star?
Like Karlaftis is a good player. Is he a star?
George he's a pretty damn good player, though.
Nick Bolton's a very good player.
Bolton's a pretty good dang player.
But especially on offense. Like, Rashee Rice is good. And Worthy is, yeah. And Pacheco he's good. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have that anymore. When they had Tyreek, that was like, oh, my God. What do you do with that?
But they still won without Tyreek.
They did. Yeah.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Are we trying to
talk ourselves into them?
I mean, yeah, are we talking down to the Chiefs now as if the Broncos' victory didn't mean much? Or what are we doing here?
This is nothing to do with Denver. Nothing to do with it. Like, I started this saying, I don't know if they're actually dead yet. But I think that this weekend for sure, because last week was a big indicator to me. You know, I said it after the game ended and we did the show on Monday. The Chiefs have never lost that game. The game where it feels like regular season, their backs are against the wall a little bit, they never lose that game, and they did. Well, they got really one more shot. They got one more shot at it. And it's against another team with only 2 losses on the year, where they're playing against Indy. And all these different stats I've seen thrown out of Mahomes has never lost 3 in a row and all those different things. It's like, okay, well, if they lose that one, then you have to see them differently. But then again, if they win, won't you have that thing in the back of your head of,
yeah, here they come. They're lingering.
Like, it reminds me of Baltimore. Baltimore started the season 1-5. They've now won 4 straight, and they're 5-5.
Yeah.
Their next 4 games are against junk. They could easily win 8 in a row. They'll be 9-5. Then you go, oh, here we go. Here's the Ravens again.
If the Chiefs, if they lose this week, I'm going to say they're out. But if they squeak in as a wild card, I'd be terrified of them, just because of who they are and what they've done and who they've been.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's a really rational way to look at it, don't you?
Like this. The clip that we played. Just hang on, Moj. The clip that we played earlier on 98.5, the Sports Hub. These are the guys. They're Patriots fans. The Patriots are also 9. They're 9-2, right? Yes,
correct.
9-2. They asked the question: who would you rather face, Chiefs or Broncos?
Would you rather play Kansas City at home or have to go to Denver?
I can't believe I'm saying this, but Kansas City at home. This is the first time ever of the Patrick Mahomes era that I can say I don't know about the Chiefs right now.
So they go on and on with that. They all agree that it's the Chiefs. But what I'm telling you is they want to face this version of the Chiefs that just lost to the Broncos. If the Chiefs make the playoffs, they're no longer this version because they have to go on an insane run to get there. And then you'd be horrified of them again. See what I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Like, this week, I think, is going to tell a lot of whether the Chiefs are actually dead or not.
Agreed.
Well, how desperate do you have to be? I thought they were desperate last week.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. I mean, if that was desperate, you're backed into a corner. You got the knife at your throat right now. They lose this weekend. I don't see any path.
Hey, it's good to be the Broncos. Just
Yes,
sit
it
back
is.
and chill on a bye week and watch it all unfold in front of you. You are running the show right now.
And do we truly believe that the Patriots are real?
I do. That's a
Well,
good
I mean,
team.
I'm
you
not
can ask
sure.
that
I'm
question
not
about
sure.
the Broncos.
Yeah, but as I sit here with God as my witness, if the Broncos had to face the Colts or the Patriots today, I'm picking the Denver Broncos. I feel they're more real, especially because of the defense, than those other 2 clubs. Despite losing the way they lost to the Colts and despite not having played the Patriots.
Let's do a thought exercise here.
Please.
I used to love this show when I was in college and I was just middle of the day, nothing on TV. Wife Swap. You ever watch that show?
No.
They take disciplinarian house mom versus loose with the rules. Hey, let's be the cool house mom. And they have them switch houses for like 2 weeks. Run
Does
each
this
other's
show
kids.
still exist?
I don't think they're still making episodes, but there's reruns somewhere. It's a great show. A fantastic show.
Chappelle did a bit on that.
Yes, he
and
did.
It was hysterical.
Yes, he did.
God, why is Chappelle so good?
Let's do a little wife swap here.
No, it's not doing.
Hold on a second. I cannot use this picture.
Yeah. No kidding.
I just noticed
Well, I noticed it right away because I walked by that place.
As I'm talking about wife swap.
Does that exist?
Yes, it exists, Vic. Yes.
Let's do a wife swap here between the Patriots and the Broncos. What's the Broncos' record with Drake May? What's the Patriots' record with Bo Nix?
Oh, baby.
You
know what?
I mean,
I think,
obviously, come on. We know Drake May would have a pretty good defense to work with here. I think everybody knows the answer to your question. I don't know as much about New England as I know about this Broncos defense.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man.
And you put any quarterback in front of this defense and say, go.
It's
a lot easier job.
They might be 11-0 with Drake May.
Well, we don't know that for sure either.
Well, he leads the league in passing, and he's got.
Yeah, but can Drake May pull out the kind of games? Hey, Drake May's a lot of things.
That's a good point.
But I can tell you, Bo Nix is better at fourth quarter comebacks.
I don't think you could argue that Bo Nix has been the best fourth quarter quarterback in the league this year. I don't think that's arguable. Even for the Baker games that he's had, I don't think it's arguable.
But you're talking about a kid right now in Drake May who's got a completion percentage over 71%, almost 72. Completion percentage.
He's been
He leads
better,
the league
for
at
sure.
over 2,800 yards at this point. He's thrown 20-5. He's got a rating of 113.2. This guy is playing his butt off. If you put him in a Broncos uniform, I would think that the offense would be a little bit more consistent than it has. Now, listen, I'm a Bo guy. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying they might be 11-0.
Could be.
Would the Patriots be 9-2 with Bo Nix as their quarterback?
No.
Okay, then there's your answer.
The speculation questions are so weak.
We're just...
Dude,
Sorry?
Sorry, I thought I was doing a radio show here. So all we do is speculate.
Bye-week, pork
Hey,
chop.
Vic, who do you think's going to win tonight? Don't speculate either. Just give me the facts.
You're doing the radio thing now.
We'll talk to Leggy at 9 o'clock this morning. 303-504-0925. The Nuggets host the Kings on Saturday night, and you could be there just by listening to us. Tune in for the keywords on the 20s tomorrow for your Nugget ticket Thursday, and you can win one of 5 pairs of tickets to the game against Sacramento on Saturday night at Ball Arena. It's a Nugget ticket Thursday tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold's going to join us at 9 o'clock. Hey, I have some numbers for you. If I told you that a human being was averaging 34.8 points per game, 12.8 rebounds per game, and 11.3 assists per game on 67% from the floor, 48% from three, and 86% from the line, would you consider that 35-point triple-double over the course of the month of November good?
I would say it's pretty good. Yeah, I think that he should get all the praise that should come his way.
That would be Nikola Jokic.
Yeah, he's been that good.
Did you guys hear about the?
But I don't know about tonight, man.
There's a cry. There's a cry from Los Angeles, and it's always L.A. It's always Lakers fans, that Joker gets some ill-advised assist credited to him. That his assist totals, especially on home games, are not what they should be. It's the old Randy Gradishar criticism. Randy had the same criticism about tackles back in the 70s, that the stats people pad his stats.
What, that he'd like jump on a pile or something like that, and they'd give him another tackle or something?
Yeah, and that.
Oh, so the Joker handoffs or something, right?
Yeah. Or Joker, he'll throw a pass, and the guy will take more than 2 dribbles, and they'll give him the assist. And there's allegations, and ironically enough, they're coming from L.A., that he's getting help in the assist categories.
So?
Why is it always L.A.? Why? Why is it always Los Angeles?
Because they're bad people. That's why.
You know what? Why don't they go to one of those lakes out there?
Yeah, go to one of your lakes and just chill out there, L.A. peeps. Dude, I'm just so tired of it. They must not watch, Vic. They probably don't watch. And by the way, for Randy Gradishar, if you go back and it's got to exist someplace, go back and watch the game film on Randy Gradishar. He tackled everything that came his way. Remember when, like he said, some of the voters can't believe. They just won't believe that he had that many tackles. I'm like, watch the damn All-22 from 1977, you idiots.
Don't think they had the sky cam then.
Well,
I was going to say, the All-22 from 77 consisted of the Goodyear blimp.
No, they had a little hole at the top. They had a little hole. A guy with a...
Okay, I'm not sure what little holes you're into, but there's no All-22 in 77.
There was game film. They had guys filming in 77. We'll talk to Leggy about it. He'll repeat it.
Leggy, was there All-22 film in 1977?
Let's get weird.
I asked this to Bednar earlier. It's the same thing with McKinnon. McKinnon is on pace for career highs in virtually every category. And it's just like, how do you get better than that? And I don't know how many people truly acknowledge the insanity of Jokic averaged a 30-point triple-double last year. Mm-hmm. And he's a better basketball player this year. And I don't know how this continues to happen.
Again, I mean, lost in the loss the other night. They lost the game. What did he finish with? 36, 18, and 13?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just think about those numbers for a second. Just think about those numbers in a loss. And yet, we spent 3 hours yesterday talking about the loss because you lost to a game, to a team you should have beaten. But the numbers themselves dictate, what the hell is that?
Yeah.
Think about those numbers.
It's just insane, Vic, and thank goodness that almost everyone has now come around to realizing that he's the best player on the planet, that he got jobbed out of 4 straight MVPs, and so on and so forth. I mean, people know how good he is. They realize that. He's a Hall of Famer as we speak right now at the age of 30. Special. I don't know how he continues to get better. I don't know. He didn't have a great shooting night the other night in terms of percentage, efficiency, but he was still great.
By the way, Vic, the LA Lakers last night welcomed back LeBron James to their starting lineup. He had 11 points and 12 assists. Didn't really shoot last night, but they won 140-126. The Lakers are now 11-4 on the season, despite not having LeBron for the first 14 games of the year. What are we supposed to make of the Los Angeles Lakers?
They're a threat. I mean, that's a legit threat. Listen, this is the
They're
Western
scary,
Conference.
very scary.
Let me know if he's going to continue playing these games because I just want to talk sports today.
How am I supposed to know if he's going to continue playing these games?
All right. So let me continue.
Mm-hmm.
There are, I believe, 4 teams in the Western Conference that are a threat. The Nuggets, OKC, Houston, and the Lakers. Those are the 4 teams. Those are the 4 teams that are capable.
Minnie's done?
I'm out on Minnie.
Okay.
Too many head cases over there.
Yeah.
That's just my belief. They've been in the Western Conference Finals 2 years in a row, and something goes wrong.
And you're in the Wemby Spurs are a year away sort of thing?
Yeah. I'm in the, he's got to stay healthy, first of all. For those who haven't heard yet, Wemby tweaked his calf. He's expected to miss a couple weeks. He may not be here for the November 28th matchup against the Nuggets at Ball Arena, which sucks for fans. I know a lot of people would say you'd rather not face Wemby and you'd rather have the W, but there's no sure things. I'd rather take on the player and see the matchup personally.
Yeah, that's what
Houston is a problem, and you're going to see Houston Friday night. The Nuggets are going to Houston the game after this. I believe that's an NBA Cup game. And albeit they lost Fred VanVleet, they lost a veteran point guard, but they're still very talented. That's a problem team. The Lakers are a problem team. OKC is clearly the problem team. Those are the 4.
Scary.
Those are the 4 in the Western Conference. Yep.
I'm telling you right now, Houston was good last year. What did they finish? Second in the conference last year, right? Didn't they finish number 2? Added Durant. But we mentioned this earlier in the year. Şengün, for those who haven't been paying attention, he's at 23. Remember, it took how many years was Jokic in the league before he really just went took off?
When did he come in? What year did he come in, Vic? It was 2017 when he took off.
Yeah, he came in.
No. I'm talking like MVP level play out of Jokic. He was that
that
level
was after
good.
the bubble.
Yeah, 20. He was probably 25.
2020-ish.
Yeah, 25 years old.
Yeah, so 2020. So that was his 6th year in the league.
Şengün's a good player, dude.
Şengün's in year 5. Şengün is averaging 23, 10, and 7.
He's a good player.
And he's admitted that he's modeled his game after Jokic. And that's what he wants to do.
They go with that double big lineup in Houston with Steven Adams and Şengün.
That guy's a problem.
And they're throwing Durant at you, who's 6'11". And their smallest player is Amen Thompson, who's 6'7". Watch out. Again, the Nuggets are going to see that Friday night.
Vic,
do you think that's a game where they finally unleash they truly unleash it? They've done it in bits, but the Jokic Valanciunas thing?
Yeah, someone asked me this on the text line earlier, and I didn't get a chance to address it. Why didn't Jonas play many minutes against the Bulls the other night? And I thought it was because the Bulls were spreading the Nuggets out and just shooting threes. And it's very difficult having 2 centers on the floor at the same time, 2 big guys, to guard threes. So his time was limited, and they decided to go small ball to match the Bulls' small ball. And it worked, really, because the Nuggets got back in the game. They got back in the game, but then it stopped working. And, I don't know. The 2 times the Nuggets have experimented with the 2 Euro bigs, Joker and Jonas, it hasn't worked. So I don't know how you make it work because it hasn't. Maybe they haven't done it for long enough extended periods, but hasn't worked so far.
Beef that I had about Malone was that when something didn't work, he just never tried it again. And I hope that Adelman takes a little bit different approach where you're like, keep experimenting with it and see if they find some chemistry on that, which I think he will.
But there's some history here because they tried that when Nurkic was here. They tried Joker and Nurkic in the lineup, and it didn't work.
Long time ago.
Yeah, well, Nurkic is an ass.
Guys, this is my opinion. We all love to see 2 bigs. We all love it. I think Jokic is the kind of artist who needs room to paint. And if you clog up the paint with another big, his room is limited.
I agree with that.
That's why I don't think it works.
Yeah.
I just don't think it works. All right, so you got this guy that takes the ball on the post, and he's looking at the court. He's looking at his canvas. Get out of the way. It's like I just don't think it's maybe for short spurts. What are you laughing at, Moj?
I am.
Moser, is this a game for you?
It is. It is. I'm trying to contain myself so bad.
For what?
I can't put up the facade anymore.
Of?
I'm reading all the previews of this game, and I just go through all the players on that really crap New Orleans team.
Okay, well, how about
let's
suck. Do the preview.
They suck to high heaven. They're
all
terrible.
right, why don't we let Moser preview the game, the Nuggets game tonight?
Let's do it.
Usually I do
Whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Keys to the game, Nuggets and Pelicans. It's going to be at 6 o'clock tonight, pregame at 5:30. Mosh.
Show up at the gym. That's your key. New Orleans is 1-11 against conference opponents. They give up 122 points a night. They're outscored on an average by 14 points a game. They've lost 6 in a row coming in. They lost 6 to start the season. They sandwiched in a couple of squeak-out, crappy wins, and then lost 6 in a row. Zion is out. Poole is out. Bay is out. Murray is out for them. They stink. They're a terrible basketball team. They're worst in the West. They're absolute junk. And if you don't go in there as a 15-point favorite and roll them up like a big old fat pizza dough, then I got nothing for you. You ought to be angry coming off that loss to Chicago. You ought to have guys getting off all over the place. Everybody going to get some tonight. Just don't look ahead to Houston.
Is there any amendment to those keys, Vic?
Moser's on the right track. There's no reason you should be losing this type of game, but there was no reason they should be losing to Chicago after they played a back-to-back in double overtime. So there's always reasons.
Is that the key?
Always. Yeah, the key is always. Hey, no, in serious note, my key is Cam Johnson, I think, came out of his shell shooting-wise. He had 5 threes the other night. He found his rhythm. He found his shot. Great article by Sean Keeley about how, it's so little subtle moves you make when you're shooting the ball. He's not dipping as much. He's using more of his legs, less army, and it worked. So let's hope that continues. The Nuggets need Cam Johnson to hit that open J because he gets open threes, especially in the corner. If he continues to hit those, it's a completely different beast we're talking about.
It feels like he's the guy that's left. Unless Peyton Watson's in the game, but he's kind of when they have the full starting 5, he's the guy that's left alone the most. Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. When we come back, Jeff Legwald of ESPN joins us next.
Right now on Ford F-150s at Silverhorn Motors or Broomfield, 0% financing for 60 months. That just doesn't happen anymore. Greg Larson and his staff are hooking you up on the best-selling pickup truck in the world. Plus, you get $5,000 off Broncos sports right now, and you can lease one for just $299 a month. That's crazy. Get on up there. It's Highway 36 in Wadsworth in Broomfield, conveniently located. They've got all the top brands. They've got 3 huge lots, over 1,000 vehicles for you right now. So shop online early at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Then get up there to Broomfield. It's Silverhorn Motors. Everything you want out of a dealership.
Head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined by Jeff Legwold of ESPN.com. Leggy, how are we doing this morning?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing well.
Doing fine. I was going to ask you what you do during a bye week, but I know that you don't do anything.
Well, I do football.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about.
Jeff's a football robot, and that's why we love talking to him, because he got all the info. And part of what I wanted to ask, Leggy, is this statement incorrect? That given the opponent and the situation, lack of your starting running back, was that Bo's best game of the year?
Well, I think his best game of the year against somebody that offered the most resistance. How about that?
Yes.
I thought, his mechanics were, and, we've all been talking a lot about that, but I thought his mechanics were better, and it showed, what he can do when the mechanics are right. And, that was without even really a consistent, run game to slow people down in the pass rush. I think if they could even add a little more of that, it would help them a little more. But his mechanics were better, and I think that bodes well, because they're going to have to be now, the rest of the way. And if they're going to do anything in the postseason, if they get the postseason spot they want, if you're really going to make the most of it, he's going to have to be at his best.
Well, like you just mentioned, run game. I don't know if they have the horses there now. Do they? I mean, can Jaleel McLaughlin, I'll give him credit. They gave him the ball in the red zone. He ran it between the tackles. I didn't envision him being that kind of running back, but that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, Vic, in college, he obviously it was a smaller school situation for him, but he was a high-volume back in college. So that, there were questions about his height and his weight, but there weren't many questions about his physical durability when he came into the league. So I think he has that in him. It's just you're going to have to create a crease for him, but he will get through there. There's just a little more of a responsibility from the offensive line to make room. He isn't really going to push the pile all that often, but if you give him the crease, he can do that type of thing. And I thought it was very telling that, he had one carry all season before Sunday, and they didn't just put him back on the roster. Or put him back on the game day roster. They were giving him the ball. So
yeah,
I think they're going to look for him to be a bigger part of it. But this is really going to fall on Harvey. It's really hard at this point in the year, especially now that practice squads are so much bigger than they were years ago. It's really hard to find a player out on the street who's going to have a significant impact for you. So a lot of your solutions are going to have to come in-house. And, this solution with Dobbins' injury is going to have to fall to Harvey in a lot of ways.
Jeff, when do I have your permission to stop worrying about the Chiefs and worry about other teams?
I think the Chiefs are always so worried because they have the most proven, championship quarterback in the game. They went to 3 Super Bowls in a row. It's not like they don't know how to do this, but the math is the math, and the Broncos really staggered them Sunday. And I think you could see how they played, how important they thought that game was. I mean, the Chiefs were slugging it out with the Broncos, and it said a lot to me about the Broncos, how they withstood that, because that was a playoff tempo game, a playoff, attitude game from the Chiefs. That's why it looked the way it did, because that's how games in January often look. And I think that was one of the most impressive things for the Broncos, that the Chiefs were playing. I think it was clear to them for a lot of their playoff life, and the Broncos still hung in there. But as long as they have Mahomes and there's a mathematical chance, I think they're always, should be on people's minds.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com with us. All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. One of the things that we were talking about, it was better in this last game, but it felt like Cortland Sutton's just not being targeted as much as he should, and he is behind Troy Franklin in targets this year. Is that a byproduct of the defense king on Cortland Sutton, or is that something else?
Yeah, what you're basically seeing is every defensive coordinator I know would say the same thing, is they're going to make somebody else feed them. They don't believe right now yet that there's anyone else in the Broncos offense that they have to double cover. Now, Broncos made some big plays down the field at key times against that strategy, but as of yet, no one's been willing to stray from the double Cortland or lean the safety. They're getting a lot of safety lean, as they call it. And so that's going to take Bo, as through his progressions, that's going to take him away from Sutton. Now, 5 years from now, in a similar situation with another receiver, would he probably go there more? I would think so. But as a young quarterback, when he sees the safety lean or the movement or what he thinks is going to be help, he's going to go somewhere else with the ball, because that's the way he's been coached. So a lot of it is that, but until defenses decide that maybe other people can hurt them, Sutton's going to have to sort of live with making the big moment catches when he finds the space, in a zone or in some combo coverages, because he still makes those, the third down catch may have been the biggest play anybody made in the game, and that came because he found a space. I don't think that was the exact route. I think he just created a spot, and Bo found it.
Just to follow up on that, we were asking this question yesterday, and I don't want to be accusatory of anybody, but we know the impact that Marvin Mims has in the special teams game. Towards the second half of last season, it felt like he really found his place within the offense, and now he's only getting 6 more snaps than little Jordan Humphrey. Is Sean Payton a heightist? Is he against anyone who's not 6 feet tall at that position?
Well, if you're asking me personally, I guess I'd, as a short guy who is on his list from time to time, I would say maybe that's possible. But I think Mims is like the great Bermuda Triangle mystery of the offense. Every year I just watch him make plays in practice and games, and I can't figure out, why you just don't try to get him the ball more, other than gadget stuff.
Yeah.
It's like he sometimes, I feel like he's punished sometimes when the gadget stuff doesn't work, and it's like it's his fault. I don't think it's, I think it was called at a bad time. I think the guy is still a impactful player. And for a team that honestly struggles compared to some others to find explosive moments, I think he's a guy that could always provide them, because you cannot be that good a return man and not have some ability to provide that to an offense, I don't think, at least in my time looking at this.
Leggy, I need to ask you if Sean Payton is playing chess to our checkers, because I heard something in an interview yesterday. John Elway was on with Ron Zappolo and Woody and Tom Green on After the Horn, their podcast, and he was asked about Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and all that business. And he mentioned he's got on a very reliable source that all the screen passes we saw in that Giants game where people were complaining, screen, that Payton may have done that by design, simply to tire out the defensive front of the Giants. You buy into that?
Not really buying. I've always heard coaches tell me through the years that that's one of the byproducts, even if they don't work. It's like when like play action works, even if you don't run the ball well as a team. It works anyway. So I think there is something to that, and I've always been told that. But I don't think he went into it thinking, I'm going to call 11 screenplays and 9 of them aren't going to work just so I can tire people out. And be down by 19, that's pretty good chess. I'm gonna be down by 19 when the fourth quarter starts, and then they'll be tired, and we'll really get after 'em.
Well, I don't
I'm
think
not
you
sure
factored in the
that.
score.
Yeah, we said that earlier too. Like, if that's your game plan, well, it worked, but oh boy, right?
That's like I've had people who work for the Patriots tell me, "Oh, we knew Tom Brady was awesome," and I said, "Oh, that's why you waited till the 6th round to take him because you know you wanted those other guys first."
Hey, Jeffrey, what do other people say about the Broncos? Because we were talking earlier. I look at the Colts and the Patriots, and I said to the guys, man, if I had to pick a team against those teams, I would pick the Broncos if they're playing a heads up today. That's my opinion. But how do people view the Broncos, do you think, from outside?
I think the folks I've talked to think right now the Rams and the Broncos defensively are on another level from people. You know, if the Texans were having a little better time on offense and Stroud wasn't injured, you know, their defense would be in that conversation too. And I know it didn't end well here and he took a lot of heat, but unprompted, I get more discussion these days at the strategic and timing awesomeness of Vance Joseph right now. He is on the heater of heaters, and defensive coaches I know very well who know Vance are just basically saying he's calling everything at the right time. You know, they won 3 games without Surtain. I mean, and they didn't even give up 20 points in any game without Surtain. He is really, when you talk to people, most people say he's the guy fueling, you know, the Broncos, and that if they could get any offense right now, you know, they would be a Super Bowl favorite if their offense was even what it was at the end of last season. So
how many D coordinators send a corner blitz on 3rd and 11 on Mahomes, the game on the line?
And not just send it, but design it so well Mahomes is stunned.
Yeah.
I mean, tell me really, what hasn't Mahomes seen in a big game situation in their run? And he was stunned that play, and to save that all the way to the end of the game that's just strategic. You know, we often talk about, you know, how much difference can coaches really make, and it is talent ultimately that wins. But that's an example of when you have talent, knowing what to do with it is really something. But he, you know, and again, I know, you know, he was fired here, and people didn't like the tenure, and you know, people made fun of his press conferences. The dude can coach ball, and he could coach ball then, but he's got talent now, and look what he can do with it.
Jeffrey, Kevin Stefanski just moments ago announced at a press conference that Shedeur Sanders will start this week, and he'll get first-team reps. How much of a difference do you think that'll make for that young man?
It will make a good difference. I mean, there's nothing tougher than not getting any reps in practice and having to get chucked into a game, and you know, try and save, you know, basically save us. You know, we didn't help you during the week, but get out there and save us. So I wasn't shocked he looked the way he did last week. So it should help him, but you know, whatever they do, they have to convince that young guy to get the ball out of his hands. I mean, that's NFL football. You got to get it out of your hands, and you know, live for the next play. Ditch it. You know, Peyton Manning told me a long time ago, there are times in the NFL a punt is not a bad play. Just get on.
Leggy, last question for you. Is there all 22 footage of Carl Mecklenburg from back in the day?
No.
Randy Gradishar.
Randy Gradishar.
I'm sorry, Randy Gradishar.
I have seen game film of Randy. Yes, I have seen it, but it's not the quality we're used to.
Moser has commanded everyone to watch the all 22 of Randy Gradishar.
I meant game film from back in the day. They're trying to convince me there's no game film from 77.
I just said there wasn't a
it's
sky
bunch of
cam.
crap. Well, okay, well, whatever. But anyway, the point is, Jeff, you made the point that, look, people couldn't believe that he had that many tackles. Well, he was a badass, and he tackled everything that came his way. So what do you want me to tell people, right?
Well, you know, it seems like an odd argument in November of
I agree.
25.
These guys are idiots. I completely agree with you.
You guys surprise you. You know, you're like Vance. You bring a surprise at me once in a while, and I'm in the pocket. I'm just trying to handle my business.
It stemmed from Lakers fans are accusing the statisticians of padding Jokic's assist numbers, and then we made the comparison, or the boys made the comparison of that's like the argument with Randy Gradishar and his tackles.
Well, the tackles are a tough thing because I will say. I have seen teams where guys have more tackles than they had defensive plays on the field. So that's always a little.
If you're Sean Payton, you're making tackles. I mean, tackles are made from the sideline.
I have encountered in my Hall of Fame research on guys. There were some guys who were credited with more tackles than plays than snaps. Yeah. So I'm always a little confused by that. But maybe they gave him the solo and the assist at the same time. But I don't know. I feel like I've watched enough of Nikola to think that nobody's padding his stats because they don't have to. And how about they call a foul on him once in a while?
You know what's really funny, Leggy? The more I think about it, like if you were somebody who is so good at what you do, the only thing they can accuse you of is statisticians helping you out or statisticians.
That means you're really good.
Yeah.
People used to say it about Ray Lewis all the time. The Ravens used to take all kinds of heat for Ray Lewis's tackle statistics. And then I'd watch Ray Lewis play, and I'd say, well, you know what?
Yeah.
If they want to give him another couple of assists, those other 3 plays were probably worth it.
Yeah, no kidding. It's Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com, joins us every Thursday. Thank you, Leggy.
Thanks, fellas. See you.
2 things there, Brett. Did you say estheticians helping him out?
I said statisticians.
Statisticians.
And then the second time, I did say, I mean statisticians. I can't say the word.
Because if he's got estheticians helping him out, I can see that.
Don't know what those are.
I can understand an esthetician.
That's somebody who makes your face pretty.
Oh.
You know, plucks your eyebrows, waxes your thing. You know, Botox.
That's the Tom Brady department.
Yeah. Buffs your teeth.
When we come back,
I'm telling you right now. By the way, anytime you mention this, I have to get this out there.
Yeah.
Tom, you're 1 away from looking like an alien housewife of Beverly Hills. You're 1 away. Tread lightly with that next procedure that you do, because you are so close. You are so borderline on that.
When we come back, I know this is a radio medium, but I am looking at a photo right now that has left my mouth agape. This is me with my mouth agape.
Of who or what?
It is a photo of Bill Belichick at an event that we will describe when we come back. But if it doesn't leave your mouths agape, I don't know what will.
Yeah. Next.
Snow is flying in the mountains, and tomorrow and Friday, even more snow coming. If you're going to go up there, you're going to think about getting a mountain property, right? If you have been thinking about that, a second home, a rental, maybe even your dream home, I have the person that you need to contact. Her name is Anastasia Bell, a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. Now, she's an absolute professional, number one, but her market expertise and experience is impressive, and that's going to matter to you when you're dealing with a sale or a purchase in Summit County or any other property in the mountains for that matter. You need to know that you can trust that person, that they know what they're doing, and they're doing the best job available. And that is Anastasia Bell. So here's her telephone number, 970-968-7646. Keep it with you. If you're going up the hill this weekend, go to check out the snow, ski a little bit, whatever it may be, give her a call if you're thinking about it. 970-968-7646. She has personalized guidance, exceptional service. She's the best there really is. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell.
What the hell is on Joey's head?
Do people really hate Nickelback? Or is that just like a thing?
Oh, it's popular to hate them.
They got some pretty cool tunes, man. I don't know.
I like to be the guy's opposite every once in a while. Be like, Nickelback's better than the Beatles, and just see how people react to that one.
Hey, you guys feel bad for Michael Penix, his third ACL of his life. He's only 26 years old.
Dude, there's going to come a point where there's no ACL to repair.
I mean, that's just sad. He's younger than my kid, and he's got his third ACL.
Awful. It's awful.
His injury history, 2018, played for Indiana, torn ACL. 2019, shoulder torn up. 2020, Indiana, torn ACL. 2021, Indiana, shoulder torn up. 2024, lingering knee problem with the Falcons. 2025, season-ending ACL again.
Is it empathy or sympathy? I always get him confused. What do I have for Michael Penix?
Well, empathy is if you've gone through the same thing.
Okay, so sympathy. I have sympathy for him.
Yeah, that you're like, you feel bad for him.
So I am sympathetic to anyone who has, like, their bodies breaking down. It's why I've changed on Embiid. Like, we had our fun with the Embiid Jokic stuff, but I truly feel bad for Embiid. I think it sucks that he's basically had his career taken away because he just can't stay healthy. So, yeah, of course I feel bad for Michael Penix. It's terrible.
Awful.
But I'm curious.
Also,
go ahead.
Happy International Men's Day. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of that. I don't know what the hell that is.
We don't celebrate ourselves enough. I totally agree with this day that, you know what? Every once in a while, it's very rare. Celebrate the dudes.
Come on, man.
Were you aware? I mean, now we got all these days, right? Every day's a different day. Like, Nellie's soon going to get Happy Band Camp Day. You're going to get a band camp day.
Hold on a second. I need to tell my wife, who is about 2 seconds from having a child, are you not going to celebrate International Man's Day with me today?
We should call our wives. We should call our wives and get their reaction to us saying, hey, we're going to celebrate today or for what? It's International Men's Day. Not just national, mind you. International.
Who comes up with this stupid stuff? Who comes up with this crap? Who does?
Every day it's something.
Yeah, it's National Porpoise Awareness Day. What do you mean Porpoise Awareness Day?
I don't know.
It's dumb.
Well,
it's just dumb.
The reason I bring this up is because Bill Belichick is a better man than I am. He's certainly a better. I don't even know what he is. He's not married. What is he?
Be a boyfriend.
Companion.
He's a better partner.
Partner.
He's a better companion.
My 7-year-old boyfriend.
Can you please describe the photo that is now making the rounds that I am staring at with mouth agape? Can you please describe what's going on in that photo?
Bill Belichick's girlfriend happens to be in an adult co-ed cheerleading league.
Okay, stop right there. Wait, excuse me? A what?
An adult co-ed cheerleading league, apparently.
All right, stop again.
And look at dude
you just
here.
said.
Look at this guy's suit.
Stop.
That's killer.
Stop.
He's got a microphone.
You just said adult cheerleading league.
Co-ed
cheer.
Yes.
You mean there are leagues at the adult co-ed level for cheerleading?
Apparently there are. In fact, Cheer Colorado's got a Denver adult cheer team.
And so Belichick, what is his girlfriend's thing with this? She runs it?
No, she's in it. She's in it.
Oh, she's in it.
She's on the team.
Ready? Okay. I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut. Go team! What? I don't know. What do you want to say? Ready? Okay. P-I-T-I-N. Put it in. P-U-T. What do you want me to say, man? What?
Ready? Okay.
Oh, my God. What are you laughing at?
Moj, I'm so glad you said because I'm a nut.
I knew it.
I had another word that rhymed there.
Different word.
I was actually really nervous.
So was I.
No,
but I need.
You're so happy.
happy about.
Hold on a second.
It's the
Hold on a
happiest thing
second.
Moser in months was doing that cheer.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
What's
you
so
know me
funny?
now. I've turned a leaf, fellas. I've turned a leaf. I'm not as judgmental as I used to be. Right? I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Right.
I see the world differently.
Right, yeah.
What are you talking about?
I had no idea that adult cheerleading leagues existed, let alone co-ed. I had no idea they existed. Did you guys know that these existed?
No,
Tell me you knew.
No, I had no clue until I saw the picture of Belichick sitting in the background.
Okay, now they have every right to make fun of like adult men's basketball leagues, whatever. But in fact, had I known that these existed, why don't these cheerleading leagues, why don't we just two birds, one stone, come to the adult men's basketball leagues and cheer us on?
Also, if I'm an assistant at North Carolina and my head coach, who is, how old is he? 70? Something like that? 72? My 72-year-old head coach comes up to me and goes, all right, I think we're good on the offensive meeting. You guys can go ahead and take off. Do what you got to do today.
Actually, I'm sorry.
A little bit early.
He's 73.
73. A little bit early there, Coach. What you got going on? Oh, we got to go to a cheer thing.
Oh,
what is your granddaughter? Is in it?
Grandson? Granddaughter?
No. My wife. My girl.
Partner.
My girlfriend. My partner.
She's what now? She's going to be coaching a cheerleading team, right?
She does flips and stuff.
Hang on a second.
Flips.
What does this woman have?
I
on
don't.
him?
I
What is-
don't
and
know.
you can't-
I don't.
It's not. It's not.
I know
that she's hot. That is not. I've seen plenty of rich old men have good-looking younger women in their lives. What has she got on him?
She can cheer. She can cheer.
Well, does she do? I mean, look, does she do all the flippies and the turnies and all that kind of stuff? Does she do all that? I don't know. Dude.
I'm trying to think of some of the old cheers that we had at Holy Family High School that I would hear from the.
Ready?
Like
okay.
I just remember
Mrs.
ready,
Velociraptor,
okay.
don't hit my knuckles. If you do it again, the other team will buckle. I don't. What? I don't know. Go Nuns!
I've never seen a transformation of a human being that I guess I thought I knew that has turned into a completely different individual right in front of the entire country. Like, I don't even know if Sean Payton's married.
He is.
I don't know what she sounds like. I don't know what she looks like. I know nothing. Bill Belichick's out here going to adult co-ed cheer competitions after crunching film.
Someone just texted the show saying cheerleading is cutthroat competition. No surprise if it continues as an adult league competition and exercise. What could be better? Doesn't make sense to you, Vic. I go, no, I'm all about competition. Listen, I'm all about it.
Oh, yeah.
I just had no idea that this extended beyond college. I'm playing dumb here. I'm not trying to make fun. I had no idea that these existed.
I'm blown away. Blown away. And Nelly, I must hear Moser's cheer again. This is non-negotiable. Okay? And I want it now. Like immediately.
And then fill in the blanks too.
There was a word at the end that I thought Moser was going to. Anyway, I need it now.
Oh, I want to go on the record. One of my favorite movies of all time was Bring It On. That's a great movie.
Oh, man, those girls were so mean. Those girls were so mean to each other. Oh, my
Dude,
God.
do you know how good that movie is?
It's a good movie. No, it's a good movie, but, man, they get mean to each other. That must be what it's like. It must be like super cutthroat angry. I don't know.
What are you doing with your spirit fingers? Is that what you're doing here?
Spirit fingers? Yeah, that's what they were. Spirit fingers.
Yeah, not with your inbred bunion thumbs. Yeah. Nobody's ever had spirit fingers like that.
My inbred fingers.
Your hills have highs hands. No, nobody's ever had those. before.
Man, that's cold-blooded, man. That's cold-blooded.
I've never seen a hand have bunions before. It freaks me out whenever I see it. Look at that thumb. What is that? Please tell me we have the cheer now. Please. Nelly, have we found it? Have we located it? I know. Yeah, I know. He said, I don't know if he said that on the air. That was in my ear. He said, I was too distracted by his jacked up hands.
Yeah, you've got this bunion.
How do you type?
A thumb bunion. You've got something. God. It's just like, it just sticks out like way too.
Vic's
it's weird.
Thumb, if he puts his hands on the home keys, he could type a Q with his thumb.
Yeah, it's really weird.
It's not my fault. Easy and Bambi are first cousins.
The Nuggets host the Kings on Saturday night, and you can be there by listening to us. Tune in tomorrow for the keywords on the 20s. It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday, and you can win one of 5 pairs of tickets to the game against Sacramento on Saturday night at Ball Arena. Nuggets Ticket Thursday tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio. Let's go.
Ready? Okay. I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut. Go team!
Moj, it's better than your Porter rap was. It's better. Hit harder.
Moser,
that hurts.
Moser, in all seriousness, I know that you're not very athletic at this age, tender age. But if you seek to find something athletic, the adult cheerleading league, given your ability to come up with these cheers on the spot, would probably fit
be a hell of a coach.
Perfectly.
Hell of a coach.
I'm not joking.
Okay. I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut. Go team!
He also was
busted
doing,
it out.
And I'm a little teapot thing in the middle
Jesus
of
God.
doing it.
Yeah.
Dude, you know that if Bear was doing adult cheerleading, Moser would be there.
Front row. Yeah,
Not
front
a
row.
chance.
Yes, you
Oh my
absolutely
God. Are you
would
kidding
be.
me?
Wait, no. If she was doing it, or if I was doing it?
No. If she was doing adult cheer things like this, you are front row.
I'm a supportive husband. I try to be.
Well, then what are you getting? Why are you blasting Bill Belichick?
Because the whole dynamic there is totally effed. Everything about that is crazy town, bro. It's like your thumb bunions on steroids. Everything about it is whack.
Crazy train. It's crazy train.
Look at him. Look at his face.
It's crazy train.
It's so true, though. Anyway. I got an old man, and he likes my butt.
I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry.
Oh, good Lord. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Reminder, we get the game tonight, 6 o'clock, Nuggets and Pelicans. Fact checker next.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
I was still laughing all through the break. It's so weird. Anyway.
Ready? Okay. Oh,
yeah. I just saw this story, by the way. So Bengals fans have had it. So this guy called in. He wanted to cancel his season tickets.
All right.
And he said the people on the other end of the line were guilt tripping him.
Like what?
So this is what he said on Reddit.
If you do, then you're going to ruin our team and ruin your whole city.
Kind of. I called today to cancel my Bengals season tickets for next year, and the whole conversation felt super guilt-trippy and argumentative. They said, do I only want to be a season ticket holder when we go to the playoffs, or am I just being emotional about losing to the Jets? He goes on, and they said, what is he so unhappy about that he wants to cancel his Bengals season tickets? And he said, lack of a real scouting department, bad drafts, how the prices keep going up every year. And they said, do I want to go back to getting cheap tickets, or do you want to pay Jamar Chase and T. Higgins?
Oh, my God. Jeez Louise.
I don't think that's their place to be saying stuff like that. Got to hand it to them.
Well, I'll tell you what,
don't want to let him go?
Is there a white-collar job that's more brain damage than trying to sell tickets to a bad team in any sport? Speaking of, Vic.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I totally understand this team is not up to standard. I totally get that. Is there anything we can help you with today? Yeah, that would be terrible.
Well, I mean, have you tried to cancel cable before? Or something?
Oh, I do it every year.
Yeah, I know.
My cable service.
Play. Yeah.
It's really amazing, by the way. I've been with the same company for 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
And every year those rates go up. And I call in and I go, this just ain't going to do it for me. I think I'm out. And they go,
yeah.
It's funny you mention that because you're such a loyal customer. It just came across my desk. What if we took $40 off a month?
You know what it's like? It's like you're in a mob deal. What would it take?
A little bit.
Well, how about you take about 15, 20%?
Here's what I like. I don't know if salespeople. I've never been in sales. I guess this show is kind of sales in one way. But when you're trying to get somebody to buy something, I want to let all of you salespeople know the today only price works on no one. Okay.
Yeah.
So here's how much it costs. But I'll tell you what. You do it today. Knock a couple $2-3 off that thing for you, huh? Let me call my man. Give me a second. I'm gonna call my manager. Yeah, I gotta tell you what. We're gonna sweeten the pot even more here, huh? Another $5 off that. And you're like, this isn't working.
Hey,
okay.
Do we know the name of the guy who called into the Bengals season ticket rep?
Some dude on Reddit. I don't know.
All right, I'll be the rep. You be the dude.
Hey, I gotta cancel my season tickets. I've had enough. Enough of this.
You realize, Jimmy, if you cancel your tickets, the team will move to Norway. You know it. This is what you want. Do you want the Bengals? Do you want the Norwegian Bengals?
No, I want an offensive line.
They're moving.
Oh,
They're
okay.
leaving the Queen City.
It is abundantly clear, though, you have to be able to negotiate to get any price you want in any type of industry. Denver Post, I was paying for the longest time, unknowingly. I was paying $57 a month for the paper. 57. 5-7. I call up, I go, what are we doing here? We got that sucker whittled down more than half.
I tell you what. You keep the same price, put you in a nice little poker game with a Chauncey Billups or something like that. What are we doing?
Whoa. Hey.
Let's get weird.
Hey.
Just to be a nice guy. I'm trying to be a nice guy.
Ho.
303-504-0925. Nuggets and Pelicans tonight. Vic, you're in New Orleans, yes?
I know you don't do insurance. Do your insurance next and see what you find.
Oh, dude, my wife I just told Moser. They gave us the estimate price for when Baby Boval comes of what this costs. What is going on? Sorry. Just health costs. What is that? How is everything $8 billion?
It feels like if you had cash, you can just go drop a kid for $100. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you have, but you know what I mean? Like, hey, you got a midwife, a bathtub. Vic,
I told you what to do. I mean,
go to Vic's bathtub, his big old bathtub with a midwife.
Nice big bathtub, just hold hands.
Get naked, hold hands. Yeah, jeez.
Vic, like, you know how this goes. Like, years ago when we had some health problems in the house, and they sent us a bill for what it would cost.
Yeah.
I go, well, that's funny. And they said the insurance goes, we can't cover this one. I go, well, just kill us then because we're dead anyway.
Yeah.
So you can go ahead and just do that. It's outrageous. Anyway, Nuggets and Pelicans tonight. Vic, you're in New Orleans.
Well, I'm curious. Vic, how much did it cost to put your hamster down again?
$250.
Yeah, $250 to put down a hamster.
Ask me how much it cost 2 weeks later to exterminate the field mice in our garage.
A shovel?
$250.
Yeah,
for like multiple.
A shovel and a Bic lighter, and I have the whole thing clean, man.
Wait, was the vet holding the hamster and saying, would you like a candlelight vigil on top of this for an extra $50, sir?
Do you want the hamster's paw print? The paw print? Right.
I'll tell you what. We can incinerate it, turn it into a nice little stone for you.
Vic,
You can wear
I
it in a
told
chain.
you. Just give me a six-pack. I'll take care of all that for you.
Dude, you know that's not me on this International Men's Day. I'm not making those decisions.
By the way, shout out to all the dudes out there.
Yeah.
Guys,
all right,
keep
you international men.
Hey, last thought here, Vic. I know you're on a quick 2-game roadie with the Nuggets.
Yeah.
Listen, I know I was flippant before when I said, I'm scared about this game. They should kill them, dude. I mean, they're fifth.
Win the game. I mean, I don't live in the world of
fine, but they should.
But I don't live in that world of kill them. Win the game.
Well, I'll make this proclamation. If the Nuggets lose this game tonight to New Orleans,
Ginsu,
I don't want you to ever come home. I want you to stay gone. You be gone, you stay gone.
You stay
Big
over
Italian
at
community.
whatever that bar was that you had in your background. Hookers. You have to go to Hookers.
Yeah,
or whatever that thing.
I didn't realize that was in the background.
Yeah, whatever that bar is, you got to go there.
Did you read the marquee? It's a real thing. Did you read the marquee?
Vic.
Do you know what it said?
It is International
Larry Flint?
Yeah, it's more than that, dude.
It is International Men's Day. Maybe go indulge yourself in that fine establishment that was on screen. Celebrate a little bit.
Oh, man.
No, but yes, we all know what tonight should be. Tonight should be a game in which Jokic doesn't play in the fourth quarter. That's what it should be.
100%. Or he's got stuff on his knees and he's just chilling with a smoothie or something. Yeah, that's what should be happening. It's ridiculous. If you can't get fat on these guys, then who can you get fat on?
Is that still called the Smoothie King Center?
It is.
Yes. There are a bunch of Smoothie Kings. There's one right across the hotel here. It's a big deal here.
So Christian Brown's going to be out. And is there any more concern about Cam Johnson? I know he played in the last game, but he's good. Okay.
No, everybody should be good to go now. You know,
But not Christian. Christian's still out for what, a while more?
Yeah, he's going to be out at least through the holidays, through Christmas.
Wow.
He's in a walking boot.
Wow.
So that sprain is pretty bad.
Yeah.
And it didn't look that bad initially, but when you're walking around in a walking boot, he's a tough dude. So they're going to miss him. There's going to be games like that Chicago Bulls game where you needed their fast break points. They struggled in the fast break, and that's what he does. He specializes in that.
Yes. Led the league last year?
He finishes. And if he doesn't finish, he gets to the foul line.
But did he lead the league last year in that category?
I think he was among the leaders, if not the leader.
Yeah. That game tonight, 6 o'clock. You can hear it right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Again, a lot more to get into. It's that weird bye week thing. But I might replace my Broncos viewing with, I don't know how you guys feel about this. I'm marking down Shedor's start as like must watch. Because it feels like one of two things is going to happen.
I'm very curious.
He's going to play really well, and then the tune's going to change, or he's going to play like he did last week, and then it's going to be even weirder of a conversation.
Yeah.
Because we're finally kind of going to get an answer to what the hell is going on there. Are they hiding him for some reason? Is there some vendetta against him? Or is he just straight up not good enough, and that's why he didn't play? Because it is one of the weirder things that has just been this cloud overhanging the NFL season I mean, Moj, every day they have talked about Shedeur Sanders on these major networks.
I know. It's bizarre
every
to
day.
me. It's weird. Agreed.
But let's get a fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
My fact for you today is a simple one. If anyone out there listening has an opening in your adult co-ed recreational cheerleading league, you should make a spot for Marcus Moser. Here's what he gave us earlier, doing his best Jordan Hudson impression.
Ready? Okay. I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut. Go team!
It's really good, though. It's really good.
P-U-T-I-T-I-N.
Yeah, got it.
Ready? Okay.
It's a great start, by the way. The ready okays. I have ultimate respect for people who do cheerleading and gymnastics and stuff like that. If you're able to flip and jump, like, that's super athletic. It's hard to do.
No, there's no doubt. And girls, and I mean, people get hurt doing that stuff. I think the cheerleading, like the amount of devastating injuries they suffer are significant, dude. Blown ACLs and break this and blown that. And they're a lot tougher than that Kerry Strug skank.
Oh, my God.
Jesus.
What are you doing?
Calm the hell down, dude.
Why would you
Speaking
say
of
that?
breaking news, we'll leave this for the morning sprint. The Saints have decided to part ways with wide receiver Brandon Cooks. I bring that up because...
Well, because, there's no doubt about it. That's pretty weird, though. Why are they doing that? What happened?
Brandon Cook's been bouncing around lately. And I don't know if...
Why do you defend her, by the way?
What do you mean defend her? What reason is there to be mad at Kerry Strug?
Yeah, it's just a weird person to have a personal, like, thing against.
Yeah. The hell's your problem?
She's not the lady.
She's not Tanya Harding. She didn't pound someone's knee up.
You know who I can't stand? Michelle Kwan. It'd be like, well, why? And I go, I don't know. Just don't like it.
Makes no sense.
It's a weird thing you got, Moj. Really odd. Again, tune in tonight as the Nuggets look to rebound from their first home loss of the season. Tip-off in New Orleans is just after 6 p.m. And pregame at 5:30. It's all presented by Ramos Law. So, Nuggets tonight, chance to bounce back. Hopefully, I think they should. I think that this team is a little bit different in the sense of when they got a little bit embarrassed against Chicago, they feel like a team with a different sort of mindset.
By the way, your suit the other night, Vic, on the Chicago game, that blue suit with the blue pinstripes was great.
Oh, thanks. Marlo made fun of me. He called me
Zoot suit?
Yeah, he called me Frank Nettie. Do you know who Frank Nettie is?
Nitty.
Frank Nitty.
Yeah, from Untouchables, yeah.
Untouchables.
Nitty. Yeah. You look good. I thought you looked good.
I'll be honest. Some of the things that Marlo says, I don't get at all. I don't know who Hector is, and I don't know when he was a puppy. But I hear that a lot.
Another scoring orgy.
I know what that means. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Wednesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut. Go team!
Happy Wednesday on the morning sprint. Alex Ryanemi alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. We got the Nuggets coming back, taking on the New Orleans Pelicans just after 6 p.m. tonight. Pre-game show presented by Ramos Law starts right at 5:30. We'll give away some Nuggets and Kings tickets tomorrow. Get back into what still feels like a monumental win over the Kansas City Chiefs. The Avs have a couple of days off. Jared Bednar joined the morning show, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane today at 8 a.m. to talk about Scott Wedgwood and injuries with Kiwi Ranta and Logan O'Connor. We'll dive into that as they prepare to host the New York Rangers coming up on Thursday evening at Ball Arena. You guys got inside the doors there on an Avs Ticket Tuesday yesterday, but I want to start with the Broncos. Because as we've got a couple of days off and no Nuggets last night, no Avs, we're now 2 days, 3 full days as we go in today, removed from that Chiefs win. I was listening to, as I do sometimes, other market radio stations. I do it a lot when the Montreal Canadiens or the Toronto Maple Leafs have bad losses because it's just funny because they lose their minds.
What is Canadian sports talk radio like?
Most of it's French.
Oh, so you listen to it?
No, I listen to the English-speaking versions.
Have you heard of the new Apple, the AirPods now have like an active translator?
Yes.
I need to do this.
I haven't seen the AirPods thing, so put a pin in me listening to the Sports Hub out in Boston. I was getting my tires done at Big O Tires. Shout out Big O. And someone came in who doesn't speak English, just Spanish speaking.
Yep.
And one of the tire techs came in with a set of glasses, smart glasses, put them on the Spanish-speaking dude, whipped out his phone, and they'd had a full conversation with these smart glasses that would just translate what he was saying onto the dude's phone into English, and then the guy would speak into his phone, and then it would translate into the glasses, not only in his ears, but he would have a heads-up display where he could read it.
Raj, I've seen that scene in a movie.
It was so cool.
And you know what happened a month later? The end of the world.
It was the coolest thing I've ever seen, man.
It was the end of the world.
I was sitting there just like on my iPad, just kind of like wasting time. Oil's getting done, tires are getting rotated, and I'm in a scene from the year 2045.
So cool. I need to get the Apple AirPods, but I want to hear about, you were tuning into other. Where were you listening?
I was listening to 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston.
Okay.
And just have some friends out there, and I like the station. It's the hub for the Boston Bruins, New England Patriots, and the Celtics.
So it's a hub that's suitable for work.
Very much so.
Unlike other hubs.
Very much so.
There are other hubs that are not great. They're not great for you.
I learned this morning, the rest of the league is terrified of Denver.
Oh, yeah.
Terrified.
Oh, yeah.
And we're still dealing with people going, well, you beat the 5-5 Chiefs. Are you really that good? I don't believe in Bo Nix still to this point. Still dealing with that here locally. The New England Patriots, who are on top of the world right now because they believe that they have filled the void that Tom Brady left all those years ago with Drake, May.
Wait, say it again.
Drake, May.
Please explain.
His nickname is Drake May because no one just calls him by his last name. It's always Drake. Have you ever heard of that? Anytime that you have mentioned Drake May, have you just gone, well, yeah, look, May drops back to pass and he completes 45 yards down the right sideline to Ramondre Stevenson.
But
Drake May.
Can we say the same thing
about
Bo Nix?
The same thing about Bo Nix. Bo Nix Nix. It's his nickname. It's always Bo Nix. It's never Nix. It's never May. It's Drake May.
And let's just be honest, it's always Mahomes.
Yes.
It's just Mahomes. It was just, was it Peyton? You could go Peyton or Manning or Peyton Manning. Brady feel like
Peyton
it was
one of those odd ones where you could use his first name.
Brady
and
was
Eli.
Brady. Was Brady?
Brady was Brady. Tom Brady.
But it was like Brady drops back to pass.
Right.
Not Bo Nix drops back to pass.
Not
Drake May.
It's always first and last name.
Man, that's good.
So they're sitting on top of the world right now as a 2-loss team leading the AFC East in a year in which everyone, including myself, picked Buffalo to win that thing. Now, it can still flip on its head. The conversation that I tuned into was, would you rather see Kansas City at home at Gillette, if you're a Patriots fan, or would you rather go to Denver on the road? And the consensus was,
KC and home.
In no world are we going to Denver. The Broncos, even during the Brady era, they manhandled the Patriots at home. Manhandled them.
Nobody wants to play at a Mile High in the playoffs.
Nobody wants to come here
Raj,
to play.
I know this for a fact because I've talked to my old pal Jordan Love, and he thinks that their whole team is entirely spooked. To practice, remember training camp practice a year ago? Remember how the ball was zipping all around? Jordan Love they looked like a high-flying machine. And then about midway through that practice,
it changed.
And I was like, hey, how was practice, Jordan? Man, this altitude's for real, man. Our dudes are huffing and puffing. I was huffing and puffing. I'm just dropping back and throwing balls. He goes, and that ball just travels weird up here. It's in people's kitchen. It's in their head. The altitude is a real thing. This Denver Bronco defense is a real thing. And guys, let's be honest. Empower Field's what? The 5th oldest current stadium in the NFL? Ish. It's certainly not one of the top 15 newest stadiums. That thing is loud because it's got metal. It shakes. And when this place is just on fire, it is truly, I think it's the hardest place to play right now in pro football. And part of that is because your defense is so good.
It's right down the middle, 16.
16, okay. But it's not one of these brand new, modern architectural where you sit at your seat and you can hear the PA announcer in 14 different languages.
No, do you think
in real time?
Does that start with AT&T Stadium? Does Lucas Oil get that? Because Lucas Oil still feels like a field house, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
It doesn't feel brand new, state of the art. It feels like a field house.
So they were RCA Dome because I played in the RCA Dome. It's a pretty similar timeline, isn't it? Are they almost the same?
Lucas Oil was 7 years after Mile High,
Okay.
or what was then Invesco.
What are some other? Do you have any other contemporaries right around the time that
Around
Mile High?
2001?
Yeah. Was Pittsburgh?
Pittsburgh.
Heinz?
Yep. Acrisure Stadium now, not Heinz Field.
Okay, sorry.
Nissan Stadium in Tennessee, which is,
that-
I think that's on its last
It
legs,
is,
right?
and that place stinks.
Ford Field in 2002.
Okay, never been to that one.
Gillette Stadium in 2002 in New England.
Doesn't that seem a lot older?
No, those feel, if you were to tell me Gillette and Empower open the same year, I would say yes. They feel the same.
I don't even remember New England prior to Gillette because there was so much irrelevance in that franchise for so long.
Lumen Field now, Seattle.
That feels newer to me.
2002, just 1 year older than Empower.
It was built from an architectural perspective more creatively, if you will, than Invesco.
NRG Stadium in Houston is just 1 year older than Empower.
Also kind of a bun stadium, dome or whatever.
Right.
Blech.
The real new state-of-the-art facilities started in 2009, 2010 with AT&T. And then New York.
Oh, that's Jerry.
And then New York took a step back and built the worst $1 billion stadium ever.
So bad.
MetLife is a joke.
It is so sterile.
Levi's,
it doesn't belong to a team. It's literally monochrome.
Levi's in Santa Clara is sterile because of where it is. The stadium's good.
It's okay.
It's good. It's not great.
If you want to get just obliterated by the sun and watch a game, just go to Levi's. Because it's like one side just gets baked the entire game. And it has to do with where it's built. It's kind of like out in the middle of, it's not in the middle of nowhere. It's Santa Clara. It's on the east side of 101. Highway
It just
101.
doesn't feel like where football should be played. But U.S. Bank is a spaceship.
Beautiful.
In Minnesota.
Beautiful.
Mercedes-Benz in Atlanta
Pretty
is
cool.
a spaceship.
Pretty dang cool.
Allegiant Stadium in SoFi
I don't
in
love
Vegas.
it, dude. I don't love it.
It does feel weird because
It's
it's
a
so
little
large,
sterile too.
But it's
nice.
very state of
It's
the art.
nice. Yes.
Empower still has that feeling of it.
Is SoFi the crown jewel in right now?
Without a doubt.
It is, isn't it?
Without a doubt.
And I've never been. Have you been to it yet?
Yeah, it's dope.
I've
I haven't
heard-
seen a game, but I've been inside.
I've heard it's fantastic. I want to go to one there.
What Empower Field still has, obviously with the open air, you can still have the elements in there. It still has the ability to shake. It has the ability to feel like, especially at the beginning of that Kansas City game, and Tony Romo was pointing it out. You could feel the place shaking. Even on television, you could see the cameras going nuts.
Did you
and
see
if you were there, it would have felt like the place was coming down.
Did you see a friend of the Morning Sprint, Cody Rourke from Locked On Broncos podcast? He filmed his water bottle from press row when the decibels reached such a high level. You could see the water, like there were waves in his water bottle. How cool is
like a
that?
T-Rex is
So neat.
stomping down the road. And
It was very Jurassic Park like.
No one wants to come here. And yes, it's because of the home field advantage. It is because of the mile high advantage. Most of all, it's because the defense is so damn good that even without the offensive performance, which was competent, right? It was, what was our word last week, Coach?
Good.
It was good. The offensive output wasn't great, wasn't groundbreaking. It was very good when it needed to be, the last 3-minute drive to get you into field goal position. I think even without being competent offensively, making Patrick Mahomes look that bad on Sunday, I think the same reaction would have been had in New England, which is, God forbid we have to go there for an AFC championship game, because even when we had Tom Brady, we couldn't beat him there.
You remember the conversation a week ago prior to the Chiefs game about the massive regression, the national narrative, the massive regression of Bo Nix? Can I give you a choose your fighter? Fighter A. Record, 6-5. 2,275 yards passing.
Is that this year?
This is 2024.
Okay.
6-5. 2,275 yards, 14 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 89.3 passer rating.
All right.
Fighter B, 2025, 9-2, 2,421 yards. Mind you, that's just under 200 yards more than a year ago. 18 touchdowns passing, which is 4 more than a year ago, and 8 interceptions, which brings your rating down to an 86.1. Choose your fighter. Is that regression from Bo Nix, or is he actually progressing? And maybe he's a little bit more risky with the football because he's doing what you and I talked about a year ago. Touch the hot stove, young man. He's got 3 more wins. He's got nearly 200 more yards passing. He's got 4 more touchdowns, and he does have 2 more interceptions. The regression was a myth. It was the ultimate recency bias of watching the Texans game and the Raiders game in back-to-back weeks. And I told you, I warned everybody, while it was awful, while the advanced analytics still hate Bo Nix, but guess what? Advanced analytics and passing and accuracy and completion percentage over expected and tight window throwing percentage, they hated Bo Nix last year too. NFL next-gen stats despises Bo Nix. But I told you that a lot of the regression was because you played the number 1 defense in pro football that was in a must-win game in their building in a dome. And then it was a 3-day rest period, and you played in 40 to 60-mile-an-hour winds.
And looking ahead to the Chiefs.
Yep. Bo Nix hasn't regressed. He's progressing. It's just not exactly what we all thought it would look like. But it doesn't matter. You're 9-2.
That's the coach. I'm Raj. It's the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets back on the court as they travel to New Orleans to take on the terrible Pelicans. They should bounce back and get right back onto their winning ways this evening on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
If I heard that correctly, that was Vic Lombardi looking for a player on the opposing team that is 6 feet 7 inches tall. Anyway, this is Coach Mike Sanford. I'm excited to tell you about my favorite real estate agent and also my favorite family that is in the real estate business here in Colorado, and that is Barry Remington and the Remington team at WK Real Estate. Barry is a proud Colorado native, grew up in Arvada, attended Fairview High School, played inside backer. He still holds the all-time tackling record, played for Coach Bill McCartney, the legend, guy that I love at CU. He raised his family in Boulder County, and all the Remingtons are proud grads of the CU Boulder campus. Barry's daughter, Cassie, awesome, has worked alongside him for 7 years. What I love about her, working with her, both in buying and now selling a home, she brings smart insights, high-level communication, and just a fresh, young female perspective. She's simply a joy to work with as well. With years of experience and over 40 homes sold every single year, Barry and his team will consistently deliver results.
Buying a home is a major decision, but Barry ensures that you'll find not just a home, but the right one without getting stuck in a bad situation. So if you're selling, he's going to bring intelligence, strategy, negotiation skills, and an honest hustle that will get you the best possible outcome. Give Barry Remington a call on his cell phone. It's worth a 2-minute phone call if you're thinking about buying or selling a home. And Barry's cell phone is 720-373-9297. 720-373-9297. While you're at it, check out BarryRemington.com. That's 1M for all his listings that are available right now.
It's so odd living in this world where the Broncos, the Avs, and the Nuggets are all dominant right now. They all have a very, very strong claim to either best in their conference or best in their sport, right? You can't really jump over Oklahoma City because they're outscoring their opponents by like 21 points a game. They're a wagon right now, but I think Denver is the best chance to beat Oklahoma City in the NBA. We're living in this world where not only are the Nuggets and the Avs at the top of their powers right now, they seem as though that they've gotten deeper, which was the issue for both of those teams the last couple of years, but they're also at the top of like literally every advanced stat, every nerd nose picker stat that when you go, here's the underlying reasons why they will be good for the whole year. It's not just that they're winning games early and they're just hot, right? Not only are they winning games, they're winning games by dominating possession, the Nuggets and the Avs. We're living in the world where all three teams are good and all three teams have a chance to win a championship. And the Broncos, outside of defense, where they are statistically the best team in the world, it can't be this. You can't say the same for the offense. Like it's so bad.
Especially Bo Nix.
When it comes to the
Advanced,
nerd nose picker stats.
If you love sticking like at least 3/4 of an inch of
Just
your index
getting
finger
up there.
and then you kind of go elbow out. You ever been one of those guys where you try to
get
find
some torque?
You get that. That's what these stats are for, is that guy. And that guy doesn't care that Bo Nix is 9-2. All he cares about is finding that gold that's probably beyond 3/4 of an inch up there in the nasal cavity.
Now, I love a nose picker stat. I'll throw them out to you guys every now and again, but typically it's to show why things are going to get better. When you are good and the nose picker stats don't tell you that you're good, typically regression is coming. Are there any other quarterbacks in the league that the next gen stats don't love, but are still winners?
Caleb Williams. So of the three scorching hot, I'm talking scorching hot quarterbacks from the 2024 draft, Drake May, Bo Nix, and Caleb Williams we just told the stat, what is it, their last 24 games are 23-1 combined? That's insane. For guys that are in their second year, and really Drake May's he started about half a year last year. Am I right in saying that? He wasn't day one starter. They gave, I think was it Jacoby Brissett that was starting at the beginning of the year last year for New England? And then eventually they kind of did the whole like, hey, we'll get our rookie quarterback starting when he's ready, and we don't want to rush him into it because it's going to be a terrible year, which it was, right?
May started,
I'm going to guess 11.
He started 12 games last year. He was 3-9, 15 touchdowns, 10 picks, 2,200 yards.
And I think did Caleb start all 17 last year?
Caleb Williams started.
Or did he get a little banged up? I know he started game one. I don't know if he got banged up and missed one.
Rookie year, Caleb Williams started 17 games.
Okay, so Bo Nix and Caleb Williams they're Iron Men. They've made all the starts. That's pretty impressive 2 years in, and they're growing. Okay, now the next gen stats absolutely adore. I'm talking glaze. Drake May, above just about every other quarterback, period, in the NFL right now.
He's got an inside track to win MVP.
He's the most accurate quarterback in pro football. So if you look at this statistic that I cite oftentimes, which is expected points added per dropback, which essentially means there's a baseline as every play. Next Gen Stats has data and spatial data based off of how open things are, about this concept versus that defense. EPA is expected points added above the baseline or potentially below the baseline, and that is a total point figure that's either a plus or a minus for each and every stat. Each and every snap, I should say. So it's expected points added per dropback. The number one quarterback in the National Football League is Drake May, followed only by last year's most valuable player, Josh Allen, followed by, this could be considered an outlier and a liar, followed by Jordan Love.
There's your first one that doesn't fit the bill.
Still 6-3-1, still in a potential spot to be an NFC contender. Has had some uneven natures to this. There's been an uneven nature for the entire Packers season, but remember how hot it started? They were the wagon after the first 3 or 4 weeks. And then it was like, they tied the Cowboys, and I don't know about these guys. They lose to the dang Panthers. I think they lost the Browns. It's like, what the heck's going on here, right? Patrick Mahomes, number 4, a 5-5, just mid quarterback in the National Football League. And then you get into the guy that's otherworldly, Matthew Stafford, Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, captaining a 9-2 run this year. Jared Goff, who always statistically is outstanding. The regular season stat merchant, Dak Prescott, and then Lamar Jackson.
So
that's your top 10.
There's not really a bad quarterback that expected points added per dropback hates.
Correct.
There's not a bad quarterback in there.
Now we got to get down to if we want to get down to the Bo Nix category, let's go bottom third of starters in the National Football League.
Okay.
Number 20. I guess I'd put him like he's in the middle third, if you will, but the bottom end of it, right?
Okay.
He's number 20, and he is surrounded by one in front of him is Jalen Hurts. One behind him is Jaden Daniels. 2 behind him is Carson Wentz. Then Tua Tagovailoa is number 23. Michael Penix Jr. is 24.
That's not great company to keep.
And then, yeah, I mean, that's kind of where you're at. So Bo Nix right now is an EPA. He is plus 0.01. So every time he drops back, there's a 0.01 expected point added to each drop back, as opposed to Drake May, who's 0.21. All right, let's go into completion percentage. This is the one that I always say. Completion percentage baseline without any nerd stats. Bo Nix right now, pure, raw, old school, like he is 20 of 30. That's 66.6%, right? On the season, Bo Nix is the 27th best completion percentage in pro football. And the problem with a lot of the next-gen nerds, the nose pickers, is that they look at that Bo Nix also has the highest behind the line of scrimmage throwing percentage. The majority of his passes have been at or behind the line of scrimmage.
And, right, you look at that go, that should be an easy pass. You
Correct.
should complete that pass. You're not throwing it 25 yards down the left sideline in double coverage.
So Bo right now is 61.2%, and you say, okay, cool. Who cares? Then the stat that I always cite, completion percentage over expected. This is one that I started getting into in college when I was looking at my quarterback. There's wide open schematically, and that is one that you have to throw and complete to make this stat work. There are very covered players that aren't considered a completion that you should make. And if you make that completion because of ball placement, think about the throw that Bo Nix made to Troy Franklin. That would have been one that is over-expected, right? That is an over-expected completion. Bo Nix right now in completion percentage over-expected. He did get a little bit better, but he is currently number 28.
Is he immune to what those stats should tell you regression for the Broncos is coming? Like eventually the bottom is going to it's going to fall out.
Can I tell you one thing?
Is he immune to it?
You know what Bo Nix was last year in completion percentage over expected?
What's that?
33rd.
Okay, well, I'm not looking for last year.
But
I'm
he's
not
better.
looking to get blown out by Buffalo in round 1.
You were asking me about regression. He's better.
Marginally.
Caleb Williams.
And in a marginal...
You ready for Caleb Williams?
A very small marginal increase will not get you to where you want to be this year.
You want to know what Caleb Williams is? In CPOE, he is 34th in the National Football League. He is dead last in qualifying quarterbacks. He's negative 7.5%. What does that tell you about the Chicago Bears? And let's be honest, I'm very hard on Sean Payton, am I not? I am. It tells you that both Sean Payton and Ben Johnson are dialing up some ball plays that are pretty dang open for both their quarterbacks. And they're not consistently delivering on open throws. But yet, they still are winning games because that's potentially how much better the scheme is, that even if you are negative 7.5% completion percentage over expected, as you are with Caleb Williams, you're still better than a lot of these jamokes that are calling ball plays and their quarterbacks that are just average as grits. I find that to be really interesting.
I'm not saying that I don't have faith in the guy. I do. It does have to.
You better.
I do. I believe in him. I think he's the franchise quarterback. I don't think he's ever going to be a top 7 quarterback in the league. Ever. But I don't believe he needs to be. I think you have your blueprint right in front of you. Pay your offensive line, pay your interior defensive line, pay one pass rusher, and have an elite corner. Now, it all changes if you have to, like, if Bo gets them to a Super Bowl and you then have to pay him $60 million a year, you're right where the Kansas City Chiefs are, where you go, who's around him? And then if you don't have a top 5 quarterback, which is why, like, the Chiefs have been able to sustain this for so many years because Mahomes has been so damn good. He has been the blanket that covers everything. If Bo doesn't ascend to that spot when he makes his big-time quarterback deal, then we're in trouble. Then Denver is in trouble. The numbers say he's gotten incrementally better. That's all right. But incrementally better will not get you to where, you guys know me, goalposts change for me every year. They can get wider. They can get smaller.
Sports change.
Yeah.
Leagues change.
Without a doubt. Injuries happen.
Divisions change.
Players get better.
The Chiefs changed.
Right.
All of it, right? Yeah, of course, goalposts should change.
So your goalpost this year, it's no longer getting to the playoffs and winning a game.
Mm-hmm.
You're 9-2 at the top of the AFC. Your goalposts are now AFC Championship. I haven't gotten to you have to win the AFC now, but an AFC Championship game is now that's my mark. Is incrementally better good enough for Bo Nix to get you to the AFC title game?
Yes. That's how good this defense is, Raj. That's how good it is. Incrementally better. And if it doesn't, if we can move away from bad offensive play, bad, leading the world in punts. I don't even know how many times did the Broncos punt against the Chiefs? I'd kept that stat so closely because the Broncos were at 53 punts and they were shattering the rest of the league in terms of the pace that Crawshaw was on in terms of total punts on the season. My guess was they punted 4 times.
The Broncos punted 4 times.
Okay.
211 yards, an average of 52.8, and 3 of those 4 inside the 20.
Crawshank redemption, baby. It didn't feel like, that was the thing that was so different about the game against the Chiefs. Played against a good defense. You played against analytically a top 5, top 10 defense in just about every significant, important statistical category. And you only punted 4 times. You punted 7 times against the Raiders. A terrible defense. A defense that the Dallas Cowboys laughed at on their way to scoring how many points? 30, I don't know, 37, 38. They just kept scoring points. You don't need the Broncos to be great. You don't need Bo Nix to be great. We don't need him to be in the top 5 in expected points added per dropback. You want to know why all your friends in Boston, when you were listening to what was it called? The Sports Hub?
98.5, the Sports Hub.
The Hub, man. You were listening to the Hub, a different Hub, this morning. The reason they're terrified is because their quarterback right now has to play really well for them to win. The Denver Broncos quarterback does not have to play elite for them to beat good teams.
He just has to be not bad.
He has to be good.
Not bad.
Just good. Good. Like not, how do you play? Good. No.
Good.
Played good.
Played good.
Play good. Hey, what do you think about Bo? He's good.
He's good.
Yeah. That's all you need. And that's why everybody's terrified about the Denver Broncos.
It's like the Avs from last year. If you didn't have horrendous goaltending for the first couple of months of the season, first 2-3 months of the season, you're likely looking at a 1 seed, or at least you're not having to travel to Dallas in Game 7 and having to play in that type of situation. If the goaltending was just, they were good, you would have had a completely different situation. But they were god-awful.
Speaking of Dallas.
Oh, do you want to talk about that?
Rantanen.
Okay. If you guys didn't see in the NHL last night, the Dallas Stars played the New York Islanders at home.
Can I just, before we get too much into it?
What's up?
Patrick Waugh, one of us.
Oh, Patrick Waugh is a psychopath.
He's one of us.
He has always been a psychopath.
He's one of us.
You think Nathan McKinnon snaps and sees red? It's not even close to Patrick Waugh.
Okay, continue. Set this up.
This was before you were here. When Patrick Waugh was the head coach of the Avalanche, his first year, they played against, I believe, the Anaheim Ducks, and Bruce Boudreau was their coach. Bruce is a beloved figure in hockey. He is a shorter and very round fellow. And Patrick is larger, in good shape. At that point, he was still skating with the Avs because they were doing their Stadium Series game where they played against the Detroit Red Wings. And it was honestly, the alumni game was better than the actual NHL game the following day.
That's wild.
So Patrick was still in shape. And at the end of that game, Waugh nearly breaks down the glass separating the two benches. It's one of the craziest unhinged videos I've ever seen. I'll show it to you in the break. What happened last night between the Isles and the Stars, Rantanen is forechecking Alexander Romanov. And it's a really scary situation where both players are going about 15, maybe 20, or Rantanen certainly is going about 15, 20 miles an hour at that spot.
Ooh.
And he pushes Romanov from 10 feet in the numbers, and Romanov goes directly into the boards. It's a really scary play. You can break wrists. You can pop shoulders out. You can shatter collarbones. It's a play that you could kill someone on. Yeah. And that is not an overstatement. You could kill somebody on that play. I don't love the result. Rantanen pushing there looks terrible.
Was it stick? Cross? Was it a true cross check?
It was a little push on the seat of his pants.
Okay.
Which is from the moment, from like 12 years old, you're told if you see numbers, you don't push on the pants.
Not straight ahead, especially if you're dang near inside the crease, right?
Right. I did see a little bit of there was Scott Mayfield, former Denver Pioneer, was right next to Rantanen as he was making that forecheck, and Mayfield kind of pushes him off just a little bit. So there's a change in balance for Rantanen, but Rantanen pushing at the end on the seat of Romanov's pants for a guy that just had shoulder surgery on that shoulder. It's a bad look. I see reports today coming out that the NHL isn't going to fine or suspend Rantanen.
Really?
It's because he hasn't been a player that's done that in his past. So I have a little bit of, I don't think Rantanen really meant to do it. It's just a bad look that he extended his hands on the seat of Romanov's pants. It was a dangerous play. And I understand why Waugh is so pissed off.
What did Waugh end up saying?
Waugh ended up screaming
he was
at
caught
Rantanen.
on a hot mic, right?
Yeah, screaming at Rantanen and essentially went, "You will not finish the game in New York," when Dallas travels to the Islanders. I also don't love that, because what that screams to me, Avs fans will remember this, that feels like Mark Crawford and Steve Moore back with the Bertuzzi incident. Steve Moore knees Marcus Naslund, the leading scorer in the NHL at that time, captain for the Canucks. Naslund goes out. He's injured for a long period of time, and Crawford essentially puts a bounty on Steve Moore's head. And the next time that Vancouver comes to Colorado, Steve Moore has his neck broken by Todd Bertuzzi. So I appreciate Waugh wanting to have his players back. I don't love him going, "You're not finishing the game," because it screams Steve Moore to me. And I hate that.
I know we got to get to a break right now, but can I just speak for half of the morning sprint? Just me, not you, Raj. Because you have Finnish blood pumping through your body, just like Mikko Rantanen does. I don't like Mikko. That's it.
Rolling along here on a Wednesday edition of the Morning Sprint. That's the Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi. If you missed yesterday's Avs Ticket Tuesday, you missed your chance to win tickets to the Avs-Rangers game tomorrow evening. Christopher Glover from Littleton didn't miss. He entered for the second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix, and he won 2 tickets to the game tomorrow night. Listening and playing has
I want to
its
go.
perks.
I haven't gone to my first Avs game this year, man. I need to go.
You can get in with the badge that's on your phone right now.
Yeah, but I want to bring one of my kids, maybe 2.
You can't bring them in with that.
Did I sneak them in?
They're too big. They're too big.
You can sneak.
Stop. What, you're trying to tell me that I can sneak
I'm
in?
sorry. No. I was saying you have a young enough child that's compact enough.
I could sneak the 2-month-old in.
Yes.
I thought you were taking a shot at my
No,
stature.
I wasn't. I was talking about
sneak
Cammy.
you in, Raj.
I was talking about Cammy.
Are you sure?
Cammy's going to come in a baby Bjorn with Raj attached. It's going to be perfect.
Should we try that one day? We get a big baby Bjorn, but you carry me in. We see if we can't get me in for free. I would like to say that I am still very little, but Coach, I am 12 pounds heavier than I ever have been in my life. I stepped onto the scale this morning.
Yeah.
Because I was holding the baby and looked in the mirror and I went, oh, something doesn't look right. I thought I was going to be like 5-7 pounds overweight. 12.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, I live that life. Dude, And
no one told me about that in terms of parenthood. Dude. Like the first 8 weeks, all you do is eat pasta because that's the only thing that people bring over for dinners.
Oh, yeah.
Is just pasta.
And you end up, a lot of parenting is just being.
Sitting.
Yeah, because guess what? I love Cammy, right? She's awesome. But she's not very smart right now.
No, she's not.
She doesn't even know how to walk.
She can't.
She doesn't even know how to get up, so you don't ever chase her.
She can't even hold her own bottle. I have to hold it there.
She's confined to a space, therefore, guess who also is? You.
No one told me about that. They were like, yeah, the sleep's going to be difficult and, your life's going to change. You can't just drop something at the drop of a hat and go play golf or
can I tell you
have beers with the fellas. They never told you're going to get fat.
Can I tell you something? First time I saw you.
Do you think I had a couple LBs?
I was like, midsection's kind of matching 42-year-old Coach Sanford over here, man. Huh? What you got, buddy? All right, Raj usually coming in. He's got his 6-pack going. I'm like, he's got himself a nice. He's built. He's talked a lot. He taught me what the term bag of milk is.
I look like a bag of milk right now. I look like a bag of milk right now.
Well, you actually, I remember everything, especially when it refers to Big Back. You got all the snacks. I know the snacks. But I remember it when we got back from Circa. Remember when you and I went to the Circa? I had Manscaped. I just raw dogged it out the Circa pool. And you're like, yeah, it's good. Coach Sanford looked like a big old bag of milk. I'm like, okay, thanks, man. I used to be pretty fit. So guess what's happening in January, Raj? You and I, the morning sprint, KJ too. We're doing 75 hard, man. We're going to get right.
All right, I'm in.
And we're going to be pretty committed. 2 workouts a day. 1 inside, 1 outside.
I'll handle it.
In January.
75's a lot of days.
No booze.
I love me some beer.
No sweets.
I hate that too.
Just
this is going to suck.
Think how good you're going to look though, man.
I'll take it.
Caitlin might want it. She's that would be 4 months postpartum?
Yeah.
It's not a bad time.
Get the wife to do it with me? I can handle that. You see the news out of the NFL today. The New Orleans Saints have they waived Brandon Cooks. Do you want Brandon Cooks here?
I want Marvin Mims to get involved in the offense more
I was
than I want
say,
Brandon Cooks here.
I don't want another wide receiver here because Mims needs to play more than 27% of the offensive snaps.
I don't think that Sean would do it. He could sign him to the practice squad, right? I don't know how that works. I don't know if you would be high enough in the waiver process because the Broncos are essentially dead last right now in the waiver process. Doesn't have to do with
your current standing.
Current standing in the national. You'd be second to last, or would you be dead last?
You'd be dead last right now. The Broncos are
That's
are
a really
slated.
Cool thought, man.
Because I was looking at an ESPN mock draft this morning because it's never too early for a mock draft here on Altitude Sports Radio. Denver is slated to pick at 32.
Even more reason why you trade Sean Payton to the New York Giants. Sorry. For 2 future firsts.
Oh, my God.
They work. You don't want to get rid of him. They work. Sean and Bo work together.
I know.
He's 9-2.
I'm good.
Come on.
I'm good.
You have a candle lit because of him.
I know. I came back on Monday after the Raiders
Friday, and I just said, it's time to turn a page and create some peace, tranquility in the relationship of Sean Payton, Bo Nix, and Broncos country. And we did.
What do you have to do to get Marvin Mims more touches that aren't just bubble screens and handoffs that, like, if he gets the edge, it might be 15 yards, but most of the time it's like a 2-yard gain, a 3-yard gain. How can we find a way to manufacture touches for Mims in the middle of the field?
Well, I think it's partially the fly sweep game. And I think that's still valuable. I think when you play against teams that are 4-down structure as opposed to 3-down with 2 overhangs, you're able to get the fly sweep game going. And then I think all the action that comes off the fly sweep. Remember, there was a nice little run last year where we saw Marvin Mims in the backfield. I believe it was at Kansas City. It was like one of the first plays of the game, and he got an outside zone call from the pistol in the backfield. You're like, oh, Marvin Mims playing some running back. Well, guess what? You might need him to do some of that now. You don't have J.K. Dobbins. It sounds like, did we get any official word yet about plantar fasciitis or the plantar surgery or Liz Frank's injury or whatever it might be? No, nothing official, right?
No,
All
everything that I
speculative.
saw is
I heard the morning show.
season-ending foot surgery. He's
Yeah.
gone. You'd be lucky to have him back in February if you make a Super Bowl run.
Okay. Marvin Mims last year against the Chiefs was utilized from the backfield. And then I believe the next home game, I think was the Falcons.
Like, have him as a true tailback? Like, just sitting back there?
Sean's already
like
shown it that he's done it. It's not going to be like he is going to be a 3-down tailback, but he's back there as either decoy Leroy, which I don't love, but I love it if it creates some awesome opportunities in the bootleg naked game, right? Use him in some wide zone. If he can run outside zone, 4-step decision, make a cut, or either circle the defense, toss plays, toss sweep. And then what I loved is last year against the Falcons, I believe it was, one of the first drives that got Bo Nix really going, you actually hit Marvin Mims as a running back on a wheel route. That's pretty good. Think about if you have R.J. Harvey and Marvin Mims in a split backfield. Bo Nix in shotgun, and those two cats in the backfield. You could motion one, run zone with R.J. Harvey, and then now you have Marvin Mims as a bubble screen guy. You can run a wheel concept or a double wheel concept. It opens up opportunities, and so you don't really have that guy right now that's a true bell cow. So you got to be creative with how you utilize the running back position. And Sean's already shown his hand that he's done it. He did it a year ago. I think Sean was desperately looking for an R.J. Harvey type of a guy out of the backfield that can catch wheel routes, that can have a presence as a pass-catching receiver. That's where I think Marvin Mims could really enhance this offense. And I wouldn't be surprised coming off a bye week. Sean's probably hanging out in Cabo right now, getting some Corona-inspired play calling infusion, right? Sitting there, thinking about different ways. And this happens. There's times where I'm sitting there like, oh, man, I could do that. Oh, it's weird when the ideas come. The ideas don't come when you're sitting there like focused on the film. A lot of times it happens when your brain starts spinning. Sometimes it happens in Cabo. Sometimes it happens, when you might have something inside of your system that is, is going to enhance some thought processes. I think Sean's doing that right now.
Loosen it up a bit.
Yeah, I think Sean's doing that right now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more Marvin Mims in a creative capacity from an offensive standpoint. And I think a lot of people say, well, Sean doesn't do this. Sean doesn't do that. Sean does things that lead to your team being 9-2, whether I like it or not, whether I like every single thing or not. But he also has proven to be he can evolve. He can bring about things, and he has such a deep encyclopedia of ball plays that he can pull and extrapolate from any different era that he's been in the National Football League.
Take us wherever you guys want to go today on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. Hour 2 coming up next. That's the coach. I'm Raj. It's Altitude. The Nuggets host the Kings on Saturday night, and you can be there just by listening to us right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in for keywords on the 20s tomorrow all day long on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and you can win one of 5 pairs of tickets to the game against Sacramento on Saturday evening at Ball Arena. It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio. Again, listen on the 20s. Every Tuesday we give away Avs tickets. Every Thursday we give away Nuggets tickets. The only people in the state that can get you inside Ball Arena for your favorite teams. Coach, Shedeur Sanders, the 42nd starting quarterback since 1999 for the Cleveland Browns.
42.
The 42nd.
How many is it?
Starting
Like
quarterback.
5 years? Gosh, it seems like it'd be a lot, right? I'm guessing there's been 15 starters in 5 years.
The list, okay, so 5 years. Back to 20, how's this?
So it'd be 21?
20, we'll do 2020.
Okay, 2020 till today.
Baker Mayfield was in his 3rd year. So Baker Mayfield was the only starter in 2020.
Yep.
2021 had 3 starters. Mayfield, Case Keenum, and Nick Mullins.
Okay,
so
so
we're
you're
at
at
3 total. 2022 had Jacoby Brissett and Deshaun Watson. The following season had Deshaun Watson, Joe Flacco, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, P.J. Walker, and Jeff Driscoll.
Oh my
We're up to
gosh.
9.
Oh my gosh.
2024 had Jameis Winston, Deshaun, DTR, and Bailey Zappi. So now we're up to 11 individuals. This season, Flacco again, so can't count him. Dylan Gabriel
New
makes
one.
12, and Shedeur Sanders would be the 13th starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns.
What was my my crazy guess was 12?
Since 2020.
Dude. And really since 2021 because it was Baker was 2020 only, right?
Baker was 2020 only.
And then he also started in 21.
He started in 21,
Yeah,
and then
so-
there were 2 games
so
from
literally
Case Keenum
since,
and 1
since
from Nick Mullins.
2021, 13 different starters in a regular season game for the
That is
Cleveland
the-
Browns.
That's what it felt like in Denver.
It did. It maybe that one year, was it 2022? That was wild that you just read off. Or was it 23?
For the Browns?
The Browns.
The Browns had the 2023 year where they
With
had
Driscoll.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different starters. The Broncos had 4 different starters in 2020. That was the COVID year.
That included our guy. What was his name?
Kendall Hinton.
Hinton, yes.
The wide receiver.
Wake Forest, right?
Yeah, I mean, from 2020, the Broncos had Drew Lock, Driscoll, Rippon, Hinton, Bridgewater, Wilson, Stidham, Nix. You've had 8 compared to Cleveland's 13 in that same time frame. But those 3 years, man, of Flacco, Locke, Allen, Driscoll, Rippon, Bridgewater, like that was purgatory. To be as comfortable as you are right now with Bo Nix, and half the fan base going, we believe in him, and the other half of the fan base going, he's not good enough to get us to the Peyton Manning, John Elway promised land. Just think about where you were 4 seasons ago, man. That shouldn't be too far out of your rear view to go, I'm kind of thankful about the quarterback situation that's happening.
I just saw somebody.
Because this isn't Kyle Orton.
No.
Right? It's not the same feel. There's a higher ceiling than Kyle Orton.
I just saw somebody tweet out, we've come a long way in 3 years. And it was, if you think about 3 full years, 2022 season.
Russ and Rippon.
Yes. And Dalton Reisner screaming. And I mean, remember all the stuff on the sideline? That was just 3 years ago, man. Almost to the day. That is the power of Sean Payton. It is, man. For all the things that he's not nice enough to the media, he's clearly loves him some him, hates all these narratives that are created or speculation about how he views Bo Nix or all the different things. The positive juice of Sean Payton could not be more on display than looking back to a 3-year anniversary of Dalton Reisner and Brett Rippon undressing each other because of Russell Wilson and his antics. That was pre-Sean. And just a mere 3 years later, you have the 32nd pick in the 2026 NFL draft right now after 11 contests. That's wild.
I see a bunch of people texting in. It wasn't technically Kendall Hinton as your starting quarterback
right.
that game. It was Phil Lindsay
Yep.
because he took the first, 3 snaps or 4 snaps in
Wildcat.
Wildcat. But let's be honest, the guy who was your quarterback for that game was Kendall Hinton. He was the one who was throwing the ball as much as possible. That was such a joke. What a fake version of sports that year was. 2020.
I hated it.
Think back to how crappy that was. That you couldn't have a quarterback because the room wasn't allowed to be together because there was a random test that happened.
Try coaching college football.
I coached 14-year-olds that year. It was a nightmare.
Try coaching college football at the time in the Big Ten Conference with Kevin Warren as the commissioner that was so easily persuaded by politics and every new little thing that came out that we were having a season, then the next day canceled the entire season, then 3 days later, like I was on vacation.
It was nuts.
They canceled the season. I'm like, what do I do? I asked PJ Flock. I'm like, well, I took the boys up to the Boundary Waters up in the border of Minnesota and in Canada, up near Duluth, just north of Duluth and Grand Marais, and Thunder Bay, Ontario. I was up there.
Mackenzie Blackwood's hometown,
Yes.
Thunder Bay, Ontario.
Also, George Gwozdecki, Valor Christian hockey coach, stick and puck man, the former DU national champion. If I'm not mistaken.
Back-to-back national champion, yes.
And all of a sudden, I'm like, wait, I'm on my way back, and I'm like, wait, there's a season now? I better hurry up. I gotta go. It's the wildest thing ever. Rashad Bateman was our entire offensive centerpiece, and he's like, "Oh, I'm playing." As people were opting out, and like 3 games in, he's like, "Yeah, I'm not playing." Okay.
Any surprises with the Week 13 12-team college football bracket? You've got Ohio State as the 1 seed, Indiana is the 2, Texas A&M surviving a 29-point deficit, 27, something crazy like that?
Yeah, I had a really good conversation last night of all nights with Texas A&M offensive coordinator Colin Klein.
Okay.
The former Loveland High School star quarterback, and also obviously I think he was a Heisman runner-up at Kansas State as the big, tall 6'6" quarterback. It was cool talking to him just about the murderer's row of preparation in the Southeast Conference. Like he's like, every single team has got elite players, and you can stub your toe against anybody. Sure enough, they've just found a way to continue to survive. They're a fun team to watch right now. 5
of the 12 teams right now currently in the bracket are SEC teams. Georgia fills out as the number 4 seed currently in the quarterfinals. The 7-10 matchup is Oregon and Alabama. Oregon plays USC this week.
It's a big one. The old Pac-12 throwback matchup game.
Can Lincoln Riley win the big one at USC?
Is this going to be potentially end of Lincoln Riley if they lose or get beat badly?
If they get beat badly by Oregon, you go, what are you doing here?
Yeah, like what
this
is
isn't what we hired you for.
Allegedly,
we didn't give you a PJ. We didn't buy you beachfront property. We didn't buy you out of Oklahoma for the number 24 ranking every year.
So USC, man, they kind of just quietly just stayed relevant with some wins against, I would call, okay Big Ten teams. You got the big win over Michigan, who also just randomly has started to just quietly stay semi-relevant, but they're not really that good, right? USC beats Michigan, loses to Notre Dame by 10. And then the win over Nebraska was huge. The win over Northwestern, win over Iowa, and now they find themselves in this position. I think Oregon at Autzen Stadium beats USC convincingly. And I don't think it bodes well for USC and Lincoln Riley's future.
The 8-9 matchup right now is Oklahoma-Notre Dame, which would be fantastic. Texas Tech, the 5 seed, against Tulane, which is the highest ranked group of 5 contestant right now. And then the 11-6 matchup. Is Lane Kiffin going to be the head coach at Mississippi when they get into the playoff this year? If they get into the playoff.
That's a crazy story. Yes! It's a crazy story. Do you hear what Ole Miss did to him? So obviously there's all kinds of speculation, and some of which I believe has been verified, that LSU sent a private jet during, I think it was either during the bye week or during like the weekend after he'd played a game, Sunday maybe, for his family to go take a look at LSU. That's how it was worded. So then Ole Miss comes back. The athletic director there at Ole Miss says, you either sign this extension that locks you in,
or you have the ultimatum by the Egg Bowl, where KJ's Mississippi State Bulldogs wait. If you don't have that thing signed to lock yourself in here, you're not coaching this team.
So Kiffin has come out and said that Mississippi has not given him that ultimatum. And I don't know if that's just him getting out in front of the press or trying to buy a little bit of good grace with his school, right? Because if he comes out and goes, oh, no, they didn't do that, that is trying to get in good graces of, hey, look what I did for you in the public eye. You did not try and, kneecap me for shopping myself around. My question here is, and please educate me, I understand that the jump to LSU would be, there's not many jobs in college football that are bigger than the Louisiana State job, correct?
Yeah, but it's kind of a gross job. It's a job where you can win a national championship and have arguably one of the best seasons in college football history, like Ed Orgeron did in 2019.
And then you're gone the next year.
And then you're fired in 2021? What are we doing?
Is the jump from Mississippi to Florida, that's a big jump? I understand there's like championship history at Florida, but there hasn't been in many years.
Here's what I don't quite understand. This thing used to all be about there's programs that have everything. The haves versus the have-nots. And everybody tries to say that the Mississippi schools are the have-nots. You want to talk about some recruiting stuff that happened before the portal and NIL world? I'll say this. There's money in Mississippi. Right, KJ? Somehow, some way, that bag, and it was a big bag, seemed to find its way to recruits' homes by hook or by crook. There is money in Mississippi. And nowadays, it's all about these TV deals. It's all about this revenue share model that the NCAA is employing. And if you're a part of one of the big Power 2 conferences, you get this massive, massive slice of the pie. Mississippi can keep up with Florida and LSU if they want to.
Now, the endowments are drastically
The endowments don't make a crap bit of difference right now. It's all about TV revenue and donor dollars. And you could argue that donor dollars are directly correlated to, but do you think anybody's that passionate about giving money to just Ole Miss the school or Mississippi State the school?
Rather than the NIL.
They want to give it to football.
Right. Now there is a direct handshake of that money changing. Rather than here, just use it at the school. And if it happens to go under the table to your star wide receiver commit, all the power to you, but I didn't know anything about it.
And I think that, I don't know what Lane Kiffin currently makes, but they could pay $3 million more per year. What's that?
Lane Kiffin's annual salary is $9 million.
What are we doing here?
That is 10th highest in college football, according to USA Today. Kirby Smart leads at $13 million, Ryan Day at $12.5, Lincoln Riley at $11.5, Dabo Swinney $11.25, Sarkisian at Texas is $10.8, Dan Lanning at Oregon $10.4, DeBoer $10.25. Brian Kelly, now fired at LSU, was making $10.175. Belichick is making $10.1 at North Carolina to go to adult cheerleading competitions.
That was the craziest story. Dude, how nuts did his girlfriend look in that adult cheerleading costume or whatever you want to call it? Dude, that, and then
I want to say a word.
Did you see some of the males?
I can't do it. I'd get in trouble.
I like Raj that gets in trouble.
I can't do it.
All right, off the air.
I can't say it.
Look at this. Look at some of the. Look at Bill, first of all.
He doesn't look happy.
He's not. Has he ever been happy?
He doesn't look happy. He looks miserable now.
Look at the guy to the right of Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan.
Bag of milk.
Dude, what? And he's got sequin collar. Look at her. She's got a little bit of an emo goth vibe going. Which,
brother, I don't.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like it.
Different strokes for different folks, but I don't get it. Yeah, Lane Kiffin, 10th highest paid coach in college football right now.
Okay, cool.
You want to bump him up $2 million. If you give him $2 extra million, he automatically makes more than Steve Sarkisian does at Texas.
Yes. And what are we talking about?
2 sheets is nothing.
And why leave Ole Miss?
I wouldn't.
Dude, you go 10-2 at Ole Miss, and people you got a statue. You go 10-2 at LSU, get fired.
Yeah, right. If you win a national championship at LSU, you know who Lane Kiffin is? Might be the 3rd best coach in the history of the program.
Yep.
Maybe.
And he'll probably get fired 2 years later.
I wouldn't do it, dude.
Just based off of past events.
KJ's NFL notes are coming up next. Every single day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, what do you have for us today?
Well, ESPN released their Coaching Buzz article this morning, and at the top of their list for the 2026 head coaching candidates was none other than Broncos DC Vance Joseph. And according to Jeremy Fowler, he said the group were former coordinators with head coaching experience will be a factor this year. Vance Joseph's defense in Denver might break the NFL's all-time record for sacks in a single season, and he has ties to Miami and Cincinnati if those jobs come open, end quote. So based on what Fowler thinks is most likely, which would be a better fit for Vance Joseph, Miami or Cincy?
Miami's got the better defensive talent right now.
I mean, first off, could you imagine Miami hiring out for the 70 burger that he endured 2 years ago? 3 years.
2 full seasons ago.
Yeah.
It was not last year. It was 2 full
Sean
years
Payton's first year.
Correct.
A 70 burger.
That'd be kind of funny.
Going back to the scene of a
It's
crime.
like coming back here. It was the scene of a crime. It was a failed head coaching experiment, and Denver rehired him in the Cincinnati job if it becomes available. I know it's really enticing to take that because you can kind of set and forget your offense, but you're hamstrung by ownership. You are hamstrung by the fact that they don't want to pay players, and that you can't, as a result of paying Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Joe Burrow, you can't go out and do what you're doing right now with Denver. You can't pay Zach Allen. You can't pay Nick Bonito. You can't pay Pat Surtain. Can't pay Jonathan Cooper.
Think about this,
You can't
though.
do any of that with those 3 massive contracts in Cincy. I'm not taking that job.
I don't want Miami either because of the Tua contract and the Tua state of his health, state of his play. And I guess the same could be true for Joe Burrow, who just hasn't been able to stay healthy. But just the shiny object of Joe Burrow in and of itself is pretty appealing, period.
That's appealing. Cincinnati does way too much to me to go, no shot that I would do.
God, they were so good just a mere 2 years ago, though, when he was healthy.
He should go to New York and coach the Giants.
But Sean's going to be there.
Don't do this. Don't do that.
2 middle fingers.
Okay, sorry.
Sean doesn't want to be there. Sean wants to be here.
It doesn't matter where he wants to be. He's going to get traded for a 2026 and 2027 first-round pick.
Stop
for
it.
the Broncos.
Stop it.
Come on, man.
They're 9-2. Stop doing that.
Okay, I'll stop. I'll be more mature.
Conform.
I will make sure that I do the thing that Sean Payton did all training camp.
Everyone be happy. We are a
Do you remember
pluribus.
Do you remember what we called the 2025 training camp? Over and over and over. The no drama training camp. I'll be the no drama radio guy.
I appreciate that. KJ, what's next?
Just no fun.
Broncos legend John Elway recently stopped by the After the Horn podcast presented by Guerrilla Sports with Woody Page, Tom Green, and Ron Zappolo. John talked about Bo Nix and where he is in year 2 compared to year 1. And they also kind of got into, where was John in his year 1 to year 2 journey as well. So it was an interesting conversation, and here's a little bit of it.
You like him? I do like him. Yeah. But I think he's settling down a little bit. To me, it looks like, for the first part, it looked like he was just moving too quick. Things were moving really, really fast for him. And so I think once he slows that down, and I think
that's hard to do, isn't it?
It is. Age and experience.
People tell you to slow down. That should do it.
He's got all the tools, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
can you relate to that? You're 24 years old in your second year. You win 10 in a row, and you're on your way to winning the AFC West.
Yeah. I mean, I think so. And that's where I think Sean Payton's done such a great job too, especially when you talk about him what they did last year and the year they had last year, and you could see that the offense progress over time and giving him a little more bites, all the time. And so, and then coming into this year, and the good thing about Bo, he plays 62 college football games. That is huge, right? Most guys 24 maybe, especially in today's world, because if they've started 24 games in college, they're coming out
right
as a junior. He knows how to win football games. It's proven this year that they're making the plays when they have to make it, and they're winning the fourth quarter. Whereas the previous 5 or 6 years, we hadn't won the fourth quarter ever, and everybody was sitting waiting for the bad play to happen.
What was John Elway's last year as the de facto general manager, whatever title it was.
2022? 2021?
Is that recent? So yeah, he was. I mean, he lumped himself in there.
Well, I do want to confirm, Raj. Like, wasn't it 2020? Because remember, he in 21 and 22, he started to fall back as.
Oh
George
yeah,
Payton
they
came
put him into like president of football operations that year.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2020 was that was the last year that like. Remember when Joe Sakic moved on from the GM of the Avs, then became president of hockey ops, where he's like still very much involved, but they had McFarland running the show. That was the 2020 to 2021 transition. Thank you.
So I find it interesting that I think John Elway right there included his tenure, tail end of his tenure in the frustrating times of not being able to win the fourth quarter because of quarterback malpractice, right? It was QB malpractice in terms of decision making as a whole.
Mm-hmm.
And to me, I personally know there are certain people in the media market here that hold a pretty significant grudge, and certain fans too, towards John Elway for the malpractice around the quarterback position that didn't involve Peyton Manning. And I give some credit to John Elway for acknowledging that accountability.
Sure. The good that he did in terms of bringing Peyton Manning here far outweighs the debacle of Paxton Lynch and Case Keenum and Teddy Bridgewater and Drew Lock.
Colt McCoy in there too.
Not being able to was
Colt
McCoy a Broncos quarterback at one point? Was he a backup at one point? I think so. But it still outweighs. It's funny. The question that will never die. Does winning a Super Bowl and getting Peyton Manning here to Denver
never played for the Broncos
outweigh not drafting Josh Allen? Does it outweigh it?
Yes. Because what has Josh Allen not done that John Elway
he hasn't even
did
gotten
do?
there. Hasn't even gotten to a Super Bowl.
And it doesn't appear, as of today, that football team is primed to make it to the big show. As of today.
Imagine if Josh Allen was the quarterback of the Denver Broncos right now. That's an unbeatable football team. If Josh Allen was the quarterback, it is an unbeatable football team.
So good.
KJ, keep it
How
rolling.
sexy would that be?
It'd be unbelievable.
Okay, stop. We're the no drama show, right? The no drama morning.
It's
sprint.
9-2. We're all happy. Let's just enjoy it. I like what's happening.
But we have to do radio too, right? And we have to do stupid things and say crazy things.
Like, what if Josh Allen was wearing orange and blue instead of blue and red?
Josh Allen.
KJ, what do you got?
Browns coach Kevin Stefanski announced this morning that quarterback Shedeur Sanders will officially make his first NFL start on Sunday with a full week of reps with the Ones, which will be his first reps ever with the Ones.
All right. I got an announcement to make to everybody here that at least are okay with the CU Buffs and the Deion Sanders, Shedeur Sanders era of CU football. You know what it's time to do? You heard it right here first. It's time for you to go find and dust off your old luxury watches because you're going to be holding those puppies up. Shedeur's going to make his NFL debut. We will never be the same because there's going to be a lot of watch yielding. Just watches everywhere. You ready for it?
I'm ready for it. It'll be exciting. I will watch that football game. It might be a dumpster fire, but I'll watch it.
I think you'll play fine. I think you'll play good. Good.
If there's any team that you can play well against, it's Las Vegas.
It's all good.
If memory serves correctly, KJ, didn't Coach all those months ago call that the first start for Shedeur Sanders was going to be at Vegas?
Or did he?
Oh, he didn't.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's a fascinating storyline, and I got to tell you what's going to happen. Joe Flacco is going to be your day one starter. Check. Shedeur Sanders will be starting for this football team by week 5. And there is no looking back. Terrible take.
I thought you had it.
I wasn't even close.
What
are we, week 13?
I called it after the bye, if memory serves correctly, and I got that one wrong as well. Because they're going into week 12 against Vegas. Their bye was week 9. We were close. I think you're in the ballpark. I think you get partial credit for
No,
that.
I don't. That
You
sucked.
get partial credit.
That's terrible.
KJ, what's next?
Have a Sunday. Yeah, have a Sunday.
Well,
who is that right there, by the way?
Raj.
Do you know who that is right there? Hell of a Sunday.
No idea.
Okay, so this is Riley Moss. Immediately after Will Lutz, our guy, Big Nuts Will Lutz, nails the game winner walk-off field goal against the Chiefs. That's Riley Moss coming up to him on NFL Films, captured the audio. Did he call him Billy? I think he calls him Billy. Hey, Billy. Hell of a Sunday, man. Hell of a Sunday.
I love calling a William Bill.
Isn't that good?
I love that.
Play that one more time. I want to hear that one more time.
Have a Sunday. Yeah,
Can't hear the Billy. Can't hear the Billy in there, but there is a Billy. It's good. Riley Moss, one of us.
Well, the New York Giants, speaking of one of us, who is not one of us at all, but a guy who we wanted to be one of us, was Abdul Carter, their first-round pick. He vehemently denied Tuesday that he slept through a walkthrough practice last week, and he expressed that he was getting treatment at the time. To further explain, he went on to tell reporters that the normal practice time changed to his understanding. He was not aware that it had changed, so he continued to get his treatment. He went on to FaceTime the interim coach Kafka later that day. They got it all straightened out, which is why he, I guess, ultimately agreed to understanding why he had to sit out the first series. But the whole narrative about him, sleeping through the meetings and things of that nature, he's denying that, and he believes that people are just spinning narratives for no reason. So I wanted to ask you guys, is this just the New York media just making things bigger than they are as they typically do, or is Abdul Carter wrong in this case for not knowing that the practice time changed?
Yeah, you're the player. You're paid to be on time, and you're paid to be at games and practices. That's on the kid.
Do you want to know where all of that lives? Is on the phone.
Right. It's
I update everything in real time on this app called Group Spot for high school football, and it goes out to 497 people because of all the different families, coaches, players, and they get the updates and schedule in real time. And they're accountable to that. They have to download the app, and they have to turn on their notifications. They got to keep their phone with them at least every, you're going to be able to, kids nowadays, everybody nowadays, essentially checking their phone on the minute. It's real.
Yeah, you can't miss it. So sure, is the New York media blowing it up? A little bit, as they should. It's your number one pick who is literally asking if he could have the two most coveted numbers in Giants history, right? He wanted the Lawrence number and he wanted the Sims number because he was the next great Giant. You know how many sacks the dude has this year?
4?
Half. He has half a sack.
Not good, Bill.
He has 12 solo tackles and just 9 quarterback hits.
Not great, Billy.
Dude, show up on time. You think that's your fault? It's not the New York media blowing that out of proportion. You're the number one pick. Or third overall pick. You're the number one pick for New York that year. Figure it out. That's not good enough. KJ?
Have a Sunday. Yeah, have a Sunday.
In case you missed it yesterday, Steelers quarterback Aaron Rodgers will not need surgery to repair a fracture to his left non-throwing wrist, according to Mike Tomlin. The status in which he will play or as Tomlin put it, whether he will play Sunday and beyond is still up in the air. But I wanted to ask you guys, what's the likelihood that two teams make it out of the AFC North knowing that Kansas City pretty much is fighting for their life?
I think Kansas City's got a better shot at making it than your third team coming out of the North or your second team coming out of the North. Who's got a better shot right now at 5-5 or 5-5? Baltimore or Kansas City?
Baltimore.
Baltimore's remaining schedule: home against the Jets, home against the Bengals, home against the Steelers, at Cincinnati.
See, I think the
home
Steelers,
against the Pats, at Packers, at Steelers.
I think the Steelers are going to fold. I think they're going to fold.
If Rodgers can't play.
Period. I just think they're going to fold, period. I just see it happening. Mike Tomlin did something that he hasn't ever done, and that's bring about somebody who in their later stage of their career is actually a cancer to a team that just continues to make the playoffs every year. They did it last year with Justin freaking Fields and Russell Wilson. At least those guys aren't cancerous to a culture. Aaron Rodgers at this stage of his career is cancerous because he's a freaking narcissist that cares more about his own legacy than about the success of the football team.
So better chance for Baltimore to get in the Kansas
Baltimore's
City.
a better football team, man. Baltimore has a better quarterback. Baltimore has an offense that is going to be trending in the right direction. Already is. Tail end of the season. I think Baltimore ends up with probably 10 wins. What's their remaining schedule again? Give it to me.
Baltimore's remaining schedule for the year. They have 2 games against Pittsburgh. They have 2 games against Cincinnati.
Okay.
They have a home game against the Patriots, a home game against the Jets, and an away game in Week 17 against the Packers.
Okay. Not the easiest.
You should beat the Bengals twice, but who knows? The AFC North games are always a crapshoot.
I think that, like right now, if you were to say, Raj, who's winning today at a neutral site, Steelers or Ravens today?
Ravens.
Okay. Oh, wait. Look, they're going to play again 3 weeks from now. Who's going to win?
Ravens.
Yeah, that's my vibe. That's kind of my vibe right now. Just at the current status of who the Ravens are. Their defense has gotten a lot better than the early season was really bad.
But you don't feel that way about Kansas City's remaining schedule. Home against the Colts.
I think Kansas City's going to lose to Dallas. That's the game that I think is going to end up breaking them.
That sinks them.
I think that's the game that ends it for them.
And you have to if they lose that game and they end up missing out in the playoffs, the questions come: is it time for Andy Reid to retire?
Mm-hmm. And that game's in Dallas too.
That game is in Dallas. Yes. KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com.
Can I make a bad prediction real quick?
What's up?
Miami is sitting at 4 wins. They won 3 of their last 4. They have the Saints and the Jets coming up. I'm not saying that they are going to make the playoffs, but I do think they're going to make it interesting for teams that are right there on the verge of the hunt.
They have 4 very winnable games in a row. Home against the Saints, at the Jets, at the Steelers, home against the Bengals. Those are 4 very winnable football games. And then they would be, 8-7 with 2 games to go against Tampa and New England? I can't believe McDaniel still has a job, dude. Good for him. Just finds a way to stay relevant. GMs get fired. He's still kicking in Miami. Good for him, man. Good for him.
Dang, Mo's pretty fired up about an early season Nuggets Pelicans game. Well, I'm fired up about some early season skiing because Loveland Ski Area is now open. Opened up last week in the snow. It started to fall over the last few days. Temperatures are starting to come down, and Loveland Ski Area being open, it's time to make the most of your ski season, and the perfect place for you, the most authentic Colorado local skiing experience, in my humble opinion, is Loveland Ski Area. And the season pass is one that offers perks and partners that rivals all the big name passes. Did you know that if you get a Loveland Ski Pass, it comes with 100 more bonus days at more than 30 partner resorts, which includes Monarch, Purgatory, Silverton, Sunlight, Whitefish, and Schweitzer. You also get access to free cat skiing along the Continental Divide, get some fresh tracks, not just the corduroy, not just the stuff that's all skied over and all mogulled up. You get that fresh stuff. You also get discounts on lift tickets, food, and rentals. What I love about Loveland is that you get real Colorado skiing, real value, and you're going to get more runs in, more laps in than you're going to get waiting at all the lift lines. It's just the way that it should be. So get your pass today at skiloveland.com.
Yeah, I think he's been great for us, both on the ice and in the room. Just another veteran guy with a wealth of experience and talent. And, he just impacts the game in so many different ways. I love his size and his ability to take care of the net front on the defending side of it. He can close people out in the D zone and get you going the right way. And as we've seen so far, he's chipping in on the offensive side of it. Love his ability to get a shot through in the offensive zone to the net, and guys are getting tips and rebounds and some of those dirty area, secondary chances. And so he's been a real good fit for us. He's a great teammate, and he loves to be at the rink and loves the game and loves his teammates. So it's nothing but positive on that side of it so far.
That was Jared Bednar on his weekly hit at 8 a.m. on Wednesdays with Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, thanks to Mr. Roto Plumbing. Talking about Coach Sanford's best friend, Brent Burns. And his
love Burnsy.
His impact on the Avs this year, both on and off the ice. A guy who he just keeps things light in that room. And I think that the veteran added presence this year, not only from Burns coming in, being the old guy without a cup and a bona fide future first ballot Hall of Famer is what Brent Burns is. If you say that to his face, he'll literally laugh at you, but that's who he is. Adding not only Burns, but Landeskog back to the room, I think takes, and again, this is a room I have not been around because I've been on leave, and I can't wait to be around it when I'm back full time.
The vibes that I got is that you're going to really like being around the room.
It just feels, again, now this is talking with, McGahee and others who have been around there.
Yeah.
It feels lighter.
Yeah.
And that's not to say it feels softer or it feels like it doesn't have as much of a driving force to be great. It just feels as though the intensity in that room of God forbid something goes wrong or if we're not doing everything perfectly right, it's the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
For me being the outsider and then, speaking with Moj and Connor on and off here, it feels as though it allows them to open up.
Here's my take. Nathan MacKinnon is the best hockey player on planet Earth right now.
He is.
He can be his own worst enemy if left completely to his own devices because he loves performance. He is obsessed with human performance. And at times, the locker room culture in hockey is like, hey, let's have some cold beers, boys.
No doubt.
Right?
I mean, there's literally a beer company that's coming to the United States. And I think Colorado is going to be the first state that has it. Tyson Berry, it's called Chili Ones.
Oh, I love it.
And I'm almost positive Nate is like a brand ambassador for them. Yeah, it's a thing. There's a reason why there are guys on the team that are designated to have cold beers on ice on the team bus after every single game.
Right. I think that Gabe Landeskog being back in the fold has really helped with that edge that maybe was a little too strong with Nathan MacKinnon when fully left to his own devices as the guy. Now, on the flip side of that, I'm a coach and I love human performance. So I love guys that are obsessed with recovery and sleep.
Well,
and
you need to
eating
have
the
those
right
guys.
ways.
You have to have those type of dudes that are get on the sled with me.
Yep.
And if you don't want to get on, I'm going to pick you up by your collar and drag you. You have to have those dudes.
But you also have to have the guy too that says, "Hey, man, dude, just chill out for once, man."
Right. That's Brent Burns.
Well, I think here's what I think. I know it's Brent Burns, but I think that the first step of that was getting Landy back. Because I think the Landy MacKinnon mixture of leadership with Makar being kind of like the, oh yeah, whatever, boys, kind of guy. I think it works, and it's proven to work. And the last time it was on display it was glorious, right? Fully on display. Where I think that the biggest net positive for the Colorado Avalanche by bringing in Brent Burns, in addition to just being a great dude and a grinder and a guy that's just has seen so much hockey in his life, is the ultimate just great team player. I think that Brent Burns activated a different level of connectivity with Marty Necas because of their relationship and friendship in Carolina. And I think that helps overall ingratiate him into the culture of the Avs. And there are players that you need on every team that you would describe as connective tissue. And I think Brent Burns is the ultimate connective tissue for that entire locker room.
More simply put, glue guy.
Glue guy. Yep. And Marty Necas, like, I don't know that when you get traded, think about Mikko Rantanen. He goes to Carolina. He's like, dude.
He's there for 2 weeks.
Screw this place. I didn't have this on my bingo card. Dude, I'm pretty sure that Marty Necas had some of the same vibes when he first got here. And we kind of saw it play out, unfortunately, in a time of the year that everybody's saying that, I'll believe it when I see it from Necas.
Playoff ghost.
In the playoffs. I think he was also going through that. Am I really a Colorado Ave?
Am I going to stay here next offseason?
And I think right now, well, obviously, he signed the deal. He is a Colorado Avalanche. And Brett Burns, I think, has a lot to do with that. And I think it's going to bode very well down the stretch because of a guy with that ability, that pace on the ice, the ability to skate and beat people down to loose pucks. And you need to now beat a team that you got to dump and chase more effectively. Guys that can skate like that are rare. And the Avs now have that. And they got a McKinnon that also can do that too.
You think he's softening Nate just a little bit too?
No. But I think maybe. I don't know.
In terms of the locker room interactions.
Maybe. I hope so.
Nate's not going around swiping Snickers out of dudes' hands anymore.
I don't think he's allowed to.
Or if he swipes him out of the hands, Burns, bending over, picking it up, and shoving it back in the rookie's hands.
Yeah. Hey, open up, kid.
I got you, buddy.
Here's a king-size Snicker going right down the snout, all right, kid?
I've been doing this 20 years, man. I'm good. I got it. Me and Jumbo Joe Thornton weren't necessarily drinking kale smoothies.
No, we weren't.
We're going to be in the Hall of Fame, too.
We were hiding our dip cans in our beards. That's what we were doing back in the day.
Oh, I forgot about that one. It's still got a little bit of a juice to it.
Got some resin in there.
Oh, no. Oh, man. If you guys missed yesterday's Avs Ticket Tuesday, you missed a chance for tickets to the Avs-Rangers game tomorrow night. Christopher Glover from Littleton didn't miss because while he didn't win on air, he entered to win our second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix and won 2 tickets to the game tomorrow night. Again, listening and playing has its perks. Like tomorrow, when we're going to give away tickets for the Nuggets and the Kings on a Nugget Ticket Thursday. Tune in for keywords on the 20s tomorrow all day long. 5 pairs were given away to see the Sacramento Kings on Saturday night at Ball Arena. Nugget Ticket Thursday coming up tomorrow. PhD coming up next for Coach. For KJ, I'm Raj. We'll talk to you guys tomorrow morning at 10. Be good. Enjoy your Wednesday.
November 19th. Oh, our guy Scott there in New Orleans, in the Big Easy, one of my favorite cities in America. Should have the Super Bowl there every year. It's amazing.
Why does he have so many beads on his deck?
Well, he had a good night last night, man. Tuesday night in the French Quarter. Where are you guys staying, actually, Scott? Are you guys in the French Quarter or nearby?
No, not anymore. We used to stay literally a block and a half from it.
Fun.
And back in my drinking days, there was many nights I was happy that it was only a block and a half away.
Oh, New Orleans is the famous got locked out of the hotel naked story.
Oh, good memory.
Yep,
good memory.
Yep.
So where they got you guys? I mean, not specific, but ish.
We're over by the big casino, actually.
Oh, that's really close to the French Quarter, though. That's right there.
It's not. Well, it's but we're probably a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile away, as opposed to 2 blocks.
Back in my casino days,
okay.
I used to spend a little time at that casino.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because the French Quarter is kind of such a cool, eclectic, sort of place, and then they just plop this big, huge, generic casino like right there in the middle, and it's like, well, okay, and everybody went there too. So, that's good. That's cool, man. When did you guys get in last? Well, yeah. What was your travel schedule? Did you actually? What'd you do? Yesterday, you got there last night. You get some dinner though, at least. I mean, that's unbelievable food there in New Orleans.
We got here, and listen, I got here and I was just bushwhacked. Laid down for a little bit, napped for a little bit, and then your clock's off, right? You get up and it should be like 5:30 or 5:45, and it's 6:45, almost 7. You haven't eaten or anything, so I actually went down and worked out.
Good for you.
Vic was on my same schedule, so he was down there. So
getting it in.
We decide, hey, let's meet downstairs to eat. So about 8:30. We went out and met him out on the street, and we're walking. He goes, yeah, I found this little pizza place just right up here. And we're walking, and the little GPS thing is going nuts. And we're walking by the casino, and they got this one area in the window. I go, what's it called? And I can't even remember what it was called. Pizza cake it's called.
Okay.
And I look through the window in the casino, and I go, it's in the casino. So we had to backtrack a little bit, find a door to get in there, and actually sat there and had a really good pizza. It was,
in the casino?
Just off. You have to kind of walk through the ding, 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 ding before you get into the little food court area.
Yeah.
Also got a Bobby. I went there today, and they had a Bobby Flay has a hamburger joint.
Hey, now there you go.
Nice,
dude. I'm telling you, it was the best hamburger I've ever had.
Well, there you go.
It was unbelievable. So we went there and then walked home and just sat here, watched a little Hallmark Christmas thing. The one show I got in too late, I got kind of mad, so I went on my phone, programmed the next time it's on to record it, and turned the TV off and went to bed.
Oh my God, what a time in New Orleans! Like, who could have it better than you?
When I was a child, DMac, I spake like a child, I acted like a child, but since I've grown up, I put childish things behind me.
And once I became an old fart, I did nothing. But it's New Orleans, man.
Had a good night. Got to read a little bit. Got to watch a little TV. Listen to some music.
I was talking to your boy Marlo after the game, and I was asking about the road trip, and he goes, "Yeah, I just stay in my hotel room until the game." He goes, "I just go sit in my hotel room. Don't really worry about things." He goes, "It's more exhausting when we go to LA because he goes, I'm forced to see my family." But
we were there for like 3 days, so he had to go out with his son-in-law and his daughters, and he was gone and moving around and all that. But listen, it's been a funky start. I told you what Alderman told me when we got back. He said, we got to get through mid-January, and then they're on the road for 2 games again, come home for a game, and then go back right on the road to Memphis, which I don't understand. Why not go Memphis, Houston, New Orleans, then stay home for a couple? But they go back out for one game again, I think, in Memphis, and then back home, and then they play Houston. Then they play somebody after Thanksgiving. I don't even know who it is.
Well, I dare say that if you're going to win on the road and you're the Denver Nuggets and you just came off a
you better win in New Orleans.
Well, kind of. I mean, I don't want to curse anything or anything, but I mean, you're 13.5-point favorites. The Pelicans are 2-12. They're 1-6 at home. I mean, they are bad by every measurable you can think of.
Just fired your coach, right? They just fired their
Right.
coach last week, and yeah, it's got some talent on there. I just think it's a mid-direction. I saw somebody on a podcast basically screaming and saying, "Please move this franchise out of New Orleans. New Orleans doesn't. No one goes to. It was either New Orleans or Memphis. I think it was New Orleans. No one goes to games anyway. Blah 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 blah." So I don't know. Maybe they become the new team in Seattle.
That'd be a shame. That'd be too bad. I guess, because I think New Orleans is an awesome city, but if they can't support it, they can't support it. Seattle would, every game would be sold out in Seattle. Ain't no doubt about it.
They would go nuts. They'll get an expansion team at some point, though, right?
I mean, people have been saying that for 30 years. It's kind of crazy they haven't.
They had a team forever, won a world championship, and decided they didn't want to, put a 1% on 1% sales tax and build a new facility.
Mm-hmm. But the Kraken, I've never been to that building where the Kraken play, but I would assume that could be multi-use. And
it's very unimposing. It kind of like sinks down.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that the big facility right by the Space Needle? It's real close to the Needle.
Yeah, it's pretty close there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, whatever.
I think that's where they used to play basketball. They just kind of gutted it and redid it inside. And I think actually, as Tyler said, dug out and went lower because it's on kind of a hill. I don't think they can, raise it and go higher. But yeah, they've, they still have a franchise if they to build a new facility. Any
in particular insights into this one aside from what I just said? I mean,
I think it'll be interesting if you go back what David said in his post-game presser. I wonder if they make a switch and put Hardaway back in the starting lineup for Peyton Watson, but I don't know.
Zion is out. He has a hamstring, right? Jordan Poole's out with the knee. Wow, man. Like, who do they even
Jordan
have?
Poole's just waiting to see if he can get traded again.
Dude, who do they got? Anybody interesting? I mean, seriously.
Yeah, they got two wings that are really nice players.
They got Trey. They got our Trey Alexander. How about that? Is that our guy? That's our guy, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Jose Alvarado. Okay.
Always a thorn in the side.
Jeremiah Fears. Not scared of him.
That's the kid. That kid's going to be a good player. That kid's going to be good. I think he's a rookie, right?
He is a rookie.
I like that kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
They got Trey Murphy. Is he going to hit like 15 3-pointers against the Nuggets? That's kind of his deal.
Yep.
All right, I don't know, man. You should win this one relatively easily. So tonight, 6 o'clock start, 5:30 pregame right here on Altitude. And tomorrow we'll have our ticket Thursday for some Nuggets tickets. We'll have that for you. So here it is, Scott. You're off by a little bit, but Shadur gets the start in Week 12. What's you guys' reaction?
Just to clarify, that means Dylan Gabriel is out, right? Like he's not getting the start over Dylan Gabriel. Dylan Gabriel's hurt from the concussion.
He's hurt, yeah. It's still a little. Mary Kay Cabot said that she still thinks that if Dylan Gabriel gets healthy, he'll just go back in the starting lineup.
What Stefanski said that after the game. He was asked if Dylan Gabriel clears the concussion protocol, would he be your starter? And he said yes.
And this is where you see that, and I said this yesterday, this franchise has no real direction because, listen, it's not like you got, like DMac's theory of relativity of draft a quarterback in the first round and stick with him for about 2 years. And if it doesn't work in 2 years, go look down the road and see if there's another one you can go get.
That's right.
But this is a third and a fifth round pick you're talking about. There was marks against those guys anyway. And if you're a free-thinking man, I can understand Stefanski starting with a veteran early on because you want to win, you want to save your job. But as an organization, listen, we got a third and a fifth. Let's start one guy 4 games and start this guy 4 games. We can go back and figure out how we're going to do. Because now it's about getting in, the first 2, 3, or 4 picks. I don't know the quarterback class yet. I don't know if it's any good or not. But, if it is, hello. But I don't know what this organization thinks. This might be, and I'm being generous here, a top 5 worst run organization in all of sports.
Yeah, I heard the boys in front of us say it was something like this, like the 42nd starting quarterback in the last 10 years or something like that. Crazy for Cleveland. You gave a height challenged quarterback who is not even 6 feet tall. I mean, this dude is as short as it possibly gets playing the quarterback position. He actually got 6 starts. So that's not like that's a short little sample size.
No.
That's a pretty healthy sample size to figure out that Dillon Gabriel cannot play football. They should have been making this transition to Shedeur either way. I tell you what, though, I mean, I'm going to be fascinated to watch it. I don't know what to expect. This will be the first week that Shedeur has gotten reps with the starters. And the offensive line knows his cadence and all those sorts of things. So hopefully he gets a little bit of comfort from that. But Broncos aren't playing this weekend, so I'll damn sure be watching the Browns game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the
I bet he plays better than he did in the half of football he played last game.
I saw Brian Baldinger do a breakdown of his last drive, like 8 plays. Like, the numbers are terrible, but Baldinger was like, hey, man, it wasn't that bad. I mean, look at this, look at that. There's a drop here. There was a really nice completion, like 25-yard completion down the middle. He was in kind of a desperate mode here. Like, he was basically saying the numbers are a little bit lying to you. Like, things were okay. And to think that he had never had a snap in practice with the first team at all is like, I get it. It's the NFL. You got to be ready to go. But come on, man. You got to have some realistic expectations here.
And I don't know if he had multiple picks, but the one pick that I saw, I think he just had one. But
He had
maybe
one.
He had more. I don't. The one he threw, and Tyler, I don't know if you've looked at it. That to me looks like that's a read between the receiver and the quarterback. The quarterback may think you're breaking it back to the ball. The receiver reads it the other way. That's a miscommunication between the two.
Well, I mean, he threw the ball about 10 yards away, so clearly something was not on the same page. He was under duress on that one as well, which certainly impacted it.
All right, so that's good. I'm looking at the other games this weekend. We have tomorrow night with Tyler at Stoney's Uptown on 17th.
I'll be there.
Yeah. Buffalo at Houston.
Plays tomorrow.
Actually, you know what? Buffalo and Houston, you're going to have a great time because our own Rob Trujillo is he's the Denver Bills president, and they have all their viewing parties.
Oh, at that bar?
At that bar.
Cool.
So you're going to have a good time. It's going to be hard not to sort of root for the Bills unless you want to just be a big jerk and root for Houston. But, it's already kind of packed. It'll be fun.
Best game of the weekend is going to be Colts-Chiefs. That's going to be a big one.
Yeah, who you guys rooting for in that one?
Oh, I'm rooting for the Chiefs. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen.
You're rooting for the Chiefs.
Would it be nice to see the Chiefs get knocked out of the playoffs here? Sure, it would. But we got to be thinking about number 1 seeds, and we need Indianapolis to drop a couple games here to give Denver a little bit of wiggle room.
Boy, I'm 100% with you, man. Like Kansas City, we've done enough to separate ourselves from Kansas City. You're right. Indianapolis has the tiebreaker against the Broncos. We got bigger fish to fry.
Yeah, Kansas City wins the game, because you're idle. You go from a 3.5 game lead to 3. I mean,
no big deal.
That's still big, right? And yet you bring Indianapolis back down into the 3-loss category, right? And I think that's huge.
Technically, you beat Indy. The number 1 seed is in your hands, technically, with 7 games to go. It's a lot, but
now you need some help because if you assume Denver's got a loss or 2 on the schedules, call it 2. Well, you need Indianapolis to lose 3.
Yeah, so let's go Chiefs. What the hell? Yeah, nothing to lose. They ain't catching nobody. So that's shaping up this weekend. Bye weekends are always interesting. Got CU going against Arizona State on Saturday. I don't have a great feeling for Prime and the Buffs on that one, but we'll see. So it's a lot of Shedeur, a lot of the Prime Sanders family action this weekend. So we're back into that for CU ASU, and then the Browns game. I think that's delicious, man. I can't wait to watch that game. That's going to be awesome.
Well, they're taking on the Raiders, so we'll see if Shedeur Sanders can score more than 6 points like the Broncos did.
So we'll see if he can. All right.
It's a good game for him to start, right? The game I predicted him to start was, who would have thunk it? I think it was Carolina, who was kind of stinking at the time, and I'm thinking, that's at least a good place to start. Carolina's now got a better record than the Kansas City Chiefs. But this is a good one for him to start, isn't it? Although I
think it's great.
Max Crosby is going to be wanting to do the little watch thing on him, though, isn't he?
Yeah, of course. Next week it's home against the 49ers. I mean, I guess starting against the Titans would be all right. But, at Raiders, They got home Niners, home Titans, at Bears, which will be tough. Home Bills, tough. Steelers, I don't know. I don't know about the Steelers. I don't know. Shedeur could do some damage here, man, if they can get it together. They can sort of figure it out. He's got a shot. It's not
let me ask
world
you this.
beaters he's facing.
Could the worst thing in the world happen for that organization if Shedeur goes in there and goes 4-3?
It would be
confusing.
Or even 3-4.
It'd be Tebow like what do we do now? Yeah.
Well, it probably knocks him out of position to draft a top QB too.
Right. Hey, I'm rooting for it, man. I'm pulling for Shedeur. Go Browns, man. Go Shedeur Sanders. I think that'd be awesome. We'll hear from Shedeur, and it's fascinating what's being said in media about this. We'll have all that coming up. Plus, what Jared Bednar does on a day off. My goodness, this dude doesn't stop. Details coming up. What's going on? It's your guy DMac here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. That man machine it's a little sputtering these days. Erectile dysfunction got you down. Well, here we go. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. ED is an intimacy destroyer, and they can get you back and feeling good and just feeling you the right way. That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. Come on now. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, treating tens of thousands of men. So get that consult. The initial visit, $99. A T and a PSA test comes with that, if advised to test dose. And if it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. But it's going to work. Check it out for yourself. Call 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I got this Bednar stuff on what he does on a day off. That's pretty funny. Also, did you find the Moser doing the cheerleading stuff? Oh my God, I was dying laughing listening to that. With
What was
Belichick.
that? I didn't catch that.
I'll bring it to you.
I did catch Belichick at the cheerleading competition.
It's all tied in. We'll get to that here in a second. You have some Broncos, maybe some news, maybe. I guess we're going nowhere in good old New Orleans. Scott, you went to New Orleans, but Saints just said, Brandon Cook, see you later.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
We talked about him quite a bit in the offseason.
We talked about him at the trade deadline.
What do you think?
Well,
he has to clear waivers, right? Or
I don't think so. I don't think he's a
veteran. As a vested veteran, he's gonna just straight up get released here, and he can choose his next team. There's a deadline. I forget what the deadline is, but yeah, he's good. He gets to choose his next destination. I'm pulling up his stats this year. Admittedly, I haven't watched a ton of.
I saw a lot of comments about how he ain't done nothing and where's he been, and I haven't looked up his number. Oh, I'll look it up too, but I get the impression, at least from maybe Saints fans, 19 catches, 165 yards, no touchdowns.
Oh yeah, he's done nothing. I mean, that's about as lowly as it gets.
Yeah, it's more than Pat
Who's
Ryan.
their quarterback?
We're right. Spencer Rattler and Tyler Shuck.
Hey, don't knock Tyler Shuck. All of a sudden, he looks pretty good.
Well, they're 2-8, and so all right. I'm just throwing it out there. What would you think? Would you take a flyer? Would Sean?
I don't know. I suppose you could throw him in the category of the little Jordan Humphreys of the world. He'd probably be an upgrade there if you want to just swap one guy out for another. But the problem is you got to carry a little Jordan Humphrey now for 3 weeks on your active roster at a bare minimum. So you can't cut him for the next 2 weeks if you wanted to. That's the rule if you sign a guy off somebody else's practice squad. So
gotcha.
Who would you be moving on from?
Mercedes Lewis. Just switch those guys out.
That doesn't work like that.
I don't know. If you're just looking for a roster spot.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. We got like 6 to 7 snaps out of Mercedes Lewis. Like, when is Atkins coming back? Because it might be as simple as that. Well, that would suck up a roster spot, though. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea. I'll just put it out there. Would you rather have Brandon Cooks or – I guess it really is little Jordan Humphrey. I guess you're right. It's one of those two guys.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me to swap out for a tight end because that's different.
No. You're right. So
I think what you hope for is somebody releases a veteran running back.
That's what you're really eyeing right now.
Yeah, that would be great.
You'll be eyeing that the rest of the season. Boy, what a shame it is. First off, it's a shame that JK got hurt at all, but if you're going to get hurt, the timing of it was just freaking brutal. Gets hurt 1 week after the trade deadline. If JK gets hurt, who knows? Breece Hall might be a Denver Bronco right now.
Oh, my God. That would be amazing. I don't know. We'll see. What good running backs are on crappy teams right now that are veterans that, the team's going to look to do a solid for? You got to go in that direction. Well, I don't know.
Generally speaking, this is a bit of an unusual situation. You don't really do solids for guys in the middle of the season.
Well, does Brandon Cook just suck? Why are they moving on from him?
I think that's probably what they're telling you. Yes,
he just sucks.
What's Alvin Kamara done this year?
Oh gosh, jeez, I don't know.
Didn't he say last year? He goes, he was hoping to play for Denver. They trade for him or something, some comment of that nature.
Yeah,
that's a franchise not going anywhere. Why not do him a solid?
He's been.
I don't know how much he's got left.
He's been okay, but guys, teams aren't just in the business of doing solids for players. Like that's not how they go about their business. They're doing a quote unquote solid for a guy that they're ready to move on from.
He is 30 years old, 128 carries for 460 yards, 3.6 per with 1 tutty. So he's okay. Not incredible, but it's New Orleans. They're everything with them.
Yeah,
is,
the reality
terrible.
is I'd be shocked if you find a new running back before the season's all said and done. You're just at a bad time of the season to get it done.
All right. Well, there you go with Cooks. We'll see. You think Sean takes a play on it or not?
I don't.
Scotty, you think he takes a swing at Brandon Cooks? Little New Orleans love? No. Well, then that's that. Brought it up.
would you rather have Cooks and Jordan Humphrey? Yes.
So if Cooks is still sitting on the street in 2 weeks, maybe you swap him out for little Jordan Humphrey, but you're stuck for the next 2 weeks.
It's not a make or break move. Let's face it. No big deal. It was just the news of the day. That's all. Bedsy was on with the boys this morning, and they had like a day off yesterday, like a real day off, like nothing, which is highly unusual during the hockey and basketball season. And here's what Bednar did on his off day.
Well, I did yesterday.
Yeah, good.
Because of the break, we had the to 3 days, and when it's 1 day or 2 days, is not a lot of time to get away, But yeah, yes, with the recovery day the day before, there was a lot of wrap up from the Islander game, making a plan for the rest of the week, and then yesterday I was able to take a day off, and today we start digging into the Rangers and figuring out how we can try and go get 2 points tomorrow night. So it was a nice day off, his first one in a while.
You fire a nice 99,
Yeah, what
relax a
does the
little
day
bit.
off
Yeah,
look like?
Or did you mow?
I didn't mow, but I did go up to the ranch and do some cleanup work before winter.
Good.
See, that's still work to me, though. That's not a day off for me. You just said I did some work.
And I cleared brush and
yeah, I tore down about 100 yards of old 3-rail fence and got it all put in the burn pile. So that was my day. But it's nice to be outside.
A day off for us is lying on the couch with chips.
With a snifter glass somewhere near me, something like
yeah,
that.
I was doing leaves and cursing every leaf that I was, and you're like, I'm just lifting these giant logs and.
Dude, he cleared 100 yards of 3-rail fence.
Where's the ranch?
No idea, man. It's got to be up in the.
I can't believe he took the time to drive up to a ranch. I mean, I'm assuming it's up in the mountains or something.
I would assume so. Yeah.
I can't believe you took the time to go do that on your off day.
That's your off day. But right, I got to drive wherever I got to drive to the ranch.
Yeah.
I got to clear 100 yards of 3-rail fence, whatever that is.
Hey, you know what, Jared? I think
God.
it's cool that you do that. I really do, and I love that type of work. Like I genuinely it's like self-peace, like it's restoration mode, doing stuff like that. But you make a lot of money, you can probably hire somebody to clear that 3-rail for you.
Scotty ever clear?
Yeah, but some guys, I've repaired a lot of fence in my day.
Yeah. You do that on a day off?
Well, let me just put it this way. I had a place out in the mountains, and I would go there for a nice weekend, and then I found out one summer I decided, as Tyler said, I was trying to save money and decided to paint a house. Then I realized painting houses on the weekend, you basically, I took the whole summer to paint a house. 6 hours on this morning, 6 hours this morning, clean it all up, go away, come back up the next Friday, maybe have some drinks on Friday night, Saturday, start painting.
Yeah, fun.
About 4 o'clock.
What a blast.
And then you realize, oh my God, oh, by the way, the fence is down. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Or you could pay.
I would say this, I like fixing fences better than I do painting houses.
Okay. I'm just laughing because my wife, who's already in love with Jared Bednar, thinking of Bedsy all sweaty. Probably a too tight T-shirt on, just hauling her away, doing man's work. It's like he's in some sort of commercial for some sort of masculine deodorant commercial or something.
Yeah, he's got a Marlboro lit up in his mouth hanging there.
it's doing
got him a cowboy hat he borrowed from Bruce Brown.
Yeah, he's wiping his brow before he splits some logs in the most penny-dropping commercial of all time. It's like, all right, Bedsy, I got you.
You got a real ranch, by the way, when you got a burn pit. Burn pit is solid.
Right. He's got a burn pit.
Burn pile.
Clear the 3-rail into the burn pit. Wow. What's up, ladies? I'm thinking to myself.
Dude, I was talking to my neighbor the other day because Mose mentioned leaf, you mentioned burn pile. Listen, back when we used to do leaves, you rake them to the curb, get a big pile, put a little gas on it, and you burn them right there in the front yard.
Oh, my God.
No one does it anymore. Now you put them in trash bags.
I mean, on my day, like a day off that I have nothing, I literally have nothing to do. I might not leave the couch.
Yeah, some of us don't sit very well, though. I get that. I got a little of that Jared Bednar in me.
I mean, if we're going skiing or something, or I'm up in the mountains, like kind of a purpose, but do you just have like a day off?
Yeah, but when's the last day, honestly, Darren, you've ever done any manual labor?
Oh, my God. Well, I gave it all up when I moved. I mean, I guess when I moved, I suppose.
I'm sorry, when you were at your other house, you were doing manual labor? Because I remember you telling me about that Craigslist alternative app that you were hiring people to clean out your garage.
Thumbtack.
I remember when you hired somebody to clean your garage.
He power washed and cleaned my garage. But you asked
No. I remember when you paid him to organize your garage.
No, I'm not denying it. When you asked me when was the last time I did it, it was probably about 7 years ago. I mean, I just was like, forget this stuff. I'm never doing this crap again. Now, I mean, do you count moving as like manual labor? Does that count? What are we counting at?
Yeah, because I will say this, moving sucks too.
Yeah, because I've done.
I'd rather tear down 100 yards of fence than move a house.
Moving is the absolute worst.
Right. So I've done plenty of that crap, but that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about roofing something, or fixing something, or power something. I gave up on doing the yard like 7 years ago. It was like, this blows. I've done this.
I roofed one of my daughter's houses.
I'm not lying.
Why are you lying like you did your yard? You never mowed your yard.
I mowed my yard for 30 years. I did nothing but mow yards for 30 years. My all right, you're trying
Since
to get
I've known you, you've never mowed a yard.
About 7 years ago, I dropped it. That kind of lines up a little bit, But it was like, it was the worst, man. At growing up, because my dad was. I love my parents. I do love my parents, but like we had to be the last family that had like a power mower. We had to be. Like, we had the blade.
You making you earn it?
Dude, it was like, the blade, he never sharpened it. The thing was like, you got to go over each strip twice. It's a little hand mower.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did that for a good 10 years. That was fun. And then I get to my other houses and I don't want to hear about yards. I've done enough yards. Yards suck. Leaves suck. It all sucks.
Yards are my happy place.
Well, good. I'm glad you have a nice happy place. I was happy.
Come get happy. I'll let you come and get happy next spring over my crib.
Yeah, exactly. I was happy once, seeing Colin, every Wednesday for an hour and a half, just take care of business for the past, 3 years. Now I moved to a place that doesn't even have it. Well, actually, they do have like a neighborhood. I saw the guys blowing some leaves today. Looked like they were having a blast. Looks like they were having a lot of fun.
Hey, Tyler, I did buy a new leaf blower.
Oh, yeah? Gas or electric?
It's electric, but it's handheld. It looks like a giant, about the size of just a little oversized drill, hand drill.
Yeah.
Comes out there, and I was looking at the what is it, the pounds per square inch, whatever that blows. Was bigger than my previous electric one.
No, there's definitely some good ones. The batteries go quick. The key is to have the best of both worlds. That's what I've got. I got a small little electric one for the small ones. You just flip the switch on. And I'm not gonna lie, that is pretty convenient. But then I got the gas one for the big boy jobs.
Well, you got the gas. I went to gas on my weed eater thing. I finally got rid of that electric because that electric was poop. So I went and got a gas for the weed eater. That thing is vicious.
The picture of Belichick at all right, so who knew this is like who knew these things existed?
No, I didn't know that witches were real until this Belichick. Like, that dude is under a spell.
Okay.
There is some spell that this man is under, and he needs help.
I think most of us, aside from the professional athletes, you guys probably haven't done this. Well, maybe you have. I don't know. You probably played some rec sports at some point. But most of us who have just played rec sports, anytime your wife, husband, partner, like, shows up at your rec sport, it's always kind of like, that's nice, but it's kind of embarrassing too. Like, hon, you don't really have to show up to see us do X, Y, and Z. If you want to, okay. And I always look at, like, the regular attendees. Like, if I play like softball, right? And you would see the same, like, girlfriends or wives showing up all the time. I'm like, wow. I'm amazed, that guy, I guess, Belichick, I guess, is just being supportive because his girlfriend has nothing different than being in a softball league, but it's a co-ed cheer league.
First off,
that she's on a team.
Who knew that there was such a thing as adult co-ed cheerleading teams? Like, we're just going and doing cheerleading in our adulthood
and
just to have a little bit of fun?
For?
Exactly.
They cheer just to, cheer.
I mean, we're doing real life cheer competitions with adults.
We are doing. It's a league, so it must happen like all the time. Like there must be a series of events where they get scored. Listen, I had no idea this existed, but the photo of Belichick hoodie hanging out watching his girlfriend do cheer.
Oh my gosh, this man is under a real life spell.
All right, I give you Mark Moser from this morning, which was kind of funny.
Ready? Okay. I got an old guy, and he likes my butt. Watch me dance, because I'm a nut. Go team!
I thought he was going to say another four-letter word there because I'm a...
Right. No, I'm a nut.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need.
My favorite part of that is the ready, okay. You know, like the...
Ready?
Ready?
Okay.
Okay.
Ready?
That means
okay.
that means
an
Moser's.
old guy, and he likes my...
That means Moser's daughter was a cheerleader at one time. That he can remember that.
The greatest part is the ready, okay.
Ready? Okay.
Ready?
And you got to pin
okay.
down a little bit.
I got an old guy, and...
Somebody needs to do a case study on Bill Belichick and what went wrong.
What is going on? What is going on with that
this guy's
dude?
just turned into an absolute caricature.
Oh, my Lord.
Ready? Okay. I got
What do you say in the car? Oh, wait. Nice job, hun. Oh, man. You guys killed it.
Wasn't she
amazing.
a Patriots cheerleader at some point?
I don't know.
I thought she was.
She was like a yoga instructor or something, wasn't she? Or physical
Got to be
fit
careful
trainer
off
or
those
something?
yoga instructors.
Ready?
Yeah, let me just
okay.
tell you, though.
I got an old guy.
Yeah, he's supporting. He's also making sure they didn't have any competition. And guess what happened when he went home?
Because I heard the guys say, and I think they're right, it can't just because she's good looking. There's got to be something else. Like there's some spell. Because, okay, she's good looking. I'm all right. We wouldn't be the first rich old guy with a good looking younger, partner. But to do all of this stuff?
How old is he?
73.
73.
I think
she's
he's like
24.
that. She's like that. I mean, we can look it up real quick. I mean, it's something along those lines.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it was standing ovation.
And people sit here and talk about Bill Belichick coming back to the NFL.
Scott's a
Scott's
plotting.
gross. Scott's officially gross.
Ready? Okay. I got an old guy.
I'm not applauding this nonsense. This is literally gross. It's all disgusting. Put the man in jail.
Where are we going, hun, this weekend? Well, big competition. Well,
we're playing the Saskatoon's Greens this weekend.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Ready? Okay. I got an old.
How does that conversation go? Where are we going? Oh, we got to go to the Raleigh Convention Center.
What for?
Oh, it's a 4-team cheer off. It's the Winston-Salem Rah-Rahs. We got to be ready for them.
Ready? Okay.
I mean, there's actually enough adults in this world that you could have a cheerleading league in your adulthood.
Co-ed. Think about that for a second.
Well, somebody's got to hold.
See, that's why he's there. The co-ed's why he's there.
He's making sure.
Right. Mm-hmm. He's threatened.
No dirty business going on over here.
Ready?
Not on my watch.
Okay. I got an old.
I wear cutoff hoodies.
Hey, he wears his Gadsden T-shirt too when he walks in there. Don't tread on me.
Don't tread on me. All right. When we get back, I got some reaction for you about the Shadur stuff. That's interesting. They're kind of freaking out there in Cleveland. They don't know what to make of themselves. So we'll hear some of that. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Shedor's going to start at quarterback. Dylan is still in the concussion protocol. He is improving. But obviously we got to put a plan together for all of our players, all of our offense, our defense, our special teams, plan of attack, and give our guys a chance.
How excited do you think Stefanski was to make that announcement?
So excited.
I guess they had no other choices, right?
Well, their 45th option, I guess.
This is what we're down to. Oh, well, I find it exciting. I like it. Cleveland Talk Radio, here they go.
I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to do this for effect. I hope this, guys, I want to be dead serious about this. I hope this is one of the worst takes that I've ever had, and I hope this is played in perpetuity. Sunday's
amazing.
Sunday's going to go rough. Sunday's going to be a bad day, and we need to prepare ourselves for that. 4:25 or 4:05, I forget what time the game's starting. It could be 9 in the morning. I don't care. It ain't going to go well. It's not going to go well.
You don't think there's
Albert's
any
right.
shot?
No.
It's the Raiders.
It's 1 week, and you're doing things that, again, and Jordan Reed brought it up, these are terminal issues. The drifting in the pocket, you're exactly right. You don't have great tackles. The Raiders are a bad team. Guys, you've already lost to one bad team. You're not a good team. You're bad.
We're underdogs.
Good. You're not good. So to go, the Raiders, it's like, well, you lost to the Jets. And you lost to the Jets on the road. You haven't won a road game in 13 or 14 games. I lost count. You haven't won a game in a Western time zone or a Pacific time zone since 2013.
No, come on.
And this is the group that's going to change that.
That's true.
Against the Raiders, oddly enough. So maybe they will be the one that changes that. But I just don't think. It might end up like a Browns home game where a lot of people are going out to Vegas, so maybe you got that. But the problem is you've lost a lot of games at home, too, recently. So I don't know if that really matters. It's not going to go well. And I hope, I want to look right into the camera and say, I really, really, really hope I'm wrong. But what Albert says, and there's a lot of things that I just don't want to hear from Albert a lot of times, and I'll stop there because I don't want to end up in a meeting. He's right. He's right. You got.
Well, he's just totally dismissing him. He's like, why are you guys in Cleveland are talking a lot of Shedeur Sanders? Yeah. That's how it sounds.
All right. Anyways, it kind of goes from there. What do you think about that take, though? That's going to be a disaster.
I don't know if it's going to be a disaster, but I wholeheartedly agree with the premise of it. Whatever struggles Shedeur Sanders had last week, and I'll say this, even with the struggles, it took about 5 seconds of watching Shedeur to realize he's got a better shot at being an NFL quarterback than Dylan Gabriel. Even with the struggles, you just looked at it, you're like, at least he looks like a quarterback. Right. But the struggles that exist, the pocket awareness, the drifting, the 2 sacks for 27 yards, that stuff ain't going to change. It's not going to go anywhere, right? That's stuff that is going to take time and possibly even years to get out of the system. And 1 week of prep time, you know what 1 week of prep time really is? 2 practices. That's really what you get. You get 2 padded practices, 1 padded practice, and then the other one that is more or less full go. And then you get like a walkthrough on Friday that all of a sudden we're going to fix our problems. All of a sudden we're going to have chemistry with our wide receivers. That being said, it is the Raiders. And if there's ever an opportunity to go out there and look pretty decent, this feels like the week to go out there and do it.
Couple of things come to my mind. One, what the lack of coaching he got growing up in his college basketball, that he couldn't get his footwork down. Instead of the answer was float out of the pocket and try to make something happen, which was magical at times. But
and a lot of that was survival, though, Scott, right?
Plant yourself. Sometimes it was, especially at CU. But sometimes it's about plant that back foot, step into the pocket, boom, pressure go around you, make a play. Was he ever taught that? Here's another thing. I'll put another variable in there. I think Team Shedeur, for a while, thought that there was a chance he was going to the Raiders.
I agree.
So there's nothing like motivation of going in and going, all right, you didn't want me? I'll show you. You ain't got no quarterback either. I'll show you. So there could be some motivation. Doesn't mean you'll play good, but I mean it doesn't hurt the concentration of, all right, let me show these guys what they're missing. So I actually think he'll play pretty good, and I'm with Tyler, which I thought was the only thing, and I guess talk radio in Cleveland didn't get into this. You could tell he looks more like an NFL quarterback than Gabriel.
Yeah, he looks the part.
It took 30 seconds to be like, oh, that guy might actually have a chance of becoming a quarterback.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel looks, so undersized. Kyler Murray's undersized too, but at least,
You can see some sort of like athleticism there. What do you see out of Dylan Gabriel? Nothing. I don't know. Better chance, better performance. Who will have a better performance? The Browns against the Raiders or CU against ASU?
Browns versus Raiders.
Probably.
Browns versus Raiders?
Yeah, probably.
Do you think the Browns will beat the Raiders?
CU, to quote Doug Moe, are no hopers right now.
Yeah, I'm afraid you were probably right about that, Scott.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes you hit the point of no return in seasons. When you get your butt whipped the way that CU has last couple weeks, sometimes there ain't any coming back.
Right. Well, the last home game was so embarrassing against Arizona. I mean, it was brutal. And they fought against West Virginia. It wasn't humiliating. I mean, they lost, but it wasn't embarrassing. But the last time we saw the boys at Folsom, it was bad, really bad. I don't know if the Browns are going to win, though. I mean, God, that would be a good story, though. I'm rooting for it. It'd be so much more
Arizona
interesting.
State's only favored by 7 points. That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
In college football, that's not a huge spread at all.
Hey, man, if they can put it together and figure it out somehow, I don't know. I don't know what you do about the defense. Never mind, like, Juju Lewis starting and all that. Like, I don't know defensively how you change what has been an absolute pit of misery for CU this year. And that's where the game got away from you from Arizona. It wasn't about the quarterback situation, which wasn't great, obviously, but
it's actually shocking. Arizona State's a 7-3 football team, and they're only favored by 7 points against Colorado.
Okay, all right. So keep hope
maybe
alive.
The odds makers like Juju Lewis, Smith.
Maybe, but you realize the CU defense has been giving up, like, I think in 3 straight games, at least one 50-plus yard run. Like, they're just sieve-like. It's not connecting defensively.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. Can Juju Lewis put up 35 points? If he can, you probably got a shot, but it's probably going to have to be something like that. And Arizona State's just going to.
I hope he comes out there, throws for, 323.
That'd be awesome.
3 or 4 touchdowns. I hope he shows out and plays well. The good thing is, then you're thinking, okay, we got a quarterback for the future. The bad thing is, how do we keep our quarterback for the future?
John? Yeah, let's take it down from 7 sacks to maybe 4 sacks. I'm being serious. Like that's a good target there. 7 was outrageous. Let's take it down to something reasonable.
All right. What's that, Dan? I'm sorry. What'd you say?
We might be getting Victor Olofsson on here shortly.
Victor Olofsson. All right. Little Avs talk, little hockey talk. Plus, John Elway sat down with our pals Tom Green and Woody Page and Ron Zappolo, so we got some of that. And Cam Scadaboo's in the news.
That was like the old timers reunited, huh?
It's a crew, man. They got some stories amongst all those guys. So we'll get to all of it coming up next on PhD.
not? On a Broncos bye week, it's a great opportunity for us to check in on how everybody else is doing, and including getting some cool guests on, as Nate and Andy had Scott Wedgwood on the other day. We're going to have Victor Olofsson join us in just a couple of moments, who's a newcomer to the Avs. He's playing on the third line, mostly with Gabriel Landeskog, and they've been great at home. Although he's struggled scoring on the road, at home he's actually been pretty great. And he spent a ton of time in Buffalo, then last year with the Golden Knights before being picked up as a free agent by the Avs. So they got him at a pretty cheap price relatively, and he's been doing great. The first time he kind of stood out to me, guys, was when Jared Bednar in a shootout actually put him out there for the shootout.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, I'm sorry, what? I mean, you're talking about McKinnon and Nichushkin and
Isn't that amazing that a shootout, like, certain guys are just not as good at it? Like, why are the superstars not just the best players?
I can't tell you, but apparently McKinnon sucks at shootouts. I mean,
I have a hard time believing that.
It's still Nate McKinnon, so I think I'd probably roll the dice and see if he can't figure it out. But you take enough shootouts, I guess there's data on it, although the whole thing about shootouts seems random. But when he was asked about it, I remember when Bednar was asked about it, and it was just like, yeah, you don't know how good this guy is. Like, his shot is unbelievable and what he can do. And it just hadn't worked out that way yet, but it has recently. And you can see that he's just a wizard with the puck on his stick around the net. And, it's been pretty cool, really cool to get that production. And when you talk about the depth of a team, I mean, guys, how many years was it where it was just McKinnon and Rantanen and, like, maybe Makar? I don't know. Nobody else? So we welcome to the show Victor Olofsson. Victor, thank you for joining us. How are you today?
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm good. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. We're just talking about how one of the moments that we knew the team, and specifically Jared Bednar, had confidence in you was when he put you out there for a shootout. And we haven't known that much about you. You're relatively new to the team, but you were put out there in a situation that they knew you have a great shot. They have confidence in you. How did that feel in that particular moment? We get to everything else, but in that moment when you're put out for a shootout on kind of a brand new team, how was that feeling for you?
No, it's always a good feeling. I feel like I've always been in that or I've been taking a lot of penalty shots and been in shootouts before, and do feel kind of confident and comfortable in them. And it's definitely a nice feeling when the coach puts you out there and have the trust in you. So I guess it's a good feeling.
Hey, you had a hat trick a few weeks back. Is that I got to imagine for every hockey player, that's like a bucket list item that you're like, man, I got to accomplish something like that before my career's done. How did that feel?
Oh, yeah, for sure. No, it felt great. I feel like I've had, I don't have the number exactly, but I feel like I've had a ton of two-goal games and never been able before to get the hat trick. So that was a pretty special feeling, and it was a fun night.
Hey, you're playing on a on a line with Gabe, who obviously missed it in the entire year, basically, until the playoffs last season. How's he looking to you? What's it like been playing with him, and what does he bring to the team that's not only helped you but help the whole group?
First of all, I think he looks great. I feel like he's playing better and better every game, and he's a great guy to have on your line, the way he competes, and he wins a lot of battles and wins pucks for the rest of us, and he's very easy to play with. And I mean, in the locker room, he's definitely a great guy to have, just the leader he is, and it's definitely a guy you want to have in the locker room at all times. And I think his presence in the room is very important for our group.
What's the now? You were the
is
goal.
A guy that
go ahead,
hold on a minute.
Go ahead.
Is a guy that pretty though supposed to drop gloves? He's not afraid to drop gloves.
No, he's not. He's not. No, it's pretty special to have a player like that. He can do it all. I mean, he does all the gritty stuff, but he's a very skilled player as well. And I think it's pretty rare to have a player of his skill being able to kind of beat up anyone out there. It's pretty cool.
Hey, when you're on the ice with Gabe, do you guys talk in English or in Swedish?
I think I definitely Swedish to him. I think he maybe mixes it up a little bit more, but we talk a lot of Swedish if it's only between me and him. If it's with other guys too, we obviously speak English, but there's a lot of Swedish out there.
Now, listen, your English is unbelievable, okay? Your English is incredible. But
So is Gabe's.
but Gabe's English is flawless. It's insane how good his English is. Can you even notice that being from Sweden yourself? Like, holy cow, this guy is kind of insane how he speaks English.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, you definitely hear I feel like the rest of us that are from Sweden, you can kind of hear it a little bit. But his accent is, or he doesn't even have an accent. He definitely sounds like he's from somewhere in the U.S. and I feel like he speaks better English than a lot of American guys. So it's pretty impressive.
You know, last one on this. Why is it guys from Sweden speak so well, so much better than from some of the other countries nearby? I mean, way better than guys from Norway, and even better from Finland. Finland's okay, but Swedish guys really have it down. Why is that?
I don't know if it's that we kind of learned it from an early age in school, I guess, and then I think I don't know if the languages are kind of similar in a way, probably more like the way we pronounce words and stuff maybe makes it a little bit easier. I don't know. It definitely helps too, and I think my English for sure has gotten better the more I've been in the U.S. and when you're kind of forced to talk it makes it a lot better, I would say. But we do learn it. I feel like Swedish people in general speak very good English. If you go over there, you wouldn't have a tough time getting by. So it's I don't know, but I don't really have an answer for you, but I don't know why it's that way.
Victor, you guys are rolling as a squad, obviously, and playing so well. You got to have guys like yourself and McKinnon and McCarr and everybody else scoring and putting the puck in. But that being said, you started the season having to start, quote unquote, a backup goalie. This guy's as good as anybody in the league right now. What's it like watching how Wedgwood has been playing this early start of the season?
It's a lot of fun, and we played together a bunch of years ago in the American League in Rochester, and I mean he was a great goalie back then, but it's fun to see the journey he's been on, and it's pretty impressive to see the way he's been playing, and I feel like he's been so good for us almost every game. He's had unbelievable saves, and at times when we've definitely needed it, he's come up with some big saves that kept us in the games, or even kind of game-winning saves at the end. So it's been so fun to watch him, and feels very, very safe when he's in the net.
You know, you came from more of a rebuild situation out there with the Sabres and a stint in Vegas. How has fitting in with this team felt different than your other stops?
I think it's been very natural, just kind of the way that the Avs play, and the group itself. It's been very easy for me coming in, and guys have been great in the locker room and made it very easy for me. And yeah, obviously, I think from Buffalo has been it's different for sure. Buffalo hasn't been in the playoff in a long time, and they're trying to turn things around there. And I think the year in Vegas helped me a lot to kind of prepare to come here, and I feel like Vegas and Colorado is kind of more similar in a way rather than Buffalo for sure. But so I think last year for me in Vegas, being in the playoffs for the first time, and that kind of helped me prepare coming here as well. And but it's been awesome so far. I've got no complaints, so it's been really good.
Victor, similar.
You know, Victor.
Go ahead.
When I was your age, I won an NBA championship, and I told everybody, and I was on an expansion team before that, and I was on another team that won a lot of good games. Until you really experience a team that has kind of championship or bust, Stanley Cup for you guys or bust. That mentality is different than other places you play. And I don't know if that's kind of what you're referring to when you're talking about, even with Vegas, probably the same way. But there's a difference when a franchise from the top to the bottom, from the ice girls that go on with the cleaning up the snow in between breaks, everybody has a championship mentality, and it permeates through the organization. Is that part of the Avs culture right now also?
Oh, for sure. I feel like it's not always easy selling like exact what it is. That's the big difference, but it's just an everyday thing. I feel like it's every practice. There's no stopping. We're always working hard and getting better every day, and it's just the mentality as well. Even if we win games, but we didn't do it in a good way, there's definitely not. We're not as happy as we're playing very well and maybe just come up short. I feel like the mentality is different in that way. It's not only about winning; it's kind of how you're winning as well, and because you want to be prepared for what's coming later on in the season, and you can definitely feel that from just going to practice every day.
Would you rather win a Stanley Cup or a gold medal for Sweden in the Olympics?
Wow. I mean, I would definitely say it's a tough question, but yeah, I mean, just playing the Olympics would be pretty cool, special, but the Stanley Cup is something that I've been dreaming of since I was a kid, and I might have to go with the Stanley Cup, and I would say the Olympic would definitely be a huge bonus, but I would definitely want to win the Stanley Cup. That's a dream I've had my entire life.
I guess I'm being a little presumptive. Are you on the Swedish national team for the Olympics? I don't know. Are you?
I'm not at the moment. Well, I don't know either, so I'm gonna have to try to play some good hockey here, and we'll see what happens. So yeah, no, at the moment, no, but we'll see what happens.
Okay, when
you know your boss Joe Sakic has both of those, so I mean it can be done to do both of those.
Yeah, I mean that would be the dream scenario.
That would be amazing.
That would be amazing, and I mean to do it in the same season would be even better. So I'll just kind of try to play my best, and I mean whatever happens. It's not really up to me if I want to be on the team or not. There's people that got to make that decision, but that would be a very cool experience, and it's always an honor playing for your country, and if I would be able to do that, that would be pretty special.
Okay, we appreciate your time, Victor. It's awesome to have you on. By the way, I lived in Buffalo for 6 years. A long time ago, and I like Buffalo. I don't know how your experience was in Buffalo. What was your favorite thing about Buffalo?
My favorite thing. I mean, I was there for 6 years as well, and it was kind of became my second home away from Sweden. Had a lot of friends, and I enjoyed my time there. And I think the food is very underrated in Buffalo. There's a lot of good restaurants, and I think that was probably maybe my favorite thing about Buffalo, the food. But
all right.
I enjoyed my time there. I had a great couple of years, and met a lot of nice people, and I got nothing bad to say about Buffalo.
Did you ever get on the Maid of the Mist in Niagara Falls?
Well, yeah, I was there probably like 10 times. Always when you had people coming in, that was the place to go. So,
right.
I mean, it's cool. It's a nice experience, but when you've been there a few times, it's kind of, I mean, yeah.
No, but that was Victor. Victor, it was the same thing for me. If anybody came into town, it was like, okay, let's get on the boat.
Yeah.
Let's go see the falls.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But it's cool, though. It's fun, and it's fun when you're with people and they experience it for the first time, too. So it's always good.
Victor, it's great to spend some time with you. We're really happy you're here in Colorado. And yeah, the expectation is a Stanley Cup, and it's cool. It's a nice expectation to have. So we're glad you're here, and let's make that happen, and best of luck against the Rangers tomorrow night.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys, for having me. Appreciate it.
Okay, Victor Olofsson.
Thanks, Victor.
How do they do? How do you speak a different language that well? Seriously,
Pretty amazing.
How do you do it?
I mean, his is perfect. Also,
it's unbelievable.
But you're right. If you didn't know Gabe was from Sweden and just heard him talk like this week for the very first time, you wouldn't know.
Gabe is ridiculous, and the times that it really like. Have you ever heard Gabe speak in Swedish? It's crazy.
No.
Like I've been there when he just like flips the switch and like there's a Swedish reporter in the locker room and all of a sudden Gabe starts talking Swedish. It's like what the hell? I can't even believe you could do that, which is stupid, of course. Of course he can do it, you know. But there you go, Victor Olofsson. What a nice addition, man. I'll give you a comparison, Scott. I think he's the Hardaway Jr. of the Avalanche. Like, you picked up free agency, kind of a cheap price, didn't have that big of expectations, but it's like, whoa. Like, all of a sudden, this guy is really important.
Now you've made your third line dangerous.
Absolutely. And it's, Gabe, it was interesting when Colton went up to the second line and Gabe went down to the third line. Like, how's that going to go? Well, it's been great, actually. It's been awesome. So tomorrow night, Avs hockey against the Rangers. All right, when we come back, John Elway sat down with Tom Green and friends for an hour. We have some nice conversations, tidbits from that conversation. Check us out, and listen to it next. There is some CU news. We'll get to the Elway stuff here in a second. Listen, man, what I know about recruiting Scott and Tyler, I could fit into the palm of my hands, but apparently there's a good tight end who just said, see ya, CU. A 4-star recruit, Gavin Mueller, who's from Illinois, I believe, has switched his commitment from the Buffs to Miami.
He was a relatively recent commitment to CU too. So like he committed. If it's the same kid I'm thinking of, he committed kind of in the midst of the chaos.
So apparently he is a cat, not a dog.
You know what? I was talking to I was doing physical therapy with David Bruton today. He's my physical therapist, and I was talking to him about Miami. I don't get the appeal of Miami for these kids anymore.
What do you mean?
It's the worst college environment maybe in all of college.
Really?
The home games are stupid. They play in the Dolphin Stadium that looks like there's about 10,000 people that show up. It honestly looks like one of the worst environments
It's not even close to the campus.
No, it's not close to the campus. Like I honestly don't get the appeal of Miami football.
Miami.
Yeah.
I guess,
yeah,
but I mean, in terms of like
Miami.
the football experience itself,
I think
it looks terrible.
I think the appeal for all
Miami.
these kids is whatever's going in your bank account.
Well, yeah, I got it. Yeah, I'm not naive. I got that part of it.
Dude, I was told last night KU, which is in basketball, has always been a perennial basketball player. Their best player, basically in the last week or two, just walked away because he didn't think he was getting enough of the NIL that he deserved, and so he just left the team.
There you go.
Did you see what Sam Levitt is getting to go to Virginia Tech?
I think that's a fake. I think that's
Is
a fake.
it?
I think that's a fake.
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yes.
All right.
I saw it. Now, I'll tell you this. Sam Levitt is entertaining offers to go other places. I think that one's a fake, though.
Okay.
Yeah. But that being said, Sam Levitt may be the highest priced quarterback on the move in college football next year.
And he's definitely going to be on the move.
Not definitely, but I think they're going to have to back up the Brinks truck there at Arizona State to keep him. I think that's what it's going to take. I think these kids are going to look for that. Hey, man, is Sam Levitt, Tyler Scott going to make it in the NFL? I don't know. He doesn't know. I mean, you bet some of these guys are really good in college.
That doesn't matter, but that doesn't matter to ASU. Can Sam Levitt get you to a Big 12 championship and beyond?
He's already done it. I mean, he's already got you a Big 12 championship. So can he do it? Hell yeah, he has done it.
Well,
but Jaden Daniels,
that's where you make your money.
You realize Jaden Daniels was doing his thing at Arizona State before he got sweet-talked into LSU. How do you think that happened? I mean, this is what bugs me about like CU compared to ASU. Like, what advantage does Arizona State have over CU? Yet they're able to keep winning here with Kenny Dillingham, and they're it's all the same stuff. CU and ASU, they're both state schools. They both have a lot of alums. Their facilities are I would say arguably better in Boulder than at Arizona State.
Well, it's no longer college football isn't about the arms race anymore. That's what it used to be. It was the facilities arms race. Facilities don't mean jack squat. You're going to see within the next probably 10 years, college facilities are going to just go totally on the decline because they don't have the money to invest in the facilities like they once did because it's all going to the players.
Listen, it has gone. I'll even go back further than that. Before the facilities, it became the college itself, the experience, where you're playing at and everything else. And then all of a sudden, the facilities started creeping up. I remember when Arkansas got into that with their football stuff. They were one of the first ones I ever seen. They actually put a barber shop in the locker room for the team with like multiple chairs.
Yeah, everybody's got that now. It's crazy.
And now everybody's getting this stuff. Weight rooms. They got a 100-yard length weight room that I was told at Arkansas you could put 3 full teams in there and you wouldn't have to share equipment. That's how big the weight room is. That's now moved down the list. It starts with money, and the bad thing is, and we said this before, because I've been talking about CU. Why couldn't CU, as beautiful as Boulder is, as cool as that campus is when you walk around it, how you couldn't get kids to go there? That's always been a conversation. Now the place doesn't really matter. The facilities doesn't really matter. the college experience doesn't really matter. The fit, let's be honest too, and that's a big part of success. I always wanted to go to KU, but guess what? In hindsight, I went to Arkansas. That was a better fit for me with the coach I had at Arkansas. The fit doesn't matter anymore. It's all about the money. And the sad thing about it is the, gosh, for a lack of a better term, what's the phrase? Dumbasses that have run the NCAA who could have headed this off 15 years ago by putting stipends or some sort of money tied to it or some skill or a contract or something on these kids that they didn't do. And I know why they didn't. They wanted, they thought the word amateur was going to mean something forever and ever. But listen, once they started letting pro athletes in the Olympics, you had to know that college football and college basketball were next, didn't you?
Hey, and here we are.
And listen, we were watching the College World Series this past year, Darren, and we were talking about the one pitcher that was making $1 million at Texas Tech, a college softball pitcher.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So the experience is out the window. The location is out the window. I mean, all these things are out the window now. You know who's moved ahead? You know who this has helped out a little bit, but not much? All the academies, because guess what? They've never done this anything anyway, and it's always been about the education and the service. They're the only ones that's not infected by anything. They're getting the same kids they've always gotten.
Well, this is why, the whole dog-cat thing.
Coach, what is the confidence level you have in yourself to do this job?
I never doubt me. I don't doubt me. Let's get that straight. I don't doubt me. So the next question. The confidence level of me doing this job, I'm built for this. I don't doubt me.
How do you explain the past couple of weeks to recruits and their parents?
I don't have to explain it. They saw it. See, you got to understand, if you're a dog, you want to come here and right the wrong. If you're a cat, you look at the scoreboard and you run. Which one are you, a dog or a cat? Exactly. Let's go.
Meow. So is Gavin Mueller a cat? Is he a cat?
Sure. He's a hurricane.
I know this. If you read that article you sent on X, and if you go back, and that's what I always try to do is go on and read the comments below it. Prime has lost a little luster with the fan base, or I don't even know if it's a fan base, the whatever it's called, but
yeah,
there's a whole lot of non-believers on those comments.
Yeah, for a while it was all like on Shermer and maybe a little bit on Livingston, but right now any criticism towards CU is pointed directly at Prime.
Well, people love to ride the waves, right? And right now this wave is crashing on down, and Deion's not looking good at this point in time. I keep getting asked. Not hardly a day goes by that I get asked, is Deion going to be there next year? Yes. Deion Sanders is going to be there next year for $1.5 million reasons. Deion Sanders will be the head coach of the Colorado Buffaloes, and quite frankly, I'm glad about it. I am. I mean, how quickly we forget how bad things were, and I got it. It's not looking good right now, but we've had more success with Deion than we've had failure.
True.
And at the end of the day, why would we not ride this to completion? Like, ride the Deion experience to completion. Figure out whether maybe it's going to be an ultimate bust. Maybe it can't get any better. I don't know, but I see no reason in the world to not try to see this thing out.
I actually agree.
Doesn't his buyout go from like $33 million down to $10 million if you wait one more year?
Oh, is that right? I didn't know that.
I was told that today by another Colorado talk show.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that makes it a lot more affordable after next year, doesn't it?
But and I'll still throw that. See, you're going to be able to afford $10 million buyout?
It would hurt, but it wouldn't be impossible. 33 would be impossible. That's ridiculous. 10 might be the cost of doing business. But I don't want that either. I want them to succeed. I want Juju Lewis to be the guy. I don't want to lose, dogs or cats. Come on, man. Like, there's no kid is going to, look at CU's situation and feel like there's an obligation for me to bring this program up unless it's somebody from Colorado who just love CU, and that's part of their DNA already.
No, but even that goes out the window. I don't think that exists. I'm not saying the kids from Colorado don't dream of playing for the Buffs. I still think that that's true. Like, you grow up here, you dream of playing for the Buffs, but that goes out the window with NIL. It's just gone.
Well, Tyler, let me ask you this. Tyler, your dad played for CU.
Yeah.
They recruited you, and there was a whole lot of and listen, you grew up a Buff fan because of that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now CU's down there, and now Nebraska and CU's down to your two choices. And I don't know if that were your two choices, but I think they were both in the mix.
They were, yep.
And Nebraska comes up and says, "Hey, we'll pay you $2 million to come over here," and CU says, "Hey, listen, you're a CU kid, you're a CU legacy. We got $500,000 here. We're going to give you. Where are you going?"
Yeah, there's not a decision to be made. I mean, it's just too much money.
You probably can get your fair collection of 3-star kids from Colorado, but any kid who's like a 4 or 5-star kid from Colorado is going to have so many other offers from bigger places. It's not going to be just CU. So,
well, the one thing you've got to do is you got to show them the love the earliest. That's your only fighting chance.
Give yourself a shot.
Money has to be within the ballpark. Like the scenario that Scott just presented, there's no decision to be made there. But if you can get within the ballpark, get within $200,000, $300,000, something like that. I do think who shows you the love the earliest and the longest can impact things. And that's why the University of Colorado needs to do such a better job of identifying in-state talent before anybody else, being the first ones to offer these kids so that you could say, hey, we were first.
All right, let me ask you this. In terms of celebrity college coaches, is Lane Kiffin as big of a celebrity to an 18-year-old as Deion Sanders?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to their parents.
I didn't ask about the parents. I'm asking about the kid. Like if I love college football, isn't Lane Kiffin kind of a big deal? And when I say Lane Kiffin, I mean any of the top celebrity sort of coaches that are out there.
Lane Kiffin is Mr. Hollywood right now. I mean, he's the biggest appeal in college sports, in college football. What's going on with Lane right now is actually insane. Like, I don't know if you guys are really tracking this thing. This dude is openly taking conversations with LSU and Florida. He has sent his family. He's sent his ex-wife. He has sent his son on visits to the University of Florida and to LSU. Ole Miss is in the midst of a once-in-a-lifetime season. And Lane Kiffin is potentially about to walk away from Ole Miss before the college football playoffs begin.
That is
because
wild.
If he takes one of these other jobs, he really doesn't have a choice but to leave before the playoffs begin because he's got to get on recruiting signing days on December 3rd.
So he's clearly just looking for money, obviously. It's just about whoever has the biggest bag.
Well, yes, but also who's got the biggest bag for your kids. So it's both of those things combined.
That is
and
insane.
If you're telling me that LSU, I have a hard time believing Ole Miss doesn't have money. I don't think that they got money.
And I'll tell you this about Ole Miss, to show you it ain't about the campus. If you've been down to Ole Miss campus, that is a beautiful campus.
All right, so
that place is gorgeous. So that's out the window. I don't know about their facilities. They're in the SEC. Wouldn't you assume that every SEC facility is pretty good?
Probably.
So he's famous. Prime's famous. Bill Belichick at the cheer competition, he's famous.
Yeah, Bill's a laughingstock.
Bill's a laughingstock, right? Isn't that funny? Like, there's nothing going on. All right, well, hold on a second. Is Prime a laughingstock?
I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think like Deion Sanders calls you on the phone, you ain't laughing.
But you're laughing at Bill Belichick?
I think so.
But here's the key: is Deion Sanders picking up the phone?
Yeah, that's a fair question.
Because I read an article about it and said Deion, if he stays here, is going to have to start getting himself on cars and planes and getting inside the recruit's house. And he said once he does that, he'll win the parents over and everybody like that.
Well, because that's what he does best. But that takes a lot of damn effort. And all of a sudden, you're a salesperson. They ain't coming to you. You're going to them. But that's what, I mean, how else do you do it? And you just lost this kid.
Which one are you? A dog or a cat?
Apparently he's a cat. He's over there in Florida now, so who knows? All right.
He's a big dude. They're building him bigger in high school now. I mean,
this
guys
kid? It's unbelievable.
He's coming out of high school. They're coming out of high school as grown men all of a sudden.
Dude, last Friday, I saw Titus Heward play quarterback in person. I don't know what to say.
And he's a sophomore or freshman?
Sophomore. He's 15. He's 6'5", 210, and
yeah, he's got a rocket of an arm.
His mechanics, his arm.
Well, let me ask you this: why ain't see you on him right now too?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I'd be living at the Heward household, frankly. But guess what? You ain't gonna be the only one. I mean, if this kid isn't the highest recruited quarterback out of the state of Colorado, I'll be stunned. I mean, I know he already has several offers right now, but yeah, of course. But yes, to your point, try. I mean, it's going to be difficult with this kid, but you got to give it a shot. You've got to try to be in the mix a little bit. I mean,
well, mom and dad live in Colorado now, and if you, as you said, if you can get comparable pricing, and now all of a sudden mom and dad can drive 45 minutes to watch you play, as opposed to get, 45 minutes to the airport, hour waiting for it, a 2-hour flight, and then another hour to get to where you're going. Should be nice for the parents.
Titus is a good example of a kid that you need to get out in front of, because as of now, Titus does have a handful of offers, but not a ton of big schools.
That's true.
He's got schools like Tulsa and Colorado State, to my knowledge.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's got an SEC. He doesn't have a Big 12. Not yet.
Not yet.
But they're coming. It's going to come, and that's why you've got to say, hey, we're getting ahead of this thing. We got to be the first.
At least be in the mix. At least be aware of it. Be knowledgeable of it. There's been other kids that have even in the past couple of years, CU has just not even paid any attention to whatsoever.
Well, there's a kid out of Ralston and Mountain Vista. The Mountain Vista quarterback is stupid.
Unbelievable.
Stupid good. And I think he's going to Colorado State. I'm like, he looked good enough to go to CU to me.
All right. We'll get to the Elway stuff after 2 o'clock. Really cool interview with him. We come back with no dumb questions. It's PhD on 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hi, we're open for business for No Dumb Questions. 303.
I got one.
Oh, that is fantastic. Go.
You guys go down wormholes and watch
all the time.
YouTube things and stuff all the time, right?
Way too much.
Have you ever watched these three brothers from Serbia called the Rudan brothers?
I have not. Talk to me.
Do they look like
awesome.
the Jokic brothers?
Yeah, are they?
Well,
on
two
that
of them. Two of them are twins. They're not little guys. I mean, they. I think one of them was a professional soccer player or a basketball player at one time. They all look like they're like 6'4", somewhere in that area, 6'3", 6'4". They're out of Canada now, but they're all from Serbia. They go around and they got a roofing company, and they pick homeowners that need a roof, and then they'll do the entire roof for free. They go in and say, hey, we see your gutters bad. We're going to replace your gutters for free.
Okay. They
do it on site, and then the guy comes out or the gal, and, oh, this is amazing. Go, we noticed you had some issue with your roof, too. We want to put a brand-new steel roof on absolutely free.
Okay.
And then they show you how to roof, which is kind of cool stuff if you never see how to do that. We talked about doing manual labor. Anyway, it's a cool look if you ever get a chance. They do it, and they help a lot of people out up there in Canada somewhere, but it's called the Rudan Brothers.
Oh, so no question. It's just a recommendation?
Well, do you watch? Is there any videos like that or something that you kind of get in the worm?
I've watched the guy.
Tyler and I talked the mowing guy once.
I've watched. I was just going to bring up the mowing yard guy, sidewalk mowing, clean yard of old people guy. Yes. I was watching the other day a guy who films himself in bicycle lanes yelling at people that get in bicycle lanes, like in a city. So all he does is he screams at people. By the way, he also screams at cyclists
Hold on.
going the wrong way.
Is he a cyclist himself?
Yes. So he's,
wait. We've got a cyclist yelling at people getting in the bike lane.
Yes.
How about the people in cars that want to yell at the cyclists for being in their road?
I haven't seen that video.
Yeah, well, we need that video.
I'd be up for it.
And you're talking to a guy that spent a lot of time on a bike. Like, I get it. I understand it all, but come on.
No, Scott, the wormholes on YouTube. I mean, how many times can I see a guy call somebody an idiot for going the wrong way down a bike lane? Apparently,
I've seen a guy that stands out in front of his house in an area that's warning with the kids warning the kids outside, and it's like a 25-mile-an-hour zone, and these cars going down at 40, and he's throwing like whipped cream balloons and stuff and hitting these cars. These guys are stopping at him. And he's screaming at him, slow down, and he throws a water balloon and hits him and stuff.
It's all about the algorithm. All about the algorithm you get into. Like, I'm watching the pit bull terrier dance. I've seen that 10,000 of those recently. If you don't know it, I don't blame you. Lucky for you, you're not in that algorithm. I saw the Sound of Silence remix of the Blue Angels. Like, how many videos were that? Again, does anybody know what I'm talking about? Fate of Ophelia dances recently? Anybody?
I've heard of that.
I mean, it's like there's 10 million of them. I'm seeing girls do it with like popping champagne corks and like underwater, and like everybody's doing the Taylor Swift dance. I'm pretty sure now to get a pop song out, you really don't need an entire song. You need like 15 seconds, Tyler, and a dance. And like, that's it.
Or just a catchy song like that guy from Pennsylvania, right?
Dude.
Earlier, a year ago that blew up.
Hey, guy, K-pop Demon Hunters, I gotcha. I'm with you. I've seen it 10
I enjoy rabbit
How about
hole
the
here
one,
and there.
the four non-blondes lady?
Seen
right?
that a million times.
In the morning.
Yeah.
And then they do the circle, and then someone sings because they rap to the song now.
I
was down that wormhole last night.
Yes.
I got in fact, they had the lady that actually sang the song. She did one.
Linda.
And it was J-Lo was the one that's doing the rap, and it was kind of actually cool.
Yeah. When does anybody get the yard work in? When does anybody get to clear the 100 yards of split rail with Jared Bednar?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you can mow my yard for me now and clean up my sidewalks because I've been inside watching you work. It's been fabulous.
Do you think Bezzy has been down?
There's a lot of wormhole.
I bet Bezzy doesn't do any of that. I bet he doesn't watch any wormhole stuff. None of it.
You ever been down the bully gets knocked out wormhole?
Of course. How about the yell at the cop because I'm a citizen of the world and you're violating my rights?
I do find myself fascinated by the overly educated normal human being that gets pulled over by a cop and they've got the whole thing on video and they catch the cop at a loophole on segment 12.6135.
Right.
And they're like, well, but do you know about this detail?
Right.
The cop's like, no, but I can get my book out if you need me to.
Yeah.
It blows my mind how educated just some random citizens are on the law.
Roll your window down. No.
I don't have to. I can hear you fine.
I know, and I get it, and I understand it all, but, like, as soon as I get pulled over, I'm like, what do you need? The window's down. License right here it all is. I'm sorry. Can I go? And, it's like that. Like, the whole, concept that I'm filming myself while I'm standing up, hey, good for, civil rights and, you know your rights and all that sort of stuff. But I'm like, who are these people? I'm standing on the sidewalk filming the municipal city courthouse.
It's amazing. Did you prepare your whole life for this moment? Have you gone your entire life just waiting to get pulled over for the wrong reason?
You know what I'm saying? Who are these people? I mean, these are some Dragon Slayer 69 moments, right?
Yeah.
Would you guys agree with me on that? No dumb question?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely on that.
All right. You got anything else? You got anything?
How about the trend, Tyler? Have you seen the one where the father-daughter challenge, and you basically did and you spin them around, and they end up standing on your shoulders?
I have seen that. Where just like with one arm, you grab them from the front and swing them to the back. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have never seen one
of
of those.
With any of your little one could maybe.
Yeah, it's awfully impressive.
I have never seen and that's interesting. I have never seen any of those. And I don't have a daughter, right? So for me, I just miss all of that, correct?
I guess so.
It's so funny how all that works, right?
These devices, they're listening, man.
It's crazy. So it knows I don't have a daughter and you guys have daughters.
I mean, all you got to do is pause on one video for 2 seconds and all of a sudden it's full on your timeline.
Yeah, you watch it one time and then all of a sudden, boom.
Did you ever watch the video of Bill Belichick watching his girlfriend at a cheerleading competition?
Unfortunately.
See, that never came down my thing. I guess I've never.
Ready? Okay. I got it all guy.
Do you think Belichick is just?
I think he's practicing in the living room with her.
Well, there's got to be wormholes of cheerleading competitions, right? I mean, that's got to be the most videotaped thing of all time.
By the way, was Jordan Hudson's dad at this competition? I mean, since she's doing a cheerleading competition, does dad show up to support?
Dude, did you see the picture?
Is Bill older than dad?
Did you see, they get all the makeup on and everything, and they're like, there's a lot of guys in this too. And I'm seeing the guys with the.
Ready? Okay.
Oh my gosh! You know what's funny? I had a funny. So there was a dude at the gym yesterday. That I've seen him a bunch, and he's always rocking CU gear, and he's a big old boy, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what a shot putter's body looks like? Do you know what that looks like? But they're like strong as an ox.
Yeah.
You just know,
big,
right?
strong, round dudes.
Yeah. So I go up to him and I'm like, hey man, when'd you play at CU? And he's like, oh, I was up there. I graduated 3 or 4 years ago, whatever it was. And I was like, so were you shot put or discus? He's like, no. I was like, what'd you do? Because you can tell a difference between a football big guy and a shot put big guy, right? He definitely was not a football big guy.
Yeah.
He's like, oh, I was on the cheer squad. I was like, what? You were on the cheer squad?
Ready?
Like this big old boy, this mountain of a man was on the cheer squad?
That's too funny.
Hey, we got a mutual
awesome.
buddy, Tyler, that was on the cheer squad.
Tank?
Yeah,
with a great name, too.
I remind him that all the time.
So you're done with CU? Do you still stay on cheer squads?
Ready?
I don't know.
I got it all.
I mean, I guess you might, right?
I'm telling you, though, this got to be the strongest cheerleader in the history of cheerleaders.
Well, I mean, who's lifting the girls? Who's doing it?
Yeah.
Have you seen
Bill
the
Belichick?
Ready? Okay. I got it.
All right. It's the big question of the day. John Elway in the focus. That's coming up next.
Hey, guys and gals, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, you don't have to any longer. Just pick up your phone, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Whether you've got a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, Advanced Hair Restoration can help you out with all of those. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Replacement. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. You deserve to be the next one. So call 720-459-HAIR. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best working on you. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, the best in the industry at what they do. And guys, I'm always comforted when a company believes in what they do so much that they guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
The big question today, we'll get to Elway here in a second, but just a heat check here. Good time to get back into the flow here for the Nuggets, Scott, as you're down there in New Orleans with the team. And we'll have
there's no real stop. I mean, you want to see how they respond to a loss. They've responded well since. You want to kind of set a goal of the year. You don't want to have multiple lost games in a row. The weekend's going to be tough with a tough game Friday, cup game, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Friday in Houston and then a back-to-back back in Denver on Saturday. And then you go back out on the road. I don't even know what day it's going to be.
Memphis, right?
Monday?
Yeah, you're in Memphis on Monday.
Memphis on Monday.
Right.
Do you play on Monday or do you play on Tuesday?
You play on Monday.
Jiminy Christmas.
Yeah, Jiminy Christmas. Let me double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's the deal. So give me a second, but I think that's what's going on. By the way, I saw the article you sent about the All-Star stuff. All right.
Yeah.
I see what you're talking about. Yeah, you play Sacramento on Saturday at home and Monday at Memphis. And then, what's interesting? You got the rest of the week off and then another cup game
Friday
against San Antonio.
Love the cup games.
You do get a breather over the Thanksgiving week. So that's kind of nice. That's good for you.
Sorry, sort of neither here nor there, but a little bit. Are you guys a little bit nervous about the Lakers this year? Are they legit?
Well, they welcomed LeBron back and put up 140 points, so that was pretty good.
I mean, but they've been doing great without LeBron, and all of a sudden he comes back to put up 140.
Yes, because Luka got in shape, and he is one of the best players in the world, and Austin Reeves is dangerous, and LeBron is LeBron. Yes. Yes. Scott, you? Yes is my answer.
Not yet, but yeah, I think they're really good.
They ain't a cupcake, if that's,
No.
So,
well, it felt like for a minute there it was just going to be two teams, but there might be three or four.
Don't sleep on Houston.
I know.
3 or 4.
Yeah, look what Houston's
doing. Don't sleep on. I think San Antonio is going to get better and better as the year goes on.
Dude, how many games is Wemby going to get in this year, Scott? What's he going to play?
Well, that's the key, right? Is he out? Is he out also?
He has been.
Calf strain, right?
He has. Yeah. I haven't checked in him lately, but Dan, maybe you can help us out with that.
He's out. Giannis has a groin. Wemby has a calf. There was somebody else that's down right now.
Meanwhile,
listen.
Let me get to your All-Star stuff real quick. Well, your All-Star stuff, and then we'll get to John Elway stuff. You have Team World, so here's what this is speculating for the All-Star game for Team World. And you see where this is difficult for a couple of our guys. Shea as a guard, wings, Luka, Josh Giddey, forwards, Giannis, Markkanen, bigs, Nikola, Wemby, and Sengun.
Shengun.
Mile long, 3 inches deep. So that's like, well, where does Jamal fit there? All right, that's tough. And then, okay, so that's going to be tough for Jamal. Like you said, it's going to be impossible for him to get there. Then I'm like, well, Aaron Gordon's got to be one of the top 16 guys in the world, right? Americans. But it's really not that. He's a forward. So it's not whether he's one of the top 16. Is he one of the top 4 American forwards? And this has Scotty Barnes, Julius Randle, Kevin Durant, Jalen Johnson. Scott, is Aaron Gordon more deserving or better than one of those 4 dudes?
I haven't paid attention to what Jalen Johnson is doing, so I don't know.
Okay. Well, that seems to be the bar. In the article you sent, it's got AG and Jamal as like alternates, as like, we'll see.
If something happens.
Right. And I'm going to roll with you on Team World for Jamal. Okay, I got it.
They just shortened the numbers for him. I mean, that's what hurts him is that, they're only going with 8.
Right. So, tough. But come on, man. AG, he's got to be better than one of those dudes. Barnes, Julius Randle, Jalen Johnson, Durant. I mean, if you're just giving it to Durant because he's Durant, okay. I mean,
so
I'm
what
not
you're
gonna
saying
argue
is
with
the
you.
streak is going to continue for Nikola Jokic and his lack of all-star
It
teammates.
appears so, but like I think AG may be getting a raw deal because I do think he's better than. Pick one of those guys. And all right, if we're just giving it to Durant because it's Durant, it's one of three. Is he better than Jalen Johnson, Julius Randle, Scotty Barnes?
Well, what's Atlanta's record? That if it comes down to very similar numbers, and you look up and Denver's holding up at number 2 at 35-9 or whatever it's going to be by the time the game plays. I mean, how do you, and he's your second or third best player and scorer on the team. How do you keep him off?
You know what's going to happen? They're both going to get passed over. You know what's going to happen. It's going to suck, too. Man, I'd love to see AG on that U.S. Olympic team. Wouldn't you, Scott?
Yeah.
Don't you think he'd be an incredible...
They kind of wanted him last year. I think they were torn about putting him on last year.
Well, he made no
I
secret
wouldn't be
of the fact
surprised
he
if
was
they got him on.
disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
He might make it this year, though.
Well, I hope he does. And
listen, Atlanta's in last place, sixth place in the Eastern Conference at 9-6. So Jalen Johnson's playing on a good team.
Let me give you some sound from John Elway, who was on with Tom Green, Woody Page, and Ron Zappolo over there at Gorilla doing a long sit-down interview. A little bit of John Elway to talk about here. Dan, I'm sorry, I forgot. My memory's terrible. What's this first one?
It's him talking about his ownership stake possibility in his contract extension back with Pat Bowlen.
This is crazy because Pat Bowlen was going to set John up to be basically a billionaire, to get an ownership stake, and it didn't go through. So here's John talking about that.
I had an option to buy. My last contract had an option. So here's the story. Kislow gets it wrong every time. But I had an option with my last contract. In my last contract was an option to buy 10% of the team.
Wow.
Now, I had deferred a ton of money up to that point in time to where the math worked out that at a certain time, once I retired, that what they owed me would have gone to purchasing, right?
Right.
But it was so there was an option. And the one thing, we had no idea about it, but the one thing that happened is Edgar Kaiser still had a right of first refusal.
That's right.
He still had the right of first refusal. And I don't think, and if Edgar was doing better at the time, I don't know that he'd ever challenge us, but I don't know how well he was doing in his other business ventures and plus where the NFL was going.
I can tell you, poorly. But that was lurking. That was still out in there that might come to pass and be a legal problem. They later got that settled when they ultimately made this sale, right?
Yeah, and I didn't know that he had the ROFR. We didn't know that Edgar had the right of first refusal. So, and I think Pat and his team probably forgot about it too. And so then that's when they came to me. Somehow Edgar had heard about it. And
he sued the
So then he came in and said, first of all, he said, I can't exercise the option, right? I can't exercise the option. So then and then they went to court and Edgar sues them and they actually lost. Edgar won the first suit.
Right.
And then it went to the Supreme Court, Colorado Supreme Court, and Pat ended up winning. But yeah.
You called me at one point and said, would you straighten this out, Kisler and other people? He said, it just sounded like, because people were saying,
it's like, can you believe how Don Elway was? He walked away from
he would
have made $400 million. I'm like, yeah, that would have been nice.
Sports writers.
How much would it bug you guys? I know the story. It's crazy. And it took forever to sort itself out. And ultimately, Pat Bowlen did win the lawsuit. But it was too late for John. I mean, this thing didn't even get settled out till 2022, which is so insane. And Kaiser and the estate of Edgar Kaiser just kept this thing going on because, hey, if you're going to sell back part of the team, we want to be part of it, not John Elway. We want to do it.
Yeah, but what John's saying is, like, we want to be a part of it, but we have no ability to do it.
And so in other words, pay us to go away.
It cost John hundreds of millions, if not $1 billion.
Well, at least at 4.9, is that what the franchise said for? 490 million at least, right?
Well, it does feel like the story is almost always presented as John had the opportunity and didn't take it, right?
Oh, that is okay, fine. That is not right.
Correct.
If anybody thinks that that's the case, no way. Like John wasn't stupid on this. He absolutely would have done it. He tried to do it, but the Kaiser people got in the way of it. It's interesting hearing him tell that story and like how close he was, except for the Kaiser family to have that in the contract when they turned around and sold it to Pat Bolin. Whatever lawyer figured that out, pretty sharp. All right, let me give you a couple others. These are interesting. Here is Elway on why Tebow stuff.
Tim was a great kid. I mean, it was like he played his tail off and competed, and he was a great kid. It was just a matter of
he couldn't play.
Well, and the thing is, it was like because I'll never remember. I think it was the first year that I was here. We were in Green Bay, and we hadn't played well the first two games. And Tebow had been drafted the year. What did he get drafted? 2009.
Yeah,
the year before I got here. Yeah. And so it was like, I mean, Kyle Orton was starting, and then I went to John. I said, John, at some point in time, I just want you to put this in the back of your mind. At some point in time, if things aren't going well, we got to find out what we have with Tebow, right? So he goes, okay, and I was like, and this is probably the second or third week. Well, the fourth week we go to Green Bay, and Kyle's in there, and Timmy's third, and Brady Quinn was the backup. So we're in Green Bay. First half goes bad. There goes Timmy. Fox put him in the second half, right past Quinn, and put Tim in. But then again, you go through that whole year. And it was absolute crazy.
Yes.
Oh, I'd like some truth serum on how John really felt about all that stuff going on that year. 2010, by the way, is when Tebow was drafted, not 09. But that was something, man. That was one of the crazier periods in Broncos history. That whole thing. John comes in, Von Miller's drafted, Tebow's your quarterback, hung over from the McDaniel stuff.
He's the one that brought Foxy in.
I think if you got the truth serum between the conversation and him and John Fox was probably more along the lines of, hey, John, at some point, we got to play this kid just to show the world he can't play ball.
I agree.
Maybe.
All right, one more here. This is about Manning coming to town.
Peyton Manning comes.
He was the savior. I knew, and I'm just telling you, I knew the only out from Tim Tebow. Peyton was the only out.
The perfect out,
yes,
too.
He was.
Yeah, exactly. But if you think about it, they might have blown up Mile High or blown up my house, or because we had to have an option. You can't win a first round of the playoffs.
This might be awkward for you to answer, but I always got the feeling that the reason the Broncos were able to get Peyton Manning is because a guy named John Elway was there, and that meant a lot to Peyton Manning. There was money, there was opportunity here, there, and other places. But I get the feeling you were the difference in getting him to commit to come here.
And we never really talked. He never came to me and told me exactly why he came here. Other than he thought it was the best fit for him. And the thing is, and Peyton was, you guys know Peyton, and he's very thorough in anything he does. I think he went to Arizona, he went to Tennessee. The only team I was really worried about was Tennessee.
Yeah. Miami. Yeah. He took a trip
in Miami, but the only one I was really worried about was Tennessee because obviously he played college football there and whatnot. But, Peyton came in and he was here for a couple of days and, obviously hit it off with John Fox, who's easy to hit it off with because he's a real good guy, and then Mike McCoy. And I think Peyton knew coming in, talking to McCoy and what we're going to do offensively, that Peyton knew here we were going to do everything he wanted to do. And what he was used to doing.
Talking eye to eye to you about being a Bronco and all that, I can imagine you could have sold it, very well.
Went to he came in, went to Cherry Hills and sat up there and talked about it and all the different things and where I was and what our goals were, and it's, trying to, win championships.
Worked out pretty good.
Yeah.
How important do you guys think Elway was to the recruitment of Manning?
Tough to say.
I think big.
I think anytime you can look eye to eye with somebody that you feel like is in your stature, it means a lot, right? And Peyton Manning, there's not a whole lot of human beings out there that Peyton can look eye to eye with. So it's certainly factored into it. But I don't think Peyton's not making a decision because John Elway's there. I really do think John just hit the nail on the head. The biggest sales pitch we had, hey, come here, and this is your baby. John Fox is going to be your babysitter, you know, but you're going to be the one that's running the show.
But and I agree with that. But you've also, as you got 2 yellow jackets sitting there in a room, and you got to believe at one time or another, the conversation went, Peyton, we molded an offense that allowed Tim Tebow to win, and we won a playoff game. Can you imagine what we're going to do with you and your offense?
I think,
and he probably saying it matter-of-factly, and I wouldn't be surprised if Fox was in the room with him. He knows that ain't a lie.
Yeah, I think John's just overall style just fit Manning perfectly because John was a little bit more laissez-faire. He was a little bit more laid back on things. Pete Carroll was sitting at Centennial Airport waiting in a jet to take Peyton up to Seattle. That just wasn't going to work. And I think Peyton, he talked with Gase and McCoy, and, they were on the same page. You got a coach in John Fox he's not going to care. It was different when it would have been interesting if Gary was the head coach at that time. Because don't forget, Gary did not try to pursue Peyton Manning when he was available with Houston. The team that probably would have fit Peyton Manning the best would have been the Texans to stay in the same division, play inside, but Gary was into Matt Schaub at the time. Remember that? And Gary didn't make a big play. Houston did make a play for him, and the Titans did. So I don't know if that would have meshed great at the time. It was great later on. So I think John deserves a significant amount of credit. It's a nice kumbaya moment that his style of management and who he was fit perfectly into who Manning was. Manning's not like that. Manning's, he's just into all the
question. The question that we got to get to, because I agree with you, Darren. The question I hope that they broached was, how did the relationship end with you and Manning? And if it got bad, is it better?
That's a good question, man. Well, I mean, the story is it was Joe Ellis. The story is, if I'm getting it wrong, okay, but the story is John wanted to give Peyton a big salary cut. Joe Ellis got in a plane to go down to New Orleans. They cut it a little bit, but they offered him to make it up in bonuses for the AFC Championship game in the Super Bowl. So ultimately, Peyton got everything that he was going to get. And then, of course, it's why didn't Peyton just play one more year? Why didn't you hang in there? Because what was your plan at quarterback after that? Which was, I don't know, guys. I mean, nothing. They didn't offer Brock a big deal, and that's what resulted ultimately in getting Paxton Lynch and Manning retiring. Hindsight being 2020, and you just didn't love Brock, which clearly they didn't love him, although you don't win a Super Bowl that season without him, in my opinion. Would you have begged Manning, Tyler, to play another year just so that you could have done something else at quarterback besides Brock Osweiler?
Well, at that point, once Brock's gone, probably. I understood the decision at the time. If the decision was to hey, it's time to move on to Brock. Brock played great football for us, and we're going to keep him. And the Broncos did offer Brock Osweiler a contract, not anything in the ballpark of what the Texans offered him,
right.
And it was an absolute no-brainer for Brock to go there. But yeah, hindsight 2020, once you lost Brock, you probably should have gone back on your knees begging
for Peyton
to come.
He had one more year left on his contract.
That's the whole key, though, right? I think they undersold their influence on Brock to get him back, and Houston came in. At the time, it was crazy. It wasn't $18 million a year or something.
Yeah, it was something stupid.
And it was all the owner. It had nothing to do
Bill
with
O'Brien
the coach.
didn't want anything to do with it. O'Brien was ticked off about it.
Yep. And Brock had never even met with O'Brien. It was just all ownership shoving it down O'Brien's throat, which is an awful way to do things. But what are you going to do if you're Brock? Seriously, you going to turn that down? You going to turn down that money?
But see, I was told, might have been wrong, that after he was offered that, the Broncos did come back and said, okay, we'll match that. But then it was
I didn't hear that.
The bridge.
You heard they were going to match what the Texans put up?
They wanted to, or a lot closer than what they initially offered. Because I think didn't they offer 10?
Yeah.
They came in at 18.
Yes, it was like that. And it was over, I don't think there was much of a choice. And I think Brock was kind of insulted.
They upped it. Yeah, I think he was insulted. That's why he never comes back for anything.
He's been. Have you talked to Brock at all over the years?
No, but I was actually talking about Brock today with David Bruton about it. And, we were both talking about what would have happened if he would have stayed. And, we're both in agreement. It probably looks radically different. If you're Brock, the relationship probably ends the day that Peyton replaces you in a game in which you're not really playing bad.
No.
It's not your fault that we had a couple of drop passes that turned into bad situations against San Diego that day. The day that you're sat down, it's hard to be like, oh, wow, I'm so offended that you brought in Peyton Manning. But that's not how athletes think. Athletes think like, hey, I did the job. I'm doing the job. I don't care that it's Peyton Manning behind me.
Exactly.
At that point in time, that relationship was probably forever damaged.
Well, good stuff. Good interview. Interesting stuff to listen to for sure. In terms of what's going on now and then, we got Let's Football Go. Dan Bud Squints Tanner coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low T causes all sorts of issues. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, the brain fog, all the bad stuff. All the stuff that just stinks and doesn't make you feel like you're used to feeling. Well, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're the experts in treating low T and other men's sexual health conditions. They've treated many men for low T, and there's been amazing results with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, here's what you do. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take that low T quiz. 10 questions, yes or no, very simple. Just takes a couple minutes. They're going to draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and then you make the decision together with their medical team. It's only $99. You get the consult, the T, and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Hit them up today at 720-440-7900. Most men wait a year or longer. There's no need. Do this today. 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We love you, Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Jeff Legwald in just a second.
Ready? Okay.
Dan Tanner, let's go.
All right, yeah, we can bring Leggy in on this, too. Here is Vance Joseph talking to Peter Schrager, guys, on Jahdae Barron. How has Jahdae grown throughout his rookie season? Here is VJ.
Again, it goes back to the vision. For him, he's obviously a corner for us, but we had Pat, we had Riley. So his vision was to be a nickel dime player, in the first year, obviously, and moving forward, play some outside corner. But with Pat being injured for the last 3 weeks, he was forced to play corner. And I'm telling you, it helped him because he went from playing nickel and dime, where it was more of a thinking man's game, to playing corner, where your physical traits had to, kind of activate. And we saw it in practice, and it was like, man, that's the first round pick. He's been playing nickel and dime. It's kind of more of a thinking, leverage game. I'm blitzing, I'm fitting here. So it was kind of more of a thinking position. But at corner, man, you have to run, you have to move. And we saw it. So, for the last 3 weeks, he's been starting at corner and base, and, obviously it's worked for us, So losing Pat was a big deal for us, but it forced him to kind of take a step forward to play more corner and still play his dime role. But I'm telling you, this kid has played really good football.
Okay.
Guys, thoughts on Jahdae Barron?
Well, let's bring Jeff Legwald into the conversation. Jeff is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. All right, Jeff, how about that? Like, a lot of us were wondering what role Jahdae Barron is going to have. Is it possible we could see him blossom into more of a corner? And how exactly would that work with Riley Moss and Jaquan McMillan?
Well, I think this may be more of a long-term thing. I mean, they'll keep playing how they're playing, and when Surtain comes back, as it stands right now, I wouldn't see them moving Barron to the other side and place a Moss or anything. But, he has been at the outside corner spot in their base snaps, which they're not in a ton, but they did play more of that. The Chiefs, for whatever reason, elected to put them in their base more often than other teams have. So you got a little bit longer of a look at them. But, this guy was a top 10 player on a lot of teams' boards. And the reason is because he's a really good corner. And, I think you can see now it's pretty savvy for the Broncos to have stocked up on corners. Now they're 3-0 in games that Surtain has missed, and they probably aren't that way if they haven't used draft picks on corners the last 3 seasons. So, but he's going to be here a long time, I think, playing corner in whatever fashion they have. But to know he can play it outside and play in the nickel and play in the dime gives them an option to do anything they want with him. And he can also play some safety at times too. So I think his menu is only going to grow instead of get smaller.
Not even an ounce of buyer's remorse on that pick, you don't think?
I would never have an ounce of buyer's remorse in today's NFL for taking a corner. And look at other teams struggle, and then look at the teams that are deep at corner, and you see a really big difference in how they can play defense. I would argue if they're not one of the deepest teams at corner, they don't have one of the best defenses in the league, and they're certainly not 9-2.
DMac loves that point on corners. That's like his favorite point he's ever heard in his whole life.
There's a lot of good corners out there.
No, there are. Where are they? I would ask you. Not in the draft.
They're not. All right, hold on. Is Riley Moss a good corner?
Yeah, but they took him in day 2. I mean, where do you want them? You got to take a corner day 1 or day 2 if they're going to play. I mean, Jaquan McMillan is found gold because he's an undrafted. But if you're going to be good on defense in today's NFL, you better be good at corner. And you're not going to be good at corner if you don't use a day 1 or a day 2 pick to take him.
more often than not. I don't know what your take is.
You
Todd
still
and I
think
thought
they
you
should
could-
have taken Justin Fields instead of
Serious,
Surtain?
Jeff, do you really want to get into that right now?
Yeah, a little bit.
I'm happy to defend myself.
I'm
but
always excited to hear your idiotic take on that.
for the sake of brevity and peacefulness, we'll just move on because Scott has a question. But I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not backing down, and nobody else is backing down either. But that's another conversation for another day.
I believe another day, too, was your running back. You lose Dobbins, looks like, for the rest of the year. But, boy, it sure seemed like you really missed him in that game against the Kansas City Chiefs, just his presence and what he can do. What's the answer at running back going forward?
Well, I mean, the tough thing for all teams, including the Broncos now, is now that practice squads are so big, the level of quality of player on the street has taken a hit. You're not, help isn't on the way to have significant impact on a team from a guy who's unsigned now. So unless you're going to poach somebody off a practice squad, you're going to have to figure out a way with the people you have on hand. And, this is probably going to fall in Harvey's lap. Most of the stuff is probably going to end up with him as they try to work past Dobbins. But, Dobbins was getting a lot of the important snaps at the end of games, end of halves, 2-minute pass protection. Those got to be filled. And if Harvey isn't up to the challenge, which I think he will be in just running the football and catching the ball, it's some of those other little situational things they may have to adjust. And maybe you see some more two tight end, and we did see a little more of that against the Chiefs. They did run a few more two tight end things, I think, to try and alleviate some of Dobbins not being there, and some two back. They ran a little more two back than they have in recent weeks too.
Should the Broncos be interested in Brandon Cooks, and will they be?
Well, you guys asked me around the trade deadline about receivers, and I don't see them having a smooth rotation right now, and to add another guy in the mix. I already think their quest, to put little Jordan Humphrey in the run packages will impact Marvin Mims' snaps on offense already. I'm not in favor of limiting Marvin Mims' snaps in any way, and if they can't play Mims more, I don't think they should add anybody else, including Cooks, but that's just my personal thing.
Jeff, who's the best team in the AFC right now?
Might be the Broncos, Tyler.
You think so?
Now Colts beat them head-to-head, in the last play, so you got to decide what you think, I think their defense makes them the slugger nobody really wants to mess with in the postseason right now. They have better defense than New England. They have a better defense than the Colts. So that's what would tip the scales for me. The Colts have been much more productive on offense, and Taylor might win the MVP or Offensive Player of the Year at minimum. So I guess it's what you like. Do you like offense in the Colts? Drake May, MVP candidate, and the Patriots on offense or defense? And I picked defense coming down the stretch and into January, February.
All right, Jeff. Scott, you got anything else for Jeff on the way out the door?
Yeah, I was going to say, everybody speculated. We get to see these Colts and Chiefs this weekend. We talked about, we think we probably got to cheer for the Chiefs. That knocks a team up there with only 2 losses down a little bit. But is this the season for the Chiefs, this game this weekend?
Could be. I mean, they played like it against the Broncos. I think you saw a team, Kansas City, playing like they knew what was at stake against the Broncos. I think that's why, the first half looked like a couple of guys, circling each other, looking for the opening in a hockey fight or something. But I think the Chiefs got to win out, honestly, if you're going to hang in, or they need one of the, few teams to crater a little bit. But still hard for me to believe that you might have a postseason without Lamar and Mahomes. That's tough for me to wrap my head around. But I bet all of the other AFC teams would like a playoff field without Mahomes and Lamar Jackson in it.
Hey, how do you think Shedur's going to do for the Browns against the Raiders?
I would think he'd do better, DMac, with a week of getting the real thing, out of practice, getting the reps and getting flown it, but a lot of it's going to be up to him. You know, you're going to do the work and study and do all the things you got to do. But I think getting tossed in as a backup's like one of the hardest things ever at quarterback, because you haven't taken any snaps that mean anything in practice, and suddenly everybody wants you to come save them, you know, during a game. So I would think he'll do better, you know, and I think the key will be he's just got to get the ball out of his hands, even if it means they punt a few times and live with it. But that defense is good enough for him just to be calm, you know, play it close to the vest and ride it out. But he should look better, I think.
All right, appreciate it. Jeff Legwald, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Scott, are we losing you, or are we keeping you here? What's you're all dressed up?
I'm going to stay here. I'm going to have to run as soon as the game's
suited
over.
and booted. All right. Well, some thoughts on the Nuggets bouncing back against the Pelicans coming up next. Trying to bait me into a fight with Jeff Legwald?
No.
I saw what you were doing there. Not going to take that bait.
Listen, I don't know if it's pride or arrogance or idiocy or whatever, but you're not backing down from an idiotic take.
I am not. See, you're trying to do it again. I'm just not going to take the bait. Well, that's okay. That's all right.
People enjoy listening to you be a fool.
There you go. You keep going. I'm just not doing it, Scott. Not going to do it.
Never admitted to being a fool.
Not going to do it. That's all right. I have plenty of self-deprecation moments. Look at me.
Yeah. We're just waiting for the humility moments, though.
Okay. All right. Tonight.
Two different things.
Tonight.
Should win the game. The big game should be Friday, and then against Sacramento for the third time this year. It's Saturday. That'll be a toughie just because of the travel. But you should take care of business. But how many teams we've seen say, let's skate through this, get through this, and all of a sudden you're in a game. You happened to you. I think one time last year, year before, and Alvarez dropped like 34 because he's such a pest. But we will see. And then we'll see if also maybe they, you got to be careful. I think I would have started Tim Hardaway the last game because he played so well in Minnesota as a starter. But, Peyton's kind of the incumbent and everything else. But I think I like Timmy starting. He's got 460 some starts or something like 429 starts in his career. Over half his games he's played in, he started.
Mm-hmm.
I just think it's a different mentality starting to benching.
The Nuggets host the Kings on Saturday night. That is here at home. And tomorrow we'll have keywords on the 20s for our Nuggets Ticket Thursday, where you can win one of 5 pairs for Nuggets tickets. So that's
our
tomorrow.
third time already against the Kings.
Yeah, can you believe that? Like Russell Westbrook for the third time.
Weird.
Super weird.
It is weird.
How about the fact they've already played Minnesota twice in Minnesota?
That's weird too.
They're done on the road to
making
Minnesota.
the schedule now ought to get out and visit the rest of the country. Personally,
Tip-off in New Orleans is just after 6 p.m. tonight, and the pregame show is presented by Ramos Law, and that starts at 5:30. So,
I got no dumb question for you.
Sure.
Again, why does the NHL's in Toronto, but the NFL and the NBA's league offices are in New York? Why?
Oh man, that's a great question. I don't know.
We like fancy things. Everybody likes nice objects.
Yeah, the funniest one, that is a good question. The funniest one was the Pac-12 offices were in San Francisco.
Well, here's my question.
That was the dumbest thing of all time.
And for the record, the NFLPA is not any cheaper. They're in Washington, D.C. But why can't we have these two in the same city? Like, why don't we have the PA and the NFL league offices?
That would seem to make sense.
How about 2 blocks from one another? Well,
how about in more in the middle of the country where you're not paying $150,000 a month rent on a high rise?
But then what would I be paying $15,000 in PA fees for?
Where would you stick? What would be the most central place in America to stick it?
It used to be New York. That's the hub of the business, and that's where all ABC, NBC. Guess what?
Yeah, that doesn't
matter. If COVID
matter.
did us anything, it gave us video conferencing at a higher level.
Correct.
The world has never been more flat.
Right.
There's flights in every town and every major city you can be in that will get you there quick. I gotta believe Roger Goodell ain't getting on a continental flight and flying places. I'm sure they're doing private planes. So, or silver. I don't see him getting on a United flight out of New York to fly to a game in Denver. So I don't know. I just think from the cost proficiency of it, being in the center of the country.
No, I'm with you. Put him in Omaha. Go live your life in Omaha, everybody.
Somewhere in the middle of America.
Yeah, real America, not that stupid New York City stuff.
It was a song.
Well, if you want to be hip, put them in Nashville even.
Nashville's not actually. It's funny in my head. I was thinking that Nashville ain't a bad idea. You're kind of relatively close to all the East Coast teams. Everything in the Southeast. I mean, I guess you're away from the West, but you're a little
I would
closer.
get them out of the Eastern time zone only because I think
Nashville's in the Eastern time zone though.
I know that, but for the NBA, the guys who make up the schedules are clueless how far everything is apart from everybody in the West.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Plop them in
You
Omaha,
could take
like I said.
You could take a train ride from D.C. to Philly faster than you can fly from here to Phoenix.
All right, Scotty, you got what do you got them winning by? They're I think what are they favored by? The Nuggets like 13, something like that. It's a big number. It's something like that, double digits for sure.
You and Marlo, the only guys I know to pay attention to that. I have no. Listen, you're a better team right now than New Orleans is, but you can't play with your food. Don't play with your food. Go out and handle your business. Get some management, time management from your players in the fourth quarter because you're up 25.
Hey, how are you guys handling things? Are you guys staying the night, or are you going, because it's a really short travel to Houston? Like, that's nothing.
Actually, we're spending the night. We're not leaving until noon tomorrow.
Oh, wow. Okay. Huh. Even though
I'll probably be on the second half of the show.
Gotcha. But you couldn't be closer in travel from New Orleans to Houston in the NBA, though, right? That is really close.
Well, it's just right over the Gulf of America, right?
Well,
I've driven New Orleans to Houston, and it's like nothing.
It's like 4 hours, right, driving-wise?
Yeah.
That's like New York, Boston. But you're still, that is really interesting. Why? I understand in general why you would want to sleep and stay, but wouldn't it make more sense? Because you guys could be home or back in Houston by midnight at the latest.
Yeah, I think it's more of get to bed, because get in here, get to bed. You're going to be in a hotel no matter what. Sleep. They'll have breakfast for them at 10 o'clock in the morning so that, you can get a good night's sleep. The travel has just been bing and bong and bing and ding and boom. And when you're getting off of games, man, I'm telling you, when you get off of games and go straight to the airport and do that,
tough.
and then you
no matter
fly
what,
and beat you up, and then you go home, and then you're up for another hour when you get home anyway. And it's just there's been so much travel and everything to start the season. I looked at it and went, whoa, okay, good. So, I don't have to rush.
Okay, all right, cool.
I think the buses leave at noon tomorrow. The plane leaves at 1. So we should be in there, 45-minute flight?
All right, well,
I don't even know.
We'll kick you to the curb. You look great, as always. Have a good call tonight.
I'm good right here. I'm good.
You keep trying to kick him out. He's told you like 3 times.
I'm trying to make things easy for you. I'm trying to. I mean, you can be on the Nate and Andy show for as long as you want. I suppose I don't care, but I'm just trying to make it easy. But you can stay.
No, my bus isn't until 4:30. Friday I'll have to rush a little bit because I'll have to
get off our show.
Dan.
Listen. I can't. Listen, I left the sinking ship yesterday. I'm not going to do it 2 days in a row.
Okay. All right. We appreciate it. Biggest story of the day is Shedeur Sanders, guys. How do you think Shedeur is going to fare against the Raiders? How do you think he's going to do?
Well, he couldn't get a better team for a better opportunity, right? So he's going up against the Raiders, a bad defense that he should have as good of an opportunity. But, look, the limited reps – that whatever you were complaining about with the lack of reps for Shedeur Sanders, that's not changing drastically over the course of a week. Course of a week is 2 practices. That's all you're getting. Course of a week might be, even with the walkthroughs, 60 reps, something like that over the course of the week with all the walkthroughs included. So to think that it's going to be just magically better, probably a bit naive.
Gosh, I do have one stupid thing left, actually. One stupid thing aside from the Shedeur stuff. Did you guys catch that Cam Scattaboo was at WWE Raw, and he was there with a couple of teammates, including Abdul Carter, who wasn't napping on that one. And they got into a little pushing, shoving match with a few of the dudes there. I'm not that down on all the WWE characters, but it's a guy who's going through an injury who was taking some time out to blow off some steam and was in physical WWE stuff. Got any problems with that? Any views with that? Cam Scattaboo went on social media and basically told everybody to pound sand. I'm going through a tough time, and this is just one way for me to just chill out. So relax, everybody. But
we do know it's scripted, right?
For sure, absolutely, 100%.
Like this was not like a street brawl.
No, of course not. But there was some,
He got shoved a little.
Yeah. I mean, it was like that. You guys want to come down on that one way or the other?
I think we got bigger fish to fry in our society than Cam Scatterboot doing a WWE appearance.
He's the biggest meathead in the NFL, and he was at a meathead event. What did you expect?
God, he is a meathead, man. I was seeing he does like some live streaming stuff, and you expect meatheads to just be bigger human beings, but he is. Golly, is he a meathead? Like he is.
You watching Cam Scatterboot live streams?
I no, but like I've seen clips of him. Like he does live streams, and I've seen like some 30 to 45-second clips of what he talks about on his live streams. This guy is thick as a brick. I mean, kind of in a sweet way and everything, but holy cow!
Has he put out any Jim Bro pics online?
Oh man,
let me know if he needs any inspiration.
I don't know, man. So if that was a Denver Bronco, we would have no problem with it. A Bronco who's injured, trying to come back.
You didn't ask that. You didn't ask that.
Well,
if he's my best running back.
All right, yeah. He's J.K. Dobbins.
I don't want J.K. Dobbins at the next WWE meet with a cast on his Liz Frank fracture getting pushed by a wrestler.
All right, so you'd have a problem if that was J.K. Dobbins, not Cam Scatterboot.
I'm just telling you, be very careful.
I would have a problem if he got in a street brawl, yes.
But not if he was doing that kind of crap.
No.
Okay. Nate, you want to throw your 2 cents in on this? And I don't care is a perfectly acceptable answer.
The Abdul Carter thing. I want to talk about that for a minute.
A little bit weird, right?
It is. But, like, 2 things. Number 1, did you guys realize, like the PFF grades and everything on Abdul Carter? He's having a sensational rookie year.
Okay.
He's one of the best rookie edge rushers in the entire NFL. Also, like, we celebrate J.J. Watt on Hard Knocks moving his bed into the facility so he can get extra sleep. Why are we mad at Abdul Carter? Like, haven't we learned through sports medicine and progress in that field that sleep is the ultimate performance-enhancing drug, and yet the guy gets in trouble for sleeping?
I'm like, where are his buddies? Because I'm going to tell you, I've been in the NFL facility, okay? And I've seen plenty of guys that have gotten in the lazy boy and have taken a 20-minute cat nap, and all of a sudden we're walking into meetings. Hey, Marshawn, wake up!
Did he have like a back?
Marshawn may or may not have been notorious for it.
Because do you remember from Hard Knocks, like J.J. Watt, there was like an equipment like closet in the back that he set
in the very
his
back of that
bed
closet.
Up. So like maybe Abdul Carter's got his little nook that he sleeps in at the Giants facility for his performance-enhancing sleep. And he just happened to nap a little bit too long and was a little late to practice.
Well, the issue now is. Go ahead, Scott.
Sleeping got J.J. Watt into the Hall of Fame,
right?
Future Hall of Fame. Then what?
Why is he in trouble?
I can be on him for missing meetings as a rookie, sleeping whenever he wants. No.
Well, the issue though right now is it's 2 different stories because he says he wasn't asleep. He said he was in the training room.
He's changing the story.
Or
was he sleeping in the training room?
Which also happens all the time when you're getting ice and stem or whatever.
Yeah.
Hey, I got 20 minutes. Quick little cat
Also,
nap.
do you guys remember, like...
But then where the hell are the trainers?
People started killing him also because he wanted to be number 56, and they're like, you can't be that number. That was Lawrence Taylor's
number. Then he tried
number.
to be somebody else.
Right.
What was the other one he tried to get after that? It was another famous one.
Lawrence Taylor once showed up for practice in handcuffs with a jacket over his wrist, so hopefully nobody would notice it. So what are we getting mad at Abdul Carter for here, really?
I don't know. It seemed kind of petty and stupid, and Lawrence Taylor the meeting starts when Lawrence Taylor walks in the room.
Did Lawrence Taylor really show up to a game in the second quarter once, or is that just a story?
Oh, I don't know.
I saw him talking about it the other day, and he's like, "Yeah." Somebody asked, "What was the latest you ever showed up?" He's like, "Second quarter."
If you
did you get any sacks? He's like 2.
So a couple of weeks ago, Andy and I, when the Broncos were playing the Giants, I did a stupid like top 10 Giants of all time bit, and it was all just based upon like who's got the funniest thing in their Wikipedia. And Lawrence Taylor's Wikipedia, just if you got 5 free minutes sometime, just go and read like through like the the controversy section in Lawrence Taylor's Wikipedia. It's a hell of a read. There's a track record there.
It's KKSC FMHD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder bye week action. What's got your attention in bye week action?
You mentioned Shedeur Sanders before. I streamed the Raiders defense to start in fantasy this week against KJ. So,
is that right?
Yeah, I did. I went directly to the Raider defense, who
Haters
suck.
gonna hate,
They're terrible. It's not a matter of hating anything. It's a matter of, like, if it gets me an extra 1.7 points, I have a better chance to be able to win. I'm a cold hard data guy when it comes to fantasy football.
What's going to go worse, Shedeur against the Raiders or ASU against or CU against ASU?
Probably Shedeur.
Thank you for bringing that up.
I'll be dead honest. I think Shedeur will keep it closer than CU will.
Okay. After watching that last bye week, I am
nervous,
dude. And you know, it's you know this because you went there. It's Thanksgiving weekend, right? And so,
okay, all right.
Some of these kids are going to bail out because they got their Thanksgiving breaks, and I kind of wonder what the crowd's going to be like.
Plenty of good seats available.
It was already a little bit, we both were up there last game. It was a little bit light last game.
Yeah. Oh, I bought tickets today. I got a little ASU CU one.
Yeah, you got a little of everything.
You got a little everything on this one, so we're going to the game. Like so.
But what were the tickets like? Was it hard to find?
Oh no! Oh god!
So yes,
no.
I am. You already seem to come back because I'm telling you, this team's not as bad as they're playing. I think you've seen the talent, but they all came back checked out. I don't know what the message was at that first bye week. But we already talked about it. Is like you just decided season was over and we weren't even a Halloween.
You know, you're right. This might be the lowest attended CU game since Prime got there, with a lot of factors going on.
Let's talk about something positive though, because I think we can all be a council here. We're all members of this thing. Fat Guy Tutty's got its first win in fantasy in 9 weeks.
Well done.
And not only did it get a win,
what'd you beat?
It got Brett.
Okay.
And not only did I get a win, I got a win because I'm so checked out playing dudes on bye because I've just given up. There's nothing on the waiver wire. Jeff Legwold talking about big practice squads taking away. That's our league. There ain't nothing. Brett should need. What should Brett's punishment be? You know, he got the punishment for dude. He lost to me.
You should have another kid.
Well, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Brett.
I was telling Andy this. Like,
hour or more.
Your roster's not that bad. There's
an industry.
It's doable.
Yeah.
You make a little money.
Also, what is Cornbrust Crushered?
Oh, yeah. I misspelled. I've been changing the name of my team every week.
Okay.
To try to get under the skin of my opponents.
Oh, was it supposed to be Crushers?
Yeah, but I realized that nobody was paying attention to what I was doing. So throughout the entire... Yeah, well, I appreciate that. You kicked my ass, by the way, too, if you want to point that out. Cornbrust is the street I live in, which is 2 miles up the road.
Ah, okay.
But I should have had something snarky towards you. Like, I love my IPAs or something like that. I don't know.
I do love IPAs.
I know.
Can I have some, please?
You
It's
had
only
to do so with the
3:03 in the
Illini.
afternoon.
Our guy got really upset that they put a graphic up that cut off the eye and made it a T. He tweeted about that over the weekend. That's the Illini. Don't cut off the bottom of the T.
We're the Fighting Tillini now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you killed me. You crushed me. I'm a very 6-7 sort of team. There you go.
Well, come on.
6-5, actually, is what you now are officially.
No, I'm telling you. You know, there's the thing at the end of the year for being the worst, which I'm already stuck on.
Have you locked that up?
Dude, there's no chance.
What happens?
Although Joe Burrow might come back.
God, do we have
No, you are right now.
Is there a punishment for the worst record?
Andy, you are 2-9.
I have 2 wins. What are you talking about?
You have 2 wins. And
I barely got a first win I didn't even know about.
You have plenty of opportunity to climb out of the cellar right now.
Who's next?
You're tied with Kevin.
Oh, you're
tied with
tied.
the boss.
That's got to.
He's the commissioner
now,
of the
hold
league.
On. Is that because of the 3 weeks in New Zealand?
they don't
now
have internet
to
there.
Get the story.
There's no internet there.
Should we have a punishment in this league? Should there be?
Yes.
No, because I don't want it.
Yes.
I think Brett should have to. I didn't know I had a win, though. I thought Brett was my first win.
No, Andy,
that's how checked out I am. I thought I was still over.
You can play your way out of this. Your team is not. Well, you need a new starting quarterback because Penix just went on.
I'm going to leave because I'm not in the league. Oh, it's your boy.
Listen, Burrow's coming back.
You have Travion. You have
no, but like CU, I'd have to care to get through these.
You have
last
Jamison Williams, who he scored a touchdown the other night, or actually not a touchdown, but yeah.
Well, you can tell it's bye week.
You have Tyler Warren. You have Brock Bowers.
Wait, you have Tyler Warren.
Wait, you have
2 tight ends.
You have the Cleveland defense, and you have Will Lutz. You do need to start a different kicker this week. I'm looking at your roster; it's not that bad. It really isn't that bad.
Who's the quarterback again? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Well, he started Penix last week.
Dude, I've gone through everybody because Burrow was the guy.
Well, he's back. He's full on the
practice.
You should drop Mac Jones.
If you're Cincinnati, why do you play Burrow the rest of the year? I'm dead serious.
You can win your division.
No, you shouldn't. You should play for a pick right now.
No, but are you giving up on the season? You can still win the division.
Up on the season. Your
By the
defense
way,
is puke.
Speaking of playing for picks, can we talk about the New Orleans Pelicans for a second?
Oh, my Lord.
The New Orleans Pelicans, who the Nuggets play tonight, did you realize that because of trades that they have made, they might miss out on 2 different picks in the top 8 of the NBA draft this year?
I did not know that.
And the
That's crazy.
NBA draft this year, the Peterson kid from Kansas, Boozer from Duke, and DeBonza from BYU, there's like 3 legitimate stars in the NBA draft this year. And the New Orleans Pelicans, like they did the trade with Atlanta, remember, to move up to 13 to get Derek Queen this year. They traded next year's first. They're not tanking, like they're trying, and yet what do they have, 2 wins on the year so far?
Yeah.
They are going to have an excellent chance at like multiple top 5 picks, and they're not going to get them because of stupid trades that they have made.
That's crazy.
That's that's one of those things of like, I don't know how many Pelicans fans exist on the planet. There's like 9 of them, but like for those 9 people, I'm like, how do you do this?
Why are we living in the era of some of the worst trades ever? How do you do that?
That's a good question.
You know,
you got the Russ thing.
It's a great point because again, like they traded up to get Derek Queen. Derek Queen's like he's a nice player. Don't get me wrong, but like they traded up from 23 to 13, and they moved a future first to do that. And again, like Derek Queen, remember he was the guy that traveled that hit the game winner against CSU from Maryland.
Yep.
Again, he's okay. What the hell are you doing to get a young rookie big man on an organization that like already has Zion Williamson? What are you trying to do right now?
But do they?
They already fired their coach. Yeah, he doesn't really play.
You know what I wonder, Nate, is if these teams that in the NBA at least have terrible international scouting departments, and they're just weak in sort of that department, like that's a hole in their arsenal. Because if you're not strong in international scouting, you're screwed.
Mike Singer, the book that he wrote about Jokic, and like he goes really in depth into the Nuggets' discovery of him, and like I always, and maybe this was just like my blanket stupidity, I was just always like, Tim Connolly had good contacts in the Adriatic League. That was how they got it done. No, like the depth with which Denver went on scouting him out and the amount of people and sources they had over there that were like multiple steps like below Connolly on the rungs.
For a
like,
second-round pick.
For a second-round pick, but they found him and had him identified. Connolly told us, do you remember, Andy, when Connolly was in with us, he told us, I don't remember if this was on or off air. Hell, I'm just going to say it anyway. He told us that he was in New Orleans when Giannis was coming out of Greece. And he called Giannis's agent and told him, if you cancel all of your workouts, I'll take your guy in the second round. And Giannis's agent told him, why don't you go pound this? You know, like my guy's going to end up going in the first round. And Milwaukee ended up taking him at number 15. But that's kind of the way that game works a little bit of like, I found my guy. Oh, and that's my little secret. And Jokic was kind of Denver's little secret that they were on.
Yeah, their other little secret was Nicholas Skidishvili because apparently Kiki Vandeweghe watched him shoot free throws in the practice gym and decided that dude's got a sweet touch. Or not free throws,
Skeeter
3-pointers.
was an interesting one because if you talk to people, they'll tell you in practice and everything he did, not in real games, was on
ball.
That apparently was the story.
You realize,
but the lights got bright for Skeeter.
It was such a weird class too, because remember Nene? Like Nene was always on the cusp of being super awesome.
Yes,
and then he'd get hurt, right? Or then he'd have a couple bad games, but he was never. There were a couple times where I was like, all right, this guy's really going to take off. Like Skidishvili literally never.
I don't know, man.
What was the top Skeeta game?
Oh yeah.
What's his career high? Seriously.
I bet
Did he just get some rando like burner minutes like we're hoping to get tonight where he got double digits or something?
How about
I bet I could find it.
Nahara was pretty good from Mexico. How many Mexican basketball players are there? Not
many.
many.
Literally the only one.
He was a fun guy here in Denver.
He was pretty good. I mean, and
he was tough.
Gallinari's. I mean, I know he was in a trade and everything, but I don't know. The Nuggets have a pretty good history of international guys, actually.
Yeah,
it's been in their DNA.
Because guys, the traditional NBA player don't want to come here.
But if you don't have that in the NBA now, I mean, I'm just spitballing here with New Orleans. Like, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I mean, what are you going to do?
Yeah, but what is it? It's a weird deal. Like, I don't even feel like the fans care about it there. All they care about is the Saints.
Basketball in New Orleans?
Well, and it's been this weird. Like they had a minute, right, a couple years ago where they're in the playoffs and C.J. McCollum and
Anthony Davis forced his way out.
Yes,
and it's one of those things of like it's a young franchise. It's struggling to grasp onto a fan base. They have a star player. He can't get out of that place fast enough. They draft Zion Williamson. His commitment to the game is minimal at best.
How much driving around have you guys ever done in New Orleans?
Oh, when the Broncos went there in 2016.
Okay. Yeah.
I love New Orleans.
I do too. I love New Orleans. It is a pain in the ass city from the suburbs into New Orleans.
It is.
Sucks.
Right.
So they may be better if they just go out to the burbs somewhere where I don't know where the Highlands Ranch of New Orleans is.
Of Louisiana.
But I'm going to guess that most people, it's a pain in the ass to come into the city.
It's called Metairie, actually. I've been there.
Okay.
Yes.
But you're not going there. Like, again, if you're going to New Orleans, you're going to New Orleans to party. Let's be honest.
It's still
if
called
whoever goes, hey, I'm going to go catch a Pels game. Have you ever heard that in your life?
It's still called the Smoothie King Center, by the way.
Yeah,
it's still
garbage.
the Smoothie King Center. Hey, did you guys know, by the way, the Nuggets right now have 3 guys averaging 20 or more points a game?
Isn't that incredible?
That's amazing.
How many of those guys going to be all-stars?
It'd be cool if it was all 3. Although there's more Americans going in this year, right?
There are.
So AG will have
what's the weird deal we're doing? Is there 4 teams now? It's a round-robin thing?
Three. Because isn't it like the G League will have a team, and then it's like there will be the international, and then the 2 American squads. Aaron Gordon's going to have a hell of a case for it.
He's going to have a shot.
Year.
Jamal will have no shot. Scott, we went through this because of the international thing, because he's Canadian. It just there aren't as many opportunities.
Luka, Wemby, Giannis,
it just kind of goes
Joker.
like that. Yeah.
It goes pretty fast.
Because the rosters are only 8 guys per team.
Yeah, the spots fill up quick.
Why are we doing this? Why are we making it so hard?
Jamal, though.
Why not just give up the concept?
He's averaging a career high 23. He had a double-double the other night with rebounds. Like, he's having a marvelous season
so far. But the format of the All-Star game really is going to hurt him, and it should really help AG. So
Giddey will get in from Chicago. He's Australian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right. It goes quick.
Sengun will get in.
Yeah, it goes quick.
I mean, now we got to think about the positions, though, too, right? So, what are we doing here?
But Jamal's got a case. He's got he at least, in the very least, he's got the best case that he's had so far in his career.
If not now, when the hell is it going to be?
Sure.
And same for AG.
Yeah. No, it's a great point right there. And Gordon averaging 20 with more Americans going in. I'm hoping he's going to have a great shot.
Should AG be on the American team for the Olympics? Should Christian Brown be on the American team?
Because Steph and LeBron already said they're not doing it. Christian Brown, no. But AG,
really?
I think, will have a better case.
CB, no?
No, the American talent is it's through the freaking roof.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the hardest basketball team to make. That might be the hardest sports team to make in the world. The USA Olympic basketball team and the Canadian hockey team. Those are probably the 2 toughest teams to make in the world. That's where, like, if anybody ever has a doubt, like, how friggin' good Devon Taves is, like, he was on Team Canada in that last tournament. That just goes to show you what he is.
Does Wedgwood have a shot? Or not, because it's just, I mean, he's having one unbelievable year.
I'm trying to think,
Biddington. Is he better than Biddington?
Well,
I mean, he's more likable.
You're asking the wrong market.
I'd rather hang out with him.
He's not trying to steal anybody's puck lately.
How
I know
about this?
that.
We had Victor Olofsson on earlier, and I just kind of assumed he's a slam dunk for the Swedish Olympic team. I just like, how many great Swedes really seriously are there? And he was like, "Oh, I don't know. It's on the fence. I'm not sure." I'm like, "Oh my god."
See,
how many Swedes are there?
A topic that
the Swedes are good.
I hate the Olympic years.
You hate the Olympic years?
Yeah, man, because I'm worried about the Avs. I don't like it when all our guys go and risk getting injured. So that
we asked Olsen, would he rather have a Stanley Cup or a gold medal?
What'd he say?
He hesitated.
What'd he say?
And then he eventually said Stanley Cup. But there was
good answer, but
right. The pause told you.
It's fine. You want the medal, fine, but
Peter Forsberg is like, he's a national hero, exactly, because of what he did.
Was
in that tournament.
Did you see him give Crosby a stick the other night?
I did not.
Sidney Crosby, like a kid, he goes, I'd like to exchange a stick with Peter. If
Oh,
I
that's
could.
cool.
And so Peter, he switched it
How
up
many
and they
times
did.
has Sweden won a gold medal in the
That's the only
Olympics?
one I can remember.
That's why Forsberg's on his
Was it
stick.
94?
Wasn't it Tommy Salo? Was that the goalie that was with
I
him
think you're
too?
right
But
about
you couldn't
that.
blame a Swede then for wanting that more than a
No,
Stanley
I
Cup,
don't have
because
a problem.
theoretically a Stanley Cup would be easier
I don't
to
hold
get.
it against the guys that they want that, but I'm
Okay.
just telling you, as an Avs enthusiast, if I were a season ticket holder, man, no, I don't want you going.
Hold on.
You kidding me?
Okay, in all seriousness, right now, if somebody were to truth serum Nikola Jokic, what would you rather have?
Yeah.
Another NBA championship or a gold medal for Serbia?
Well, okay,
It was
but
a hell
what's
of
his
a game
motivation?
against. It was a hell of a game against Team USA,
I
wasn't
know,
it?
and he was marvelous, and God, it had to crush him that he lost
Listen,
that game.
for the peace of his life.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know if he wins the gold, then he may have to move out of Serbia. He may not be able
By
to
the
go
way,
anywhere.
the party in the town square there in Serbia, wherever that was,
They'll all be shirtless.
As great as our parade was,
Right.
Now,
dude.
They
That's another level.
And here's what's scary. He may not go off parade if it's in Serbia.
Hey, by the way, one real quick one before I get out of here for you guys. Is Patrick Waugh going to murder Mikko Rantanen next time they
Dude.
Is he
Big mad at him.
physically going to kill him?
Here's a little nugget of good news because I didn't know this. Did you realize ESPN has a mock draft?
No.
Do you know where they're mock drafting the Broncos?
I did see. Well, okay.
Say
what
it.
was it?
I do
Say
know.
it. Tell Nate.
32.
32,
Oh,
baby.
you win the Super Bowl.
They got him 32.
Hell
They're
yeah.
picking 32. And to piss off DMac, they're drafting defense.
No, that does not. It's linebacker, inside linebacker.
Yeah, the
that
kid,
does not.
Anthony Hill from Texas.
That does not piss me off at all.
Yeah, well, you know what kind of bugs me?
Fine.
You know, I'm kind of hoping for a Chief winning streak that falls short of the playoffs. They got them getting a pretty good tight end.
By the way,
at
that
15.
that mock is just draft based on
they're
right
so-
now, today.
Dude, they're so far out.
No, but yeah, it's not projected.
This
like,
is almost as worthless as the one that comes out literally the day after the draft.
And like I said, I read an NBA mock draft today, so I'm not here to look down on anybody clicking on mock drafts.
Dude, this is the mock draft we should all want.
Yeah.
An inside linebacker at 32.
At 32.
Sign me
Hey,
up.
you know the last
Sounds
time
awesome.
they took a linebacker at 32? You remember his name?
Was it Al Wilson?
It was Al Wilson, baby.
Gotcha.
Huh?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Just took a guess. How many inside linebackers have they drafted?
DMac, before you go,
Williams.
Yeah.
how much are you going to miss Michael Tolia?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
are you sad? Who else?
Thank God,
the pitcher
Nate's here.
too. The
Thank
pitcher's
God
gone.
you're here, Nate. I haven't talked about this for 3 hours.
Michael Tolia
I
has
will
been
tell you,
designated
I
for
was
assignment.
a huge Pac-12 baseball fan when he was at UCLA.
Good.
And
Hey,
because,
you're like the Pelicans fans. You guys need to get together and hang
well,
out.
it was a sweet time. Spencer Torkelson was there. Andrew Vaughn was at Cal. Torkelson was ASU. Tolia was at UCLA. It was kind of like this kind of awesome time for college baseball in the Pac-12. And I was a huge fan of Tolia. He ripped it up. And I just thought, oh my God, that is going to be such a great pick. But nobody can destroy switch hitting first baseman than the Colorado Rockies.
A system that doesn't know what they're doing.
And so I'm actually broken to my heart just a pinch because I actually go back with Tolia in terms of watching him. But his strikeout ratio was, I mean, not that anybody would pay attention.
39%
It was
this year.
It was ridiculous.
39% strikeout rate. We're going to go full Irvin Joe today. We're going to get in the hunt. Rockies first baseman since 2014. And that's a key line of demarcation because Todd Helton's last season was 2013.
Holy cow.
I got some names for you in there today on the show.
By the way, Andy, Ryan Rolison is gone too. I know that.
That's wasn't that the pitcher?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw them both.
We picked up the guy from the Red Sox. I don't know much about him.
Bernardino.
Yeah.
Brennan Bernardino.
What a great day for him and his family to leave the Red Sox for the.
Hey, you get to go pitch at Coors Field, man.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
It's all right. You got Joey D-Pods in there or whatever.
At least you're a major leaguer.
Paulie D-Pods.
I know. I like him being Joey, though. He's Joey until he does something right.
Billy D-Pods.
Until I get this manager announcement, you're Joey D-Pods, pal.
You mean the Warren Schaefer continuation
Oh, can you believe
ceremony?
Warren Schaefer may even be in the conversation?
Of course, he's going to be the manager.
Oh, God, no.
I will be stunned if he's not.
No way.
Stunned and floored.
What are
if
they
he's
doing
not.
then?
Anybody somebody else. You've got to.
But I'm just saying, it's like a month later. What are we doing?
Well, they gotta.
When are we gonna announce this?
All right.
Pauly D-Pods, Joey D-Pods has been on the job for a couple weeks. You'd have a Rolodex of guys you could call.
By the way, last Thursday I was told Joey D-Pods was going to be on our show.
Yeah.
We're 7 days working on that interview.
Still waiting?
Still waiting.
Yeah, can't find the time.
We got Victor Olofsson in like 5 seconds today, but Joey D-Pods, we're on day 7.
Listen, we're still waiting on a Russell Westbrook one, but he did make it. He did make
the
liner
promo.
promising.
He made the promo.
Actually, we're still waiting for a Nate McKinnon.
Oh, God.
Remember that from All-Star break last year? Matter of fact, the spring. We're still waiting. Oh, my God, our guy Spring. The joy.
Wait, who set that up?
Spring.
With Nate?
Yes. We were supposed to get it All-Star. See, he's so sad now. The last time I saw Joy, like Mark Springer's such a veteran producer. It's hard to get a twinkle in a veteran producer's eye, right? But my man had it. He was walking around. He was a little bit taller.
I booked him.
He was hitting on every lady in town. He felt so good about himself. And we're still waiting.
Still waiting. Hey, but you know what? Still got that twinkle. Still got
down.
it.
The twinkle's gone. Look at my guy. His eyes are dead.
The hair's shorter, the twinkle is brighter.
I didn't expect Nate to come on. Nate doesn't like this stuff.
I would be stunned if you ever got Nate on for any reason.
Boy, the way he's getting angry, I'm not so sure I want it anymore.
Dude,
I've seen a couple interviews where I'm like, it
Nate
might go south with this pretty
man.
quick.
The only time I ever interviewed him on radio, Spring, do you remember? It was the day that he signed his first 7-year contract extension with the Avalanche. This was... What year was that, Spring? 2018, 2019, whatever it was?
It was before I got here.
It was a long time ago, and he was, it was the day that he earned generational wealth. He was in the best mood you could possibly imagine. We had a great interview with him.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's been angry every day since.
Yeah, okay.
Wedgwood, we noticed Wedgwood was a touch more serious with us this week,
Oh,
too.
he was?
Dude, he was the most awesome interviewer. And he
he's
wasn't
great.
bad this year. He is great
He's
at
just the
explaining
starter
stuff.
now.
But you could tell there's a little bit more.
Little starter energy.
A little buttoned up.
Yeah.
Little
Hey,
starter
listen,
energy.
he's a
Okay.
little less Andy Lindahl and a little more Dave Logan now that the money's there.
We're gonna talk to Nick Cosmato coming up in just a moment. Everybody, make sure you listen to PhD every day, noon to 3, with the great Darren McKee and Scott Hastings and Tyler Polumbus, Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl. It is a lovely Wednesday afternoon. We're taking you up to Nuggets Pelicans with pregame coverage at 5:30 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets host the Kings coming up on Saturday night, and you can be there just by listening to the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Tune in for Keywords on the 20s tomorrow on Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and you can win one of 5 pairs of tickets to the game against Sacramento on Saturday night at Ball Arena. It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. That is tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We bound our way out to the Ramos Law hotline right now. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. We welcome in Nick Kosmider. Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm great. Thrilled to be with you guys on my bye week. That came off sarcastic. I really didn't mean it to.
No, there was no subtext in the way that you delivered that line in the slightest bit, Nick. You seem ecstatic right now to be with us and talking football.
I am. I truly am.
Okay.
How's that podcast going to be this week? Because frankly, I don't like the attitude.
I think you just gave yourself an answer there, Andy.
Yeah.
You can Lindahl it if you want. You wanted to go Lindahl. You want a little spice and just go last name only. Go ahead, Nick. It's all right. We're feeling your vibe.
You know what it is this week? It's not another bucking podcast.
Yeah. You know what he's doing? You know what he's doing to us right now? What's the question? Next question. Did you just Evan me? Should I not ask you about pace of play calling?
I was about to give you a couple looks or listens,
Evan.
Let's start there, Nick, if you don't mind. I'm going to just cut Nate off. What is the deal? Why is he so is the formations and play calling pace the most thing he's sensitive about right now?
It certainly seems like it. I think there's just this general kind of like again, he's a perfectionist. He wants the offense to be much better. Like, there's no doubt that behind closed doors, in his office, in those meetings, like, they're not satisfied at various points this season about how they're playing. But, I think he's just turning his nose up at the thing of like, hey, we're 9-2. We're tied for the best record in the NFL. And like, we've done some really good things in that. And so, you're going to question me about, this and that all the time. The thing I always give him credit for is that, it's most of the time anyway, he'll answer, even if he has some of those kind of responses first. At most times you'll get down to an answer, which, that's more than you can say for, I guess, some coaches.
Nick, you wrote about today for The Athletic the sort of defiance inside the locker room, the chip on the shoulder when it comes to the outside noise regarding Bo Nix. And, we can all chuckle about the Dragon Slayer 69 thing all we want. Shout out Josh Fogg. But, like, this is my view of it, and give me your thoughts on this. Like, Bo Nix is fine. That's what he is as an NFL quarterback. In traditional ways of measurement, he's not that good. But he's winning, he's clutch, he's got great intangibles, and he's beloved by his teammates. Like, he's not going to turn into Lamar Jackson or Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes overnight, Nick, but in the very least, he's playing okay enough. The team is winning games, and it's creating a really strong sense of locker room unity, us against the world, chip on the shoulder thing that the team seems to be successfully using right now.
Yeah, I think you hit it on the head. And the one, I wrote in there that there was a number of players in that locker room who unsolicited were sort of giving their feedback on the Bo Nix feedback all of last week. And one that really kind of stuck out to me was Mike McGlinchey, who you could always go to for, I think, a pretty good sense of the locker room. And his thing was like, people, I think, don't understand that when you come in as a rookie quarterback and you join a team that immediately has expectations, some of which they have because you played well enough as a rookie to put your team in position to win games and then have continued to do that. But that there's a lot of pressure that comes with that, especially in this town, which he says it's already been kind of clear to him in his years being here, how much pressure in this town is put on that position with a coach who has, is very exacting in his demands of what you're supposed to do. So he appreciates the toughness that comes with that of knowing every day that that's the kind of thing that he's carrying on his shoulders. but then doesn't let on to whether that is a burden or not. He doesn't kind of put that on anybody else. He just kind of gets there and sort of keeps going. And I think that resolve through all that that will endear you to teammates, especially when you're responsible a lot of the times for like finishing late. Like you'll forget of a lot of this stuff as teammates if when it's critical, when, hey, we have a chance to go win this game right now, and you make 3 big throws that help us do that. Like, who cares what you did? I mean, that's like kind of the teammates view, right? Of like, I don't care that, that you at one point, were incomplete on 5 straight passes, or you committed an intentional grounding when we could have gotten out of that. Like, you did what you needed to do in the moment that it really mattered. And he's kind of done that for them time and time again. And I think that's where he's really endeared himself to those guys.
All right, my friend, how do they get the running game? Look, Nick, you were at the game. It's painfully obvious how much they missed J.K. Dobbins. My hope is R.J. Harvey gets a feel. We kind of are seeing it with Travion Henderson in New England now that he's halfway through his rookie season. Feels like he's got that feel, running on instinct, a little less thinking. Are they just hoping that's what happens with Harvey? How do you keep this run game afloat?
Yeah, I think that is certainly going to be the hope, especially the next 2 weeks, that you can kind of get some of that going and have more of an opportunity to give him carries. I thought when he looked, going back and looking at, his carries, it did seem like he, obviously 11 carries, 30 yards, like the numbers weren't great. But I thought late in the game, there was a couple of 3rd and shorts where he picked up, kind of critical runs and showed the patience that he needed to find the hole and get the job done, and just sort of seemed to get a little bit more comfortable as the game goes on. And again, this is a guy who has, 61 carries into his NFL career. If they can kind of get in a position where they can get him a little bit more of a lather, I think that would only benefit him. But I do think it's going to be more of a committee approach the rest of the way than we saw through the first 10 games of the season. I mean, J.K. Dobbins is just simply one of the best running backs in the league this year. He was going to have the lion's share of the carries. I don't necessarily think it's going to look that way now. Jaleel McLaughlin had a couple nice runs when he first came into the game. Obviously, that was really his first true action of the year. I know he played, got a couple touches in London. So he's going to continue to be a part of it as well. I think you're going to kind of find more spots for both of them. And again, it's going to be kind of a extension of the running game will be some of the short passing stuff. Like it's going to kind of be a full kitchen sink, so to speak, in order to make up or try to make up for what you're losing in Dobbins, because there's no replacement. RJ Harvey's not going to become that guy this season. It's going to take time, and I think kind of holding him to that standard would be unrealistic.
Nick Kosmider, theathletic.com. Read his Broncos coverage. It is outstanding. Nick, there's a strong case to be made that Denver has the best defense in the NFL. I'm sure folks in Seattle would like a word. I'm sure folks in Cleveland would like a word. Quite frankly, their defense is incredible, as bad as their record is. But that said, we've hit the bye. Who has been the most valuable player on this Denver defense in your mind?
Man, that's a great question. That's tough. I think it is Zach Allen.
Yeah.
And the reason being is just because of his literal position on the field and what that does to kind of start the whole chain of the pass rush, which then kind of helps the back end as well. Like, he's the guy in the middle who is forcing a lot of resources to go away from where they really want to be, and then still continues to fight and produce, like, not only the kind of the advanced metric stuff, but like the actual raw statistics of a guy that sacks the quarterback. But I think by and large, it's hard to say one guy because of the fact that, like, the ability of each guy in there to win their one-on-one matchups, even when they go to like the reserves, like Eni Uwazurike is playing really well right now as kind of a reserve interior defensive lineman coming off. Like, they're just not losing a step. Like, Jonathan Cooper has talked about that a lot this year of, like, the standard is what it has to be no matter who is in there. And a lot of teams say that. That's what you're trying to do. But I think they've gotten so much closer this year to that really being the case. And, when a guy like P.J. Locke, who's had a lot of starts, gets to come in and be, your replacement versus, like, the guy starting, kind of same with Justin Sternad, like, that kind of just shows the depth that you have. But for me, with what Zach Allen does in terms of just drawing attention and his ability both in the run and the pass and how much he plays, like, he would get my nod, but you can make a case for several guys on that defense.
All right. You've got a number of big games left on the schedule. What do you think will end up being the biggest? Because the Chief game on Christmas, what would be hilarious to me is if the Broncos didn't need to play starters there. But let's say it stays nip and tuck. Could it be that last Charger game? How sneaky is that Raider game after what we witnessed a couple weeks ago?
Well, I mean, I think every game now kind of takes that on because of what you're playing for. Like they're clearly going to be vying for the number 1 seed, and in order to get that, like you really can't slip up. I wrote about this today. I don't think you get in. I don't think you get that number 1 seed with anything worse than a 13-4 record. So that means them needing to go 4-2 the rest of the way. If you slip up against Washington when they get back from the bye or at Vegas, well, now you can lose 1 out of Green Bay, Jacksonville, at Kansas City, and home against the Chargers. Like, that's not the world that you want to live in. So, I think if you get through these 2 games, you have a little bit of a margin for error. I kind of think that Jacksonville game at home is going to be really big because, that's a team that is potentially, they still have 2 matchups against the Colts. Like, they're not just looking at it and saying, like, we can get in the playoffs. Like, they still want to compete for the AFC South title. Like, that's a good football team. I see that being a huge game, and particularly because it's an AFC game, like the conference record thing, that's going to be if you and New England end up tied, that's going to sort of be how it's decided is the conference record since you don't play them this year. But yeah, really you could kind of point to any of those 4. Like I get you with the Kansas City thing. That's not happening. They will not have the division clinch with 2 games to go. Or I'm sorry, the 1 seed clinch with 2 games to go. Like there's just no scenario in my mind where that happens. But so that game will be huge. Like that'll be, you have the revenge-minded Chiefs who are probably going to, potentially be playing for their playoff lives. Like that's going to be awesome. Like that's probably the one.
Yeah, no, you're dead on about that. And, I've been diving into some of this playoff probability stuff, and you had this today. This is a great note. So the Broncos, they don't have a game this week, right? According to the Athletics model, the Broncos have a 23% chance of getting the number 1 seed in the AFC and getting the bye. If the Chiefs beat the Colts on Sunday, it goes up to 26%. So that's, as much as it may pain Broncos fans, the savvy Denver fan will root for the Chiefs against the Colts on Sunday.
Yeah.
It's actually good for you.
Not only does it take you go up a little bit there, right? Like from 23 to 26, but it dips the Colts.
Yeah.
It dips their odds way down. You could say
the Colts, by the way, according to Inpredictable, have the toughest strength of schedule in the NFL the rest of the way.
Guys, aren't we all waiting to see which of these top 3 teams blinks? Yeah. Whether it's Denver with the offense, whether it's the Colts to see, well, frankly, I think the quarterbacks are squarely in the crosshairs when it comes to those 2 teams, and if the New England really is for real and going to finish it off.
If you look at, and again, I just looked at Inpredictable, the future strength of schedules. They use the betting markets to determine these things. The Colts have the toughest schedule the rest of the way in the NFL. The Broncos have the 14th, so right middle of the pack. Obviously, it's going to get tough. Next 2 are layups, and then Green Bay, Jacksonville, Kansas City, and the Chargers. So it's a tough close for the Broncos. New England has the 24th most difficult schedule the rest of the way. Theirs is outside of, like, they have a home game against Buffalo and a road game at Baltimore. Other than that, they're playing the dregs of the league the rest of the way.
Yeah, and I really think that if you're those would be the 2 games where if you're kind of chasing them, if you're a Broncos fan, you're saying – you need to see them lose those 2 games, because what that would do, that would be 2 more AFC losses for the Patriots as
Big
well.
Tie break,
that would put them at 4. So like that will be the game, because I went through this. None of their other remaining 6 games are against teams with winning records. I think they play at the Jamar Chase-less Bengals.
Giants, Sunday. Jets, Dolphins.
Yeah,
the other 4 opponents. So that sets up well for New England. Indy's schedule is freaking brutal. They're 3 of their next 4 are at Chiefs, at Jacksonville, and at Seattle. So good luck to them. I don't think the Colts are a real player for the number 1 seed. I think it comes down to Denver and New England.
Yeah, just like 2015 all over again.
Wow. Can't believe we're talking about it, guys. Nick Kosmider, everybody. Read his stuff, theathletic.com. Nick, excellent work, man. Thank you so much. Thank you for spending some of your bye week with us.
I wouldn't be anywhere else, guys. Thanks a lot.
Liar. That's Nick Kosmider of The Athletic joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Yeah, Andy, that's the world we live in. Like that's the next goal. Number 1 seed in the AFC and a bye and home field advantage throughout, where you have won 11 consecutive games at home. Like Denver kind of controls their own destiny, so to speak, right now.
Good for them.
Yeah.
Although, did you say there's a Miami game on the Patriots schedule?
Yes, they close out at Miami.
Yep. Guess what they usually like to do there?
Wasn't that 20?
They used to love to choke that off.
Yeah,
2015, they lost there, and that's how the Broncos gained the advantage
Great
in order
call.
to get home field advantage.
Yeah, great call. Well, the game's in New England, so but still, you got to play the Dolphins.
Nah, that takes a
little bit of juice out of it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this is what I spent a portion of my day doing today, is figuring out the Broncos' roadmap to the number 1 seed in the AFC. That's the world we live in.
Well,
it's glorious.
If you're going to repeat 2015, that's probably what you're going to have to do.
It certainly does
You're
help.
going to need the sound, the noise of the stadium on your defensive side come playoffs.
The Nuggets are thinner without Christian Brown, as you know, Andy, but they got something else going for them, as somehow, some way, the best basketball player in the world just keeps getting better at basketball. Let's talk about Nikola Jokic and some astounding information when it comes to the year that he is having. That is coming up.
High left side is Murray. He goes to the right hand, over to Jokic. Jokic, jump pass right side over to Cam Johnson. He goes baseline, back over to Joker, and a three. Let's go!
Tune in tonight. Nuggets look to rebound from their first home loss of the season. Tip-off in New Orleans just after 6 o'clock tonight. Pre-game presented by Ramos Law. We'll start right at 5:30 with our friend Mark Bertinoli. That is coming up immediately after the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We're mildly abbreviated this evening because of Central Time Zone basketball. Andy, so Nikola Jokic, one of the arguments that we've been making in the last, I don't know, half decade or so, because we're always arguing why he should win MVP, is we like to cite those on-court versus off-court numbers with Jokic, right? And you break it down by 100 possessions, and you say, okay, well they're always like a plus 11 when he's on, and then like a minus 11 when he's off, and there's no greater disparity between on and off for any player in the NBA than the annual minus 22 out of Nikola Jokic. And I'm here to tell you that it's getting better. It is getting better. But the number didn't change. Follow me on this. Right now, Nikola Jokic on court, his offensive rating per 100 possessions, 127.5, meaning the Nuggets score 127.5 points for every 100 possessions he's on the floor. Their defensive rating is 109.2. That's what they give up per 100 possessions, which would mean the net rating with Nikola Jokic on court is plus 18.3 right now. It is the highest it has ever been in his career. And by the way, like by a lot. His previous career high was the championship year when it was plus 12.5. So he's like 6 points better right now per 100. Now here's where the number didn't change. The Nuggets bench is a minus 4.6, which is the best it's been in 5 years.
Yeah, and if you go back and look at the minutes played, and you've talked about it, Nikola, I'm not surprised that his rating has gone up because his minutes have gone down a little bit in most cases because
he's playing fewer minutes.
Even though Valanciunas has not been quite the offensive stud in the back in the second team that we hope, he's eaten minutes for Nikola, which by itself is a huge thing.
And the second unit is really stabilized. Now, a little bit further information. The bench is struggling mightily since the Christian Brown injury. Last 2 games, it's actually been quite putrid. It's been one of the worst benches in the NBA. Minuscule sample size, but still the domino effect of Brown being out and Watson moving up into the starting lineup and having to move guys around, it's messed with the bench a little bit, so that's going to have to stabilize. But here's where it gets tricky. And I saw some information today. Andy, did you catch wind of Steve Kerr's recent comments that he made?
No, remind me.
The NBA's increased injury load that they're dealing with right now, and if any of you guys like play fantasy basketball the way that I do, it's driving you nuts. The injury, you can't predict like day to day who the hell's going to be out there. You know, Giannis is out and Wemby is out and Stephon Castle is banged up. Now they're all over the league.
I think Gordon's hurt tonight, isn't he? Or they're resting him tonight, aren't they?
The soft tissue stuff. It's all over the place. Jamal's got a calf already that he is dealing with. According to ESPN research, right now, Andy, the NBA is playing at its fastest average collective pace since the 88-89 season.
Wow.
Players have also combined to travel 34.3 miles per game this season at an average speed of 4.43 miles per hour, the longest average distance and the fastest average tracking speed since player tracking began in 13-14. I say those numbers, anecdotally, you all see it. You turn on an NBA game right now, and it's just sprint up the floor, get a shot. How do you get your best offensive possession? You beat the defense down the floor. And oh, by the way, everyone's taking 25-foot threes, which only makes everybody have to run around more. And Steve Kerr is doing the thing where he's saying We got to play fewer games. Like, if this is what modern basketball is, and this is the speed at which it is played, and this is the style at which it is played, and by the way, that's not changing anytime soon. These guys are better shooters than they've ever been. We got to play fewer games. And he's advocating to go down to 72, which I've been advocating for years. But then there's this quote from Steve Kerr. The tricky part is all the constituents would have to agree to take less revenue.
Yeah, and the problem is you've got all these new. You got a Peacock sign on, you've got an Amazon sign on,
Right.
you got all these extra streaming services picking up these games. They're not giving you more money for less games.
You got your NBA Cup, you got your play-in tournament,
Yeah.
like more. They're just trying to put the product on television more and more and more, and yet to Kerr's point, like they have no off days to practice. The injury thing is just piling up on these teams.
Do you think they're playing faster, too, because you don't have off days to practice? Like, again, if you're not getting to work on your offense, doesn't that make it more urgent? Just get down the floor and let's get a good look.
Right. It's much more of just you're playing. That's a great point. You're playing more freestyle basketball, essentially, of just like, okay, bust it down the court, beat the defense, 2 passes, and boom, you got an open.
Because you don't have time to work on plays. You don't have time to put in new wrinkles.
Right. You got a defense in rotation, and boom, we're going. That's and with the, again, more threes you take, the longer rebounds are, the faster you're down the floor. But to Kerr's point, like guys are just banged up right now. So we're talking about the Nuggets, and the Nuggets have been like the healthiest team in the NBA so far. It's not going to last.
Well,
it just can't.
Showing signs. And it is funny you talk about the speed. We talked about it just this week because all of us were shocked at how fast the Bulls played on a second night of a back-to-back.
Yeah.
They didn't slow down a bit.
Nope. It jack up 53 threes, and maybe we can steal a road win. And look at that. It worked for him. Meanwhile, though, Jokic is somehow better than he's ever been. In the midst of all of it, Nikola Jokic just keeps getting better. The guy is breaking basketball right now. Our friend Lindsey Jones coming up here on the other side. She made a comment the other day that Denver.
She had a spicy tweet.
And maybe the Broncos, that the Broncos could be frauds.
Yeah.
Okay.
A spicy adjective in a tweet.
I like it. Let's hear it. Let's talk about this coming up next.
What's up, guys? Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about your sexual health. And if you've had trouble in the bedroom, you've dealt with erectile dysfunction, and you've been putting it off for a while, maybe you've heard the ads. I'm sure if you listen to this station, you've heard some of our ads about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, but you haven't done anything about it yet. No need to put it off any longer. It is going to be soon the holiday season, and that's a time for romance. Whether you're involved in a relationship or seeking a new one, you don't want to have your confidence affected by ED. So get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let them help you out with this problem. They have treatments that will help you. They've got a variety of treatments, some that work when the pills and the herbals fail, and some with success rates well over 90%, some that'll even have you last an hour or more if that's what you're looking for. And they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So they know what they're doing. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's real easy. Get on over there, schedule your consult at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com if you'd like. Your initial visit is only $99. It'll include the medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test. They'll draw your blood. And if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office, the visit's free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of guys, you can be ready for action the day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, in Fort Collins in the Springs, along with North and Central Denver, but a revamped location in Castle Rock they're very excited and proud of. Get on down to the Castle Rock location if you are in the area. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That number will put you in touch with all 5 of the clinics, or just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, we begin hour number 2 of the show on the Kreckman and Lindahl radio program on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And we are with you today until 5:30 because we got the Nuggets and the Pelicans coming up this evening. But joining us right now, editor, writer, pro football, auteur extraordinaire. It's our friend Lindsay H. Jones, who has been here in town covering the Broncos since the Jay Cutler days, and she made her way out there to Mile High the other night to see the Broncos take on the Chiefs, and what an impressive victory it was. And yet, Lindsay, I'm sorry, you said the Broncos may still be what now?
Okay, all right, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
No, the term in the tweet was
still fraudulent. Right? I don't. It's fine. It's fine.
No.
Yeah. So you said they may be fraudulent.
Maybe. I didn't say definitely. Like, come on. Everybody was booing them so loudly 10 days ago. Did we just forget about that Raiders game? Just like Men in Black did complete amnesia.
That's how
that game happened, right?
That's the way that this works. Is he does he has the comeback against the Giants, and then the Texans and the Raiders game happened. But then again, we memory hole those things because he had a great fourth quarter against the Chiefs. That's the way that this works, right. Lindsay, and look, I think that was probably his best game. We're talking about Bo Nix, obviously. Yes,
I think that was his best game. I mean, maybe not totally statistically or whatever, because, the Cowboys game existed, but just in terms of like how he was kind of in rhythm through a lot of that game. He was poised. He generally looked like he knew what he was doing, but there were still a lot of really frustrating moments in that game. So yeah, I would think they're definitely fraudulent. I mean, the math is definitely in the Broncos' favor right now, and it's fun.
Linz, I want to quote. Well, in a way, I'm quoting you to you because you had to approve this copy for it to go on the Ringer. But this was written by I believe this was Shil Kapadia that wrote this. Bo Nix orchestrated yet another fourth quarter comeback, his 5th of the season, but this was a well-executed game plan by an offense that had received plenty of criticism coming off last week's frustrating, downright ugly performance against the Raiders. Nix appeared far more poised and confident in the pocket than he did against Las Vegas, while producing one of his most efficient performances of the season, 4th best by EPA per dropback and completion rate, while he had his lowest rate of off-target throws of the season, according to True Media.
I wrote that. That was me.
Okay.
I can confirm. Yeah,
okay.
That was
So
me.
so you wrote that thing right there. You said it was not a fluky victory.
No.
So why is that the same player in your mind? The guy that played the Raiders and then the guy that played the Chiefs?
I don't know, man. And watching Monday Night Football, sitting there watching the Cowboys, a team that the Broncos beat handily. The Cowboys just run all over a Raiders team that 10 days earlier. Like, is there a Thursday Night Football? Just like weird stuff happens on Thursday. And I don't know, maybe there was a little bit of that. And that's the one thing that I just gives me pause about getting all the way rah, buying a Bo Lever, t-shirt right now is there is that roller coaster. It is really inconsistent. And, that can be scary. It's a risky way to live. It's really fun. I mean, it makes for really entertaining games. And look, the way that this season is going, when you look around the rest of the league, that might be good enough this year. In a year where clearly Kansas City is down, where Buffalo's defense, if we want to talk about fraudulent units, Buffalo's defense is a mess this year. Lamar Jackson can't stop injuring lower parts of his body. Joe Burrow seems like he wants to come back. I don't know why.
Yeah,
I mean, the teams that typically are at the top and that would give the Broncos problems in the playoffs, all of those teams have significant questions. So it might be good enough, but I'm not quite in that gonna be sure that this is the long-term way that this team can win.
Lindsay, all of us, one of the reasons why I did want to have you on with the tweet, not just because it's spicy and all that stuff, but look, you witnessed 2015. We all lived 2015.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm trying to, I keep coming to points where we all agree the defense is probably in that class, right?
Yeah.
The pass rush certainly is. But I'm also trying to remember how I felt about the offense. And again, it was just so different. I don't think it's so hard to compare in my mind, Lindsay, because for most of the season, a Hall of Famer was on the other side that he just kept giving the benefit of the doubt to because he was a Hall of Famer. And then, Brock Osweiler comes in, goes 5-2 in those games, but it's been said by many people, if Manning is not the guy in the playoffs, many people, including James Harrison of the Steelers, you probably were in the press conference where he said it's Manning's mind that won that game. It wasn't his physical ability. He checked into every good run play down the stretch in order to get that win against the Steelers and get the game-winning drive that they needed. How much parallel do you think there is, and is the formula repeatable between 2015 and this year?
Yeah, I think there are definitely some similarities going on there. I think it was Tyler Polumbus a couple weeks ago, and maybe it was during the Raiders game. Could have been during the Texans game. Tweeted something like, "Is this how you guys felt watching us?"
Yes.
In 2015.
Yes, you're
and
right.
I remember, I didn't reply to him at the time. So Tyler, if you're listening, this is would be my response to that. Is I didn't feel that same way. I think there were times where it was frustrating, but it didn't have that same oh my God, it's 3 and out again. Can they figure this out? It didn't have quite that same. And I think it was because of the benefit of the doubt of Peyton. I think it was also Demaryius Thomas, Emmanuel Sanders,
right?
They ran the ball, with consistency. I do think that there are elements of this team that are better, better equipped. I think this offensive line is really, really, really good. I think Garrett Bowles is, Quinn Miners kind of got his shine last year. I think kind of this is the year for Garrett to maybe get that national spotlight that he hasn't necessarily gotten, or that national respect when it comes to Pro Bowl, All Pro type of votes coming up. So I think there are certainly some parallels. They're not getting turnovers at the same rate that, the kind of those timely turnovers, but the sacks, the pressures. What the Broncos defense is doing right now, they're kind of in a historic pass rush type of level. I was pulling numbers earlier today about where they rank through 11 weeks, in NFL history, or at least through, 2000, as far as some of the data goes back. And they're doing stuff that we've never seen before. In terms of the pace that they're on. So I think there are a lot of similarities. And then the other thing, it's you can't really quantify it. There was something about that 2015 team where once you kind of start winning those close games, you believe that you're going to win those close games. You believe that you're going to come up with that clutch play. You're going to make that really important play in clutch time. And that's something that the Chiefs were doing previously, right? There was a lot of luck, but you kind of, sometimes you start making your own luck. And you're starting to feel that, I think, with this Broncos team, where they forced those 2 3 and outs. They got that. I was sitting next to somebody, James Palmer, in the press box on Sunday, and he was like, it's not like Patrick Mahomes that is just going to take a bad sack. What did Patrick Mahomes do? He took a really bad sack, and that was a brilliantly designed, corner blitz that they called there. But yeah, there's just something that there's something clicking, and it feels a little bit magical. And you guys know me. I've been on the show enough to know I tend to be this, I'm slow to come on to the bandwagon and can be a bit of a Debbie Downer. But it is fun. I will say I'm enjoying this ride for sure.
Okay, but how about this? Look, Lindsay, I understand how you feel, because I just remember going to every football game going, is this the week we see the offense finally break out? And frankly, never really did, other than that Green Bay Packer game at home. But I'll ask you this. The Broncos had to worry about Tom Brady and the Patriots. We all knew that. There really isn't a Tom Brady and the Patriots necessarily to worry about unless the Chiefs come back to life. Does that? Because look, Josh Allen still has his own stuff to prove in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson still has his own stuff to prove in the playoffs. Does that play in the Bronco favor with this defense?
Absolutely, because I think we're at a point now, and I was going through kind of the entire AFC playoff picture a day or two ago and looking at basically seeds 1 through 10 or whatever at this point. And I think the Broncos defense is the most singularly trustworthy unit in the AFC right now. It's probably close in the entire NFL. I'd probably put the Eagles defense in that group right now, the way that they've been playing, especially after they got the Jalen Phillips trade a couple weeks ago. So that's going to put them in every single game. And if this Bo Nix fourth quarter magic is going to continue for another 7 to 10 weeks, then I think they're going to have a chance in every single game that they play in. But yeah, the AFC playoff picture is really, really interesting because, look, the Broncos should have beaten the Colts.
Weird leverage.
It's going to be real. Right. It's going to be weird if that like leverage penalty ends up determining like who gets a bye. That'll be a fun what if when we look at that in a couple months. But yeah, I mean, there isn't anybody looming out there that's this like big scary boogeyman in terms of an entire team that I would think would be able to have their way with this Broncos defense with the way they're playing right now, and especially once they get Surtain back in 10 days or so.
And yet, this is a 9-2 football team that has the second highest percentage of drives that end in 3 and out.
Yeah.
This year, this is a 9-2 football team that has punted the football more than anyone else in the NFL, which is where you get to that thing that gives you pause, which then brings me to my next question. And Linz, you cover the league on a much greater scale. We're just splitting hairs on the Broncos every single day, like breaking it down, as granularly as we possibly can. You've got a greater, kind of broad view of all of this. So I ask you this. What kind of job is Sean Payton doing this year?
At times it's like, oh man, could this guy be coach of the year? Because when it's clicking and when you can see like how many guys are open. I mean, I look back at like that Cowboys game where he just like, that was the best of Sean Payton. So I think in many ways he's doing a really good job. There is something still that feels off with like him and Bo, and the snippiness about the tempo and some of the consistency with the play calling.
Yes, poker face is not good when it comes to that topic right now.
No, not at all. And sometimes can we let the question play out? We don't have to interrupt.
He's
Poor
pulling
Luka.
a power move on Luka. You know what though?
Oh, 100%. But Luka's hanging in there.
He's staring him down. He doesn't care.
Yeah, it's he's a hard guy to cover. I mean, he absolutely, if you talk to the guys who covered him in New Orleans on a day-to-day basis, he is a challenge every single day to cover. But generally, I think he's doing a really good job. I think he kind of knows the right buttons to push with his team. And, look, Bo's a guy who I think likes that sort of a challenge. And we see that in him playing the best in the fourth quarter. We see that in him not backing down about what he wants. But yeah, I think he's doing a really good job, and I think Vance Joseph is doing like an A+++ job.
Yeah, I think when you're 7-2 in one-score games, you're on an 8-game win streak, but every game comes down to the fourth quarter. Like, is there a certain degree of coin flippy luck that goes into it, and that's why we see these things flip from year to year? And even it catches up to Andy Reid eventually, sure. But also, in the moment, it comes down to, do you know your team? Do you know your personnel? Do you know what your football team does well? And, ultimately, it's a win-loss business. And Sean Payton is, every week, his team is just, you know what? They got one more point than the other guy. And that's a hell of a coaching job with an offense and a quarterback that has been as inconsistent as it's been. But, again, what's a big reason why? It's because of Sean Payton.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely knows what buttons to push. And, of course, as a play caller, you have to look at that and say, well, why don't they just build the entire plane out of what they do in the fourth quarter? Why do we have to change this? Whether it's tempo or the deep shots or whatever the design of it is, why can't there be more of that throughout the game? Why is, Cortland Sutton only getting these high impact targets, in the high leverage moments in the fourth quarter when Troy Franklin is getting them in the first, second, and third quarter, some of those questions, I think, and I don't think Sean Payton is super open to taking those sorts of questions, at least not from, lowly reporters like us. But yeah, I mean, I think he's doing a great job. I don't think he's going to get coach of the year, wind up getting, coach of the year, but he should, I think, get some sort of consideration there, at least. Maybe he'll end up somewhere on my ballot.
I need you to cram this into a minute. I'm sorry. Are the Chiefs different? You went into the Chiefs locker room. You had a bunch of quotes. Does it feel different?
It does feel different. And part of that is, look, they're losing. And most of the guys on that team have not been on an NFL team that was 500. So I think they're worse on defense. I think there's been some talent drain that is catching up to them on both sides of the ball. And then also maybe just some idea drain too from the coaching staff. So it feels different. So I'm very interested to see kind of what they're made of now. And if they keep saying we're going to stay together, this team has a good makeup, well, we're going to see.
All right, everybody. That's Lindsay H. Jones. Get her on Twitter at @LindsayHJones. Read her stuff at TheRinger.com. And, of course, anything that's written at The Ringer runs through Lindsay, including that power ranking every week, which, by the way, up to
they're fourth.
number 4.
Our guys are not happy. Twitch wants it higher, Linz, just so you know.
Can't believe it. Linz, excellent work as always. Thank you so much for joining us here on the program and adding further context to the word fraudulent. That was the ultimate see you later, good luck. The interview ended with a shrug today.
That's your friend.
I
like Linz, but you two socialize.
29% of their drives end in 3 and out. Bo Nix is 27th in completion percentage, 28th out of 34 quarterbacks in completion percentage over expectation. Those are all Jeff Legwald stats today in ESPN.com. And yet, you know what? 9-2 football team. 9-2 football team.
Yeah, look.
But again, how
if it goes south, we'll be having a different conversation. Guess what? It hasn't.
But how do you make up for those poor metrics? You don't take bad sacks. You don't have stupid turnovers. You don't give away field position.
And the defense is not getting lucky stops.
Nope.
The perfectly timed blitz that Patrick Mahomes didn't see, that wasn't lucky. Period. Did you see the metrics about Vance Joseph? Was reading that today. Did not blitz early in that game, switched it up after halftime. Went from like 10% to almost 30% or something like that in the second half.
I think it was like he blitzed 18 times, but like 14 of them were in the second half. Yeah, he cranked up the pressure big time. I got a stat on this Broncos defense, by the way, that I want to give you that I think makes it an open and shut case for the best player on this defense. I'll give that to you next. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, we are out on the road on Friday, on a football Friday. We will be at Fiddlesticks. Fiddlesticks, Andy.
Oh, I've gotten so many texts from people that know where this place is. I told you the weird thing about this. My wife lived in the apartments when I was dating her. You could see Fiddlesticks from her balcony.
Wow.
So I'm real familiar with the neighborhood.
So people have been at Fiddlesticks and probably seen your butt through the window.
Maybe. Now,
close the blinds.
What you're talking about was a window over. I'm not an outdoor for my activities kind of guy. I'm not opposed.
You close the blinds.
That's
good of you.
The balcony was not that big. I'm not even sure you could sit out there. Like you could. It was one of those where you could take a step and lean over.
Okay.
We ended up getting a house and moving quicker than we thought because you know how apartments are. People move in, people move out. Remember that movie, The Cell, the Jennifer Lopez movie, The Cell?
I ever saw The Cell.
Had a bit of a Seven feel to it.
Okay.
Yeah. The guy that was the I don't remember, the Buffalo Bill of The Cell.
Right.
Moved across from her, and I'm like, all right, we're out of here. I'm not comfortable with this. This dude's living across, like literally next to, I was like, nope, this is it. We're buying a house.
So you didn't want that guy seeing your
We're
butt
already
either.
engaged, and I was like, it's time to vacate this area. I'm not living next to Cell Guy. He's going to be hanging from chains. You've not seen that one?
I have not.
You'd hate it. Because you're scared.
I don't like creepy movies. I'm good. Anyway.
You don't like psychological thrillers?
Fiddlesticks
is where you play pool.
I do this from 3 to 6 every afternoon.
Listen,
I get enough.
Listen, we're going to have all our old friends show up at Fiddlesticks.
Yeah,
play
we're
a little pool.
We're going to be at Fiddlesticks in Lakewood this Friday from 3 to 6.
You ever fancy yourself a pool shark? Were you ever out in Wakanda slapping the quarters down, keeping the table under, making sure it was under your rule for a bit?
We didn't have a pool hall.
Really?
No. There was no local pool hall.
Because apparently all you guys did was pond hockey, from what you told me earlier in the week.
There was a lot of pond hockey. Yes, there was no pool hall, though.
So when Social Distortion sings about the pool hall he loved as a kid is now a 7-Eleven, you got nothing to become Dragon Slayer 69 stop? You saw 7-Eleven jumped on it, by the way. You know how the Broncos are back? Adam Troutman makes some rando comment just trying to blast the Bronco
about
dark
7-Eleven.
web. And 7-Eleven, the national account's jumping in there going, hey, man, what you got against a Slurpee?
Slurpees are delightful. Also, wasn't it also that if you live in your mom's basement,
rent-free?
you're rent-free?
Yeah.
Not wrong.
There's a few of us, Adam, that would go back to that time.
I don't know if you've seen the rental market in our community, Mr. Troutman.
Hey, I may be renting out parts of my house. I may let you pitch a tent in my backyard the way this is going. You want to keep raising these property taxes? I will let you have a 5-person tent in my backyard.
It's an Airbnb in
Toby's
Andy's extra
gonna come
bathroom.
visit you and may drop a gift off every morning, but yeah.
Yeah, so don't be crapping on living in mom's basement, Adam Troutman.
Not all of us got the NFL paycheck.
Yeah, that's right, guy. Anyway, Fiddlesticks.
Fiddlesticks, Friday, be there.
Did you
Jewel
know
and Kipling.
this, Andy?
Probably not. Let's be honest.
Quarterback hits. How many times have you hit the quarterback?
Bo's got to be, I wouldn't even be surprised if he's top 3 in the least getting hit.
He is one of the least pressured quarterbacks in the NFL. But I want to talk about the defense here for a second. Nick Bonito has 21 quarterback hits.
Oh, okay.
That's really good, right? Like, Nick Bonito is tied with Myles Garrett and Brian Burns of the Giants, 2 of the best pass rushers in the entire NFL, with 21 quarterback hits. Guess what? Those guys are all tied for second to Zach Allen, who has 30 of them. 9 more quarterback hits than anybody else in the NFL. That's the season that Zach Allen has put up so far.
This is, again, the Broncos. The Broncos! Damn it, Spring. That's another. That thing rings in my head like playoffs. Like half of his bits, no matter what we do,
Can't
his
say the
drops. I hear it in my head.
No.
Nope. Look, look,
30 quarterback hits.
The Broncos
from an interior lineman
made a savvy move signing him, Benito. Think about all the guys they've signed that number would have been a little more spicy come the offseason. Zach Allen is a big key to this thing. And I'm telling you, he and Benito play off each other. It's no coincidence that he and Benito are two of the highest guys on the team at getting to the quarterback, whether it's hits or sacks, because they've talked about the chemistry they have and the way they rush.
I'm going to give you this is a paragraph from Parker Gabriel's piece today in the Post. This is since week 5. Zach Allen has generated 24 pressures and has 5 sacks. That was 1 week after the start of the 8-game win streak. He's putting up these numbers, by the way, listen to this, despite playing significantly fewer snaps than a year ago. He has not played more than 68% of the Denver snaps since week 6. He was 79% the first 5 games of the year. He is below 70% since then, which means he's only going to be fresher for the stretch run. Like, Kosmeter was talking about this before with Wazirike and like how good he has been so far. Malcolm Roach got healthy, and he has been back, and you hear his name consistently. We know the kind of year that JFM is having. We know how consistent DJ Jones is, Andy. But I posit this on a team with the Defensive Player of the Year in Patrick Surtain, and they've gone 3-0 without him. And in a year where Nick Benito has 9.5 sacks, by the way, Myles Garrett's kind of running away with that thing now, but still, I would argue Zach Allen has been the most valuable player on this Denver defense this season. I think he's the thing, the individual that makes this thing go from very good to great to maybe all-time special.
Man, I'm not sure I'm ready to go all the way there. Listen, it's such a debate. Who do you want to live without? You want to live without Benito a week? You want to live without Zach Allen a week? You want to live without Hufanga a week? We've already had to live without PS2 for 3 weeks.
Sure.
I mean, and we haven't even seen, what I'm hoping that we start to see too is the Dre Greenlaw effect here coming into full.
Yeah.
As we get ramped up and going, right? Zach Allen's been really good, but so's John Franklin Myers. This team's been better against the run since Malcolm Roach returned.
We have watched teams win Super Bowls on the strength of interior pass rush. And
Giants say hello.
If the Broncos are going to, that's exactly who you think of. They beat Brady in a Super Bowl twice. Why? Because they got pressure directly in his face. If you want to win the AFC, and I know we spent a lot of time talking about New England and Indianapolis, but if you want to win the AFC and go to the Super Bowl, there's 3 Hall of Fame quarterbacks right now that are standing in your way. And by the way, 2 of them aren't even in the playoff picture.
I was about to say, 2 of them are out.
As we sit here right now, but I'm still going to bank on them probably being there at the end because that's what Hall of Fame quarterbacks do. They take their team to the postseason. But if you're telling me how do you beat those guys, you get the rush directly up the middle.
Leggy calls it the front porch. He's been teaching me that from way back in the Denver days of the 2015 defense. Brady, Breeze, we could ask Sean Payton about it. He loves waxing about Drew Brees. But I'm sure he'd tell you how much Drew Brees hated the rush coming right up the middle in his face.
I don't think Peyton Manning was a big fan.
No, none of them.
Yeah.
They don't mind it from the outside. They are going to climb the pocket. They're not afraid to step towards the traffic. But they do not want it coming right up the middle where they have no place to go. That's the other thing that makes this defense so elite. And they talked about it with Patrick Mahomes. There were no escape routes. All the quarterbacks have dealt with the fact that other than Daniel Jones, who found a few early on, nobody's had anywhere to run. No one's had anywhere to go.
I'm staying with Zach Allen. I think to me, Zach Allen is my defensive MVP as of right now. And that's as great as Benito has been.
I don't hate it. I'm not ready. I just think this is going to be this again. Is it the rush or the coverage? The chicken or the egg?
Right.
There's so much of it. Yes, he's been awesome. There's no doubt about it. But the whole defensive line, it feels like, again, I don't want to see a John Franklin Myers.
Yeah.
Like, again, this is why, Nate, you've said, this is why we all need to be in it's got to happen now mode. Like we've talked about, sooner or later, a Riley Moss, a Jaquan McMillan, a John Franklin Myers are likely going to price themselves out of your affordability range.
Right.
You may never have this complete, this total package of a defense.
The
again.
health that they have had and combine all of it, the perfect coordinator, the perfect scheme for the personnel that they have in
the chemistry
place.
they built over 3 seasons with most of this group.
The variant and defensive variance is a very real thing. You know, that's where it's hard to sustain defense year after year after year. That was why 2015 was never repeated. And Denver's going to have to they're going to have to get better on the offensive side of the ball, though the offensive line has been absolutely magnificent so far this year. But this defense, man, this is the thing that gives you a chance every single week. And Lindsay made the point earlier this hour, and I completely agree with her. Denver defense, Philly defense, that's the 2 best units in the entire league right
There's no doubt about it. It sucks that Miami traded Jalen Phillips to Philly.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm telling you, if Denver and Philly get together for a Super Bowl, get ready for some complaining. There are not going to be a lot of offensive fireworks with those 2 defenses in the game if they're healthy.
I want to just really quickly, and again, taking a look at this defense as a whole and how good this pass rush has been. I mean, you start diving into it and how often they're pressuring the quarterback so far this season. Like, of the pass rushers on pass rush snaps right now, Benito is getting pressure 21% of the time on pass rush snaps. Jonathan Cooper is at 16%. Jonah Ellis is at 12%. Zach Allen's at 10%. John Franklin Myers, 10.6%. That's the kind of pressure numbers these guys are putting up right now, and that's just on pass rush snaps. It's pretty incredible what these guys have been able to do. In terms of pure pressures, Benito number 1, Cooper number 2, and Zach Allen number 3 with 34 on the year, which is one of the best for an interior defensive lineman in the entire NFL. And oh, by the way, you went 3-0 without Surtain. 3-0 without Surtain, which I did not think they would do. I did not think they would do that.
No, I'm with you. Not for the Chief game.
Yeah.
Frankly, that was my biggest
Quite
concern.
frankly, I didn't think they were going to win the Houston game. And the way that C.J. Stroud came out and played in that first quarter, I was like, ooh, he's hitting some stuff.
Then he got hit.
And then he got hit. And that certainly did change things.
I don't think you want to see Houston in the playoffs. I think there might be some feistiness for that one. Maybe not Patrick Wamiko ranting feistiness. We might have to play that cut before we get out of here.
It's the Kreckman and
My guy
Lindahl
Waz
show.
got some anger problems.
Yeah, Patrick Wise.
he's no, I love him because he's looking out for his guy. But
yeah,
woo,
there
was
some rage.
Yeah.
Rage.
Full red.
Yeah. We will get to that before the show is up. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's a Wednesday afternoon. You heard me. 99, best player on the defense. Keep it here. Smattering of applause. Adios, Big Mike. The Rockies designate former first-round pick Michael Toglia for assignment. The assignment being, don't be on our baseball team anymore.
We are assigning you to go find a new future.
Yes, you'll have to go work elsewhere, good sir. Shout out to Spring, by the way. He found 2 of the 42 career home runs for Michael Toglia to put into that highlight right there, while omitting all of his 373 strikeouts that he had in his time here. Yeah, Michael Toglia designated for assignment. Rockies move right there. Yet another first-round swing and a miss by Colorado there, Andy. So in honor of Michael Toglia, we're gonna do a little get in the hunt here.
We had a ton of people jump on this early.
A la Irvin Joe here today. Shout out to the godfathers of Denver sports talk. Time to get in the hunt. These are Rockies first baseman since Todd Helton. Rockies first baseman since Todd Helton. That's 2014 to the present. And I plugged it into Baseball Reference, and just anybody that played at least 50% of their starts in a Rockies uniform as a first baseman. You guys want to take a stab at, by WAR, wins above replacement, who has the most as a Rockies first baseman since Todd Helton's retirement?
Oh, was it the old Cardinal?
He's on the list. He's 4th.
Okay.
He's 4th with...
I cannot remember his name.
Win above replacement in 4 years. You're talking about Mark Reynolds.
Yes, thank you.
Mark Reynolds, a.k.a. all-time great nickname, the Sheriff of Swattingham.
That's right.
Mark Reynolds, who did hit a lot of home runs, but also struck out 344 times. He's actually number 4 in terms of WAR for somebody that played at least 50% of their games at first base for the Rockies. Spring?
I'd say the chalk pick has to be Justin Morneau.
Justin Morneau, number 2 on the list. Number 2 on the list. 3.9 wins above replacement over 2 seasons in a Rockies uniform. Getting in the hunt. Remember some Rockies first baseman since Todd Helton. Justin Morneau, number 2 on that list. You guys are missing a big one. And he was a big person.
The text line is saying one CJ Cron.
CJ Cron, 5.7 wins above replacement. Yeah! CJ Cron just shy of a nice total, 68 home runs in a Rockies uniform in 3 seasons, 68 bombs, 226 driven in. 829 OPS, you'll take that. 115 OPS plus, so in the positive on that one as well. CJ Cron, best Rockies first baseman since the Todd father.
All right, was Kadire a first baseman or was he an outfield? Did he split? Did he platoon?
He is not. Again, I plugged in, played at least 50% or 25 games at first base, and he does not make that list. Gotcha. I think he probably played a little bit over there. Like Chris Bryant played a little bit over there, but he hasn't played enough, just kind of in general. Yes.
At all.
Yes.
Ever.
The name you guys are forgetting. Well, there's a lot of names that you are forgetting.
Oh, I got a random one.
Okay, give it to me.
Ben Paulson.
Ben Paulson, number 6 on the list. Ben Paulson was good for 0.4 wins above replacement in his 3 seasons as a Rocky. Hit a whopping 16 bombs over there at 20th and Blake.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
What about Warming Burnable? Didn't he play a little bit there this year?
Warming Burnable, who I'm a huge Warming Burnable guy.
Well, you like it warm.
Outstanding defensive first baseman this year. Warming Burnable is on the list. He hit 4 home runs this year. Some of the names that were left off. By the way, number 3 on the list, and I completely forgot this human being existed, Joshua Fuentes.
Yeah, good for you, bud.
Yeah.
Ooh, the cousin of Nolan Arenado.
Joshua Fuentes. There you are, Spring. Mm-hmm. Mike Moustakas rounded out the top 5.
The Moose.
Remember when the Moose stopped by here?
Yeah.
We got Ben Paulson in there. Blaine Krim. Yonder Alonso
Hold
was
on,
here.
Blaine Krim?
Blaine Krim.
I've never heard of that man.
Yeah, who is that? That was a guy?
He was on the Rockies this year.
Shut up.
What?
Blaine Krim.
How long?
He was good for 0.3 wins above replacement. He played 15 games for the Rocks.
When?
And he hit 5 bombs.
Had to be September.
It had to be. Blaine
I
Krim.
didn't know Blaine Krim was a person.
Keston Hira was on the team this year.
Okay.
A former Brewers guy.
Yeah, that's right. Matt Adams was on the team in 2021. Don't forget the Daniel Murphy era. He played a lot of first base.
God, did he? I thought he was a second base disaster.
He played 50%, over 50% of his games at first base.
In second base, though, where he got the finger injury that pretty much ended the run?
He was a replacement for DJ LeMahieu, remember? They let DJ walk.
No.
And then they went and got Daniel Murphy.
Second baseman turned first baseman.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. People keep saying Giambi. Giambi was with Helton.
With Helton. No, this is since Helton 2014. Matt Adams, Steven Cardulo, Matt McBride.
I feel like you're just making up names that have played for the Rockies.
I do remember Cardulo.
I don't. When?
I don't remember Matt McBride.
Steven Cardulo was here in 2016 and 2017 in a Rockies uniform.
Someone threw out Matt Kemp. He was outfield, right? Not first. Did he play first?
He was not a first baseman. No. Giant butt though.
Yeah, hockey butt.
Huge can.
But he was just COVID year guy though, wasn't he?
Yes.
He spent the COVID year here and then left.
Elleris Montero.
I remember that name at least.
He was a third baseman / first
Matt
baseman.
McBride is now playing the Grand Ole Opry, by the way.
Good call. Bro country artist or Blue Jackets defenseman.
Exactly.
Elleris Montero, he came over in the Nolan Arenado trade.
Yeah, that's gone well.
Anyway.
Yeah. Sure.
That's what the Rockies have done it for, and they'll have a new guy next year. I guess it's Warming Bernabel.
Yeah, it's got to be it. Are they going to have a manager?
Maybe.
They've got a manager. Let's be honest, right?
We'll see.
They're just not going to announce it, right? They're just going to roll into spring training, and Warren Schaefer's going to walk out like it's the most
Do you remember the
normal
scene?
thing, period.
Remember the scene in Major League where Jake Taylor, Tom Berenger, he crashes the party to go and creep on Rene Russo.
Yeah.
And the old lady's sitting there with him, and she's like, oh, I didn't. You play here in Cleveland? I didn't know we still had a team. And he just goes, yeah, we got uniforms and everything.
Yeah.
That's what the Rockies are right now. They got uniforms and everything.
Ooh, Chris Field says Scott Hatteberg. Is that a guy?
Scott Hatteberg is not. He didn't play at least 25 games or 50% of his games at first base.
Everybody's also saying Ian Desmond.
Ian Desmond did not play 50% of his games at first base.
He did play 50% of his contract. He opted out of 2 years.
Felt like he swung and missed at 50% of the pitches he saw.
There's a lot of 50% jokes in it.
Do you remember Ian Desmond? There was one year where he hit like 22 home runs.
Yeah, everybody was like, oh, maybe the money's coming around.
But if you looked at the spray chart of it, like every one of those home runs was him just like swinging super late on high fastballs and then hitting like line drives like in right field, going oppo taco home runs. And people are like, see, he's good. And you're like, no, that's
trash.
There's nothing sustainable about what is happening right here. That's a man that can't catch up to major league pitching. But sure, tell me it's good. Anyway.
Goodbye, Michael Tolia.
Goodbye, Michael
Why you keep forgetting the pitcher, too, Rollison.
Yeah, Ryan Rollison's also gone.
Yeah.
Great. I guess I did overlook him.
Fantastic.
Toglia. Was that what the guy said at the draft?
Oh, someone's saying Hatteberg is a Moneyball deal?
Oh, yeah.
You got us both.
Oh, that was the Chris Pratt character, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's Mike. Never mind.
Took me a second to catch up. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Listen, that's how bad this has been. You can literally just make up names. I don't know. Hey, remember when Tommy Desjardins played? Yeah, I think I remember a couple games over there. Start naming like designers.
By the way, if you told me Tommy Desjardins was a third-line winger right now for the Calgary Flames, I would believe you.
You'd just be like, yeah, he's pretty good, I hear.
Yeah.
Just try to act like you're in the conversation.
What's he, a +2 so far?
He's gotta be. Hey, last I checked, he had real snipe in the corner. It was sweet. That Desjardins kid's going to be good. I'm going to get a jersey.
They called him up from Brampton.
He's hanging out with Dragon Slayer, 69. They both got Slurpees.
Really ripped a biscuit.
Yeah, that's
Thank
right.
you. Thank you.
Right.
Hey, the Nuggets will take on Sacramento on Saturday night. You can be there just by listening to us. Tune in for Keywords tomorrow on the 20s. On a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, you can win one of 5 pairs of tickets to the game against Sacramento on Saturday night at Ball. It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday tomorrow on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including one Bronco who got weekly hardware and one who didn't. That's next. Hey, guys, I cannot encourage you enough to get to roller.bid/altitude and get signed up to bid because you can win tickets in a catered suite, no less, for the Avalanche Canadiens game coming up on November 29th. That's a good carrot to dangle, but also, folks, that gets you registered and able to bid at Roller Auction. The December 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction is coming up. And it's going to open up November 25th, 26th, somewhere in there. I was talking to Brian over at Roller Auction, and he said this thing is going to be absolutely massive. This is a huge government fleet vehicles and equipment auction. If you are looking for well-maintained city, county, and fleet vehicles that are available at outstanding prices at public auction, a great deal at Roller Auction's Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction, which is going to be opening up next week. So get to roller.bid/altitude, get signed up to be able to bid, and that registers you to win catered suite tickets for the Avs and the Canadiens on November 29th, 10 days from now. All right, let's go. It is time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Let's dive into it here on a lovely Wednesday afternoon. Nuggets Pelicans coming up here with pregame at 5:30. Mark Springer's on the other side of the glass. What do you got, Spring?
Hey, great news, everybody. Will Lutz is your AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. It's the 7th time in his career that he has won this award, and he won it twice with the Broncos last year, 4 times with the Saints.
Shout out to Lutzy, who was 5 for 5, made all of his field goals, including the 35-yard game winner. He added an extra point. He would have liked to have added more, I'm sure, but they didn't score touchdowns. In a 22-19 victory on the year, Andy, he is 17 of 20 and has made all 24 of his extra points. Like Spring said, 7th career Special Teams Player of the Week. But this is interesting because we said on Monday, like, Will Lutz is probably going to be the AFC Special Teams Player of the Week. And we also said Jaquan McMillan has a great chance to be the AFC Defensive Player of the Week. He is not.
Yeah. Seems kind of crappy.
That honor went to Dolphins linebacker Jordan Brooks. Jordan Brooks, who, he had 20 tackles against the Manders.
Yeah, in Madrid.
In
a terrible game.
I'm not going to kick 20 tackles out of bed.
Heck of an effort.
But
it's not a game-changing interception and a game-sealing sack.
And an interception against Mahomes versus 20 tackles against the Manders? What are we doing here, NFL? What are we doing? Come on. Jaquan McMillan, Special Teams Player of the Week.
It was your game of the week, too.
You got hosed. It was.
What, were you not going to allow 2 Broncos to get the honors? I'm sure Will Lutz would have told you, hey, give it to Jaquan McMillan. I've already won this dumb thing.
Yeah.
What do they get? They get a certificate? Get a plaque? Get a nice little trophy?
Is there any contractual... do they get a bonus?
It used to be like the FedEx, blah, 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 and all that. I don't know.
What I'm saying is, like, in their contract, is it like, we'll throw you $10,000 if you win a Player of the Week award or something like that?
Probably. I'm sure if
is there a bonus tied to that? Feels like a nice honor.
You screwed me out of money, NFL.
Exactly. So Jaquan McMillan, not your AFC Defensive Player of the Week. They gave it to Jordan Brooks instead. Hey, 20 tackles is good, but...
Did Messier vote on this thing? Like the Messier? Has this become the Messier? What are we doing?
Jordan Brooks, he has the more Mark Messier-like qualities to win himself AFC Defensive Player of the Week, apparently, I guess.
He's a great leader.
But by the way,
he's bald.
Spring, what are the betting markets on the Messier Award here for this season? By the way, do we know?
I don't think they give you betting markets. The Messier.
They don't. Well, that's. Do
you not take this as seriously as K&L and Mark Messier do?
That's problematic to me.
Can we get Messier on to talk about the Messier?
They said no.
Why not? Why not?
I don't know. Messier's busy?
Because rule number 1 of the Mark Messier Award, you don't discuss the Mark Messier Award. You don't talk about
the Messier Award?
Yeah, we give this thing more coverage than anybody else in America. I promise you that. If anybody doesn't know, by the way, if you're new to the K&L show, the Mark Messier Award is it's a postseason award that is given in the NHL on an annual basis that is decided on by a committee of 1, and it's Mark Messier. And Mark Messier determines what NHL player that season had the most Mark Messier-like qualities, and thus Mark Messier deems you worthy of winning the Mark Messier Award as decided by Mark Messier.
But we don't know how many people stack up the Messiers, what the trophy looks like.
We don't even know what it looks like. I'd
like to see it. He can't be funding too big a trophy, though, right?
I'm assuming it's Messier's face.
Yeah, I just go back to we all had a friend, or maybe you're the friend, that either had the motocross or karate trophy. And that's what I see. Now, I'm not sure it's as big as the All Valley trophy
I was going to say the All Valley
Johnny handed to Daniel after the crane kick, which was illegal. I don't think Messier would have awarded Daniel LaRusso the Messier. That was an illegal technique.
I have a neighbor that I walk past their house every single day. And they're these really nice old people. In fact, when we were getting rid of some of our patio furniture, they came by and picked it up, and they gave it to their son. They're very, very nice people. I really like them. They always, at the edge of their driveway, though, they always just have like a stack of assorted free goods, And actually, one day I was walking by and I was like, "Ooh, an oven mitt," and I just grabbed an oven mitt. I just needed an oven mitt. I was like, "Sweet."
It's not something you want to buy. I'll give you that.
Exactly. I got an oven mitt.
No, whose hand's been in there, but whatever.
Well, I'm assuming it's their hand has been in it, and they're perfectly fine.
You better hope.
Last week.
Because it's your oven mitt now.
I hope I'm assuming they were giving away a soiled oven mitt.
Well, you're going to think about it next time you go for that mitt, though.
What's going on in here?
You're going to give it to Riley Moss so he can wear it? Anyway, go ahead.
About a week ago.
You picked up the mitt. No, wait, this is the end of their driveway.
No, the oven mitts I got a couple of years ago. Still use it. Used it today.
Not after today. Go ahead.
I'm in too deep now, Andy. There's just a bowling trophy sitting out there.
Okay. How big a trophy are we talking? Pretty good craftsmanship or plastic?
Probably about 16 inches. I don't think it was made of. It wasn't made of the same material as the Stanley Cup. Put it that way.
It wasn't a proud bowling trophy.
But it was also just kind of like, I was taking a bowling trophy.
Someone who needs some trophies.
Now that I say this.
He's got the lady friend coming over and nothing to impress her with. So he's taking the bowling trophy. I'm a bit of an athlete. You notice the bowling trophy?
Can I show you my bowling trophies?
Puts it on the mantle and lights it. Mood lighting by the bowling trophy.
I finished third in the Wheat Ridge Lanes League in, check this, 1983. Yeah. Are you impressed?
Squinting at the thing. Wait a minute, you're only 25. Yeah, it was a hell of an effort.
They scratched off to 83 and just wrote 2023.
2023.
Okay, this riff is going nowhere. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Oh!
We have breaking NBA news.
Break it.
Aaron Gordon is out tonight.
Okay.
With bilateral hamstring injury management.
Bilateral, that meaning both of his hamstrings. He's managing both of his hamstrings. We were telling you before about the soft tissue stuff.
But it's management, which is good. It's not an injury. This is basically saying these guys stink. We're going to give the guy a night off. I hope.
Yeah, it's a good night to do it.
Let's hope.
Yes. Aaron Gordon, by the way, back-to-back double-doubles over the last couple of games. Obviously, he's going to be out tonight. There is 4 players in the NBA currently that are averaging 20 or more points, shooting 50% from the field and 40% from 3. Kevin Durant, Giannis, Zach LaVine, Aaron Gordon. That's it in the entire NBA right now for what he is doing. That's pretty awesome. The season that he is having is fantastic. I can't believe the Nuggets have 3 guys averaging 20 or more points per game.
Sweet.
That's incredible.
Let's just keep that going.
Yeah. By the way, can you tell me, Andy, the Nuggets have done this, I believe, one time prior in their history, had 3 qualifying scorers average 20 or more points per game. Can you tell me who they were? This was one Nuggets team at one time, 3 guys averaging 20 or more per game from the floor.
Fat Lever, Alex English, Michael Adams.
You had one of the 3.
Really?
82,
Alex?
82-83, Alex English, Kiki Vandeweghe, and Dan Issel. All got it done. 82-83 season. Shout out Dan Hyatt for the stat.
Bye.
Continue, Spring.
No, real quick, Spring. We got an update. Someone knows. The Messier is actually a coin with Messier's likeness on one side and a puck on the other. And I buy it.
Wait a minute. A puck on the other side?
Like a nice minted coin.
Does that just mean it's
I got to look it up.
Blank? Because a coin just kind of looks like a puck.
No. I mean, it's a little, I'm sure it's like a whoosh puck, with the whoosh lines, like it's being shot really fast.
Couldn't he have saved money, though, and left it blank and been like, it's a hockey puck?
It's a nickel out of his pocket.
It's a sheet of ice.
This year it's a Werther's original. Come here, kid.
A coin.
There you go, kid.
A coin.
He flips it to him.
Does it come in at least like a nice box?
I'm looking it up now.
The Messier coin?
The Messier Leadership Award.
Don't spend it all in one place.
Is it worth as much as a Susan B. Anthony? Go ahead,
flat
Spring.
penny.
All right. Hey, this Sunday afternoon, the 2-8 Raiders host the 2-8 Browns, and Shedeur Sanders will get his first career NFL start for Cleveland. He came in in relief for Dylan Gabriel, who is in the concussion protocol. But now he will get a full week of preparation. He will practice with the ones. And Shedeur was asked today what it'll mean to him to get to practice with the ones this week.
Yeah, I'm truly excited for that, knowing that, I have a piece of offense and a say-so and how things fit my eye and place the players exactly where they need to be, seeing how they come in and out of routes, seeing the structure of the alignment, seeing they set, just having a feeling. Like I'm more of a feel type of person, so that's how I learn. That's how I do everything. I'm just watching. It's just gonna happen. No, like I gotta be out there, feel it. I gotta move around. It's like so many details that it takes for me, to feel my best and play my best. And I'm doing everything in my power, and the team's doing everything, to help me get prepared.
Yeah, just don't move backwards as much as you sometimes do. Andy, if Shedeur wins on Sunday against the Raiders, he would be the Browns' first rookie to win his starting debut since Eric Zier in 1995.
Really?
17 other rookies have started games for the Browns since Zier without picking up a victory. Shedeur Sanders will be the 42nd starter of any age for the Browns since they returned to the NFL in 1999.
Good.
Go
Gravy.
get him, dude.
Yeah, good luck. But like you said, here's what I recommend. I'm pulling for Shedeur.
Of course.
You've got to quit trying to get back out the escape hatch. They ain't going to work, man. You got to stay in the pocket. Got to climb the pocket. He knows how to do that.
Yep.
Some of his worst moments of this whole saga have come when you've tried to run backwards and gotten hunted. You can't do it, man. You can't do it. So
Andy,
we'll see. I guess you got half a reason to watch that game now. The networks rejoice.
When I checked today at lunchtime, and I will check again right now. Let's see. Oh, nope. I think somebody in our league scooped up Shedeur. I think he has been picked up today. I don't see him on the waiver wire in our fantasy league. He was there earlier today. Somebody snatched him up.
Now we got to figure out who.
I was going to say, was it you?
No, it wasn't me. I'm waiting to see if Joey B's back. My guy.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Markey picked up Shedeur.
Okay, Markey, what are you doing?
At 1:40 p.m.
You want to know why that's even more egregious? Do you know where Markey's from? Do you know Markey's hometown team?
Who's that?
The Steelers.
Oh.
That is sacrilege.
Hey.
You better hope none of your people back in the old neighborhood figure out what you're doing.
Take the dub wherever you can get it. By the way, on the other hand,
you picked up the D.
I added the Raiders defense.
Yeah, you two feel vastly different about that transaction.
Yeah, I'm streaming defenses. That was the one I went with this week. I'm gonna take a swing with the Raiders defense against Shedeur. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, a report this weekend, and by the way, if your 2 1 seeds right now in the AFC, it's
the Broncos,
and in the NFC, it's the Philadelphia Eagles. Well, for the Eagles, a report this weekend from Derek Gunn, who's covered the Eagles for years, according to Pro Football Talk. He says that Jalen Hurts, when he's going through his week of preparation with the Eagles, there's a game plan, there's this game plan. Okay, then when the game comes around, Jalen Hurts plays his game, not the game the coaches want him to play. He plays his game. Today, Jalen Hurts responded to that.
There was a report over the weekend that there's some frustration building in the locker room with your approach. How do you kind of digest that, and what's sort of your reaction to it?
Just go to work every day. And continue to go out there and try and do my best.
Well, this is interesting. Here's another quote.
Yeah.
You look at a lot of quarterbacks, they're going to sling it, Gunn said. They're going to throw it through the eye of the needle. Sometimes you have to just take that chance. It's not his game. That's why he stands back there. A lot of times he's patting the ball, and he throws off the timing of the offense. The rhythm is thrown off. They can't get him out of it.
Yeah, I could have told you that about Jalen Hurts without even having heard any of these quotes. Like, he is not a rhythm passer. He is not a dissect you from the pocket kind of passer. Like, Jalen Hurts is He's an improviser. He moves outside the pocket like he's dangerous with his feet. That's why he's an effective NFL quarterback. I can appreciate why that's probably frustrating for guys, all that off-schedule stuff, but also, this is what Jalen Hurts has been his entire NFL career, and the guys won a Super Bowl doing this.
No, I know, but it's so funny because they're the most unlikely of Super Bowl champions, Nate, because remember, right before last year when they did pull off finally winning that Super Bowl, the word was they were going to get rid of Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
they had enough of it.
Their offense was...
They were terribly frustrated. Sirianni was over it.
Their offense was as goofy, and really even last year, which is, it's funny. I was listening to a podcast the other day, and somebody compared the 2025 Broncos to the 2024 Eagles of a wildly inconsistent offense. And clearly, you don't have a Saquon Barkley-style playmaker right now on this Denver offense, but you have a dominant defense, you have a great offensive line, and you have a quarterback that is figuring out how to win games in the clutch, which is the script that Eagles team rode to a Super Bowl championship.
Yeah, the comp was better when they had J.K. Dobbins. Not saying that he was to Saquon Barkley levels, but he was the gas in the engine. We saw a number of big drives, number of comeback drives started by a Dobbins run. They don't have that now.
The Eagles had better skill position talent.
There's no doubt about it. But again, this you can see they're not taking advantage of it necessarily because of the way that Hurts is playing. So,
hey, number 1 seed in the NFC. They can't complain too much. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Hey, Joe Burrow was listed as a full participant in today's Bengals practice. Bengals host the Patriots on Sunday. Could he return a week earlier than we may have thought?
I hope so for my fantasy team. For the actual real Joe Burrow, I don't know why you'd be doing this. I really don't. Again, I know, Nate, you said the division's out there to be had, but you're not going anywhere at that defense. We saw that up close and personal. You made no trades. They got both their pass rushers out last check. I don't know if one's coming back this week or not because it's only Wednesday.
Shamar Stewart and Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah, remember, they both missed last week's game. If I'm Joe Burrow, I sit back, I let you get the best pick you can, and you better draft me one heck of an offensive lineman.
3-7 right now in a division where nobody is running away from things. Baltimore's 5-5. Pittsburgh is 6-4. A lot of divisional games still to be played. Yes, you still have all of your defensive issues that are plaguing you, but
Jamar Chase is out this week. He's got that suspension. He's not
playing this week because of the loogie.
Yeah, the magic loogie.
I'll tell you this, man. If I'm a Bengals fan, this is what I want my guy to do.
No, I'm with you, but again, there is another part of me that'd be like, nah, let's get a high draft
as
pick.
long as you have Joe Burrow out there every single week in a division where
he's the best in the division.
10 games is going to win that division, right?
Probably.
Like winning 10-7 wins that division. Well, you're 3-7. You're not technically out of anything yet. Yeah, if I was a Bengals fan, I would be rooting for him to come back and play.
I wouldn't want him to get killed again, but we'll see what happens. Let Joe Flacco wear that.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. And finally, interesting one on Sunday morning. The Chiefs host the Colts. For the Chiefs, Isaiah Pacheco, their starting running back, listed as a full participant in practice today, coming off the knee injury where he's missed several weeks.
Andy, I said it before, the savvy Broncos fan roots for Kansas City at home against Indianapolis this week.
Yeah, I don't disagree because quite honestly, if both Kansas City and Baltimore win and Jacksonville were to win, then you don't have too much to worry about.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily affect you, whereas you desperately look, if they're going to do what they did in 2015, you've got to have the number 1 seed and have everybody come to your house to face this defense.
Yep, you want the Colts to lose. That is as much as you may hate the Chiefs, and we know you do.
Yeah, you know I do.
New England and Indianapolis are what you need to worry about right now as a Denver fan. This is about getting the number 1 seed, and if Kansas City wins this game and beats Indianapolis, the Broncos' likelihood to get the number 1 seed goes up on a week where they didn't play.
By the way, there's the Messier. Really sad. I wished it was a coin.
It's not a coin.
It's a pretty sizable trophy.
It is.
Does he fund that every year? He has to. Who the hell else is paying for it?
Does he GoFundMe it?
He might.
There's a committee of people that pay for the Messier Award.
Who? Why?
On an annual basis.
Do you realize how long they've been giving this sucker out?
Since
Go ahead,
since like the early aughts, right?
06, 07.
Yeah, 06,
Chelios was the first to win it.
No, because when they first started it was a monthly award. You won the monthly, the Mark Messier Player of the Month, and then they transitioned it to being an annual award. No Avalanche player has ever won a Messier. Will one win it this year?
How has Jacob Trouba won it?
Could Marty Natchez?
He's a Ranger. He was a Ranger. He gives it to Rangers.
No, there's only one Ranger on this list, Spring. Dustin Brown, Alfredson, Shane Doan. Shane Doan won it. What?
It's about leadership.
He has a couple scotches and decides what he's going to do.
And
with
being
this
friends with Mark Messier. Jonathan Taves, Shea Weber, past winners of the Anze Kopitar. Ovechkin won it last year. Yeah, him and Messier had a couple of pops together, and he was just like, you can have it. Nuggets Pelicans coming up next. Jokic, 8 career triple-doubles in 10 matchups against